This is our protagonist, Jack. Just a few seconds ago, he had won a hand-to-hand combat against his half-brother, Grace, and this was also the fight to decide who would be the heir of the clan. Everyone in the stands was surprised. They didn't understand why this young man, considered useless, managed to defeat someone who was seen as a genius, like Grace. After the fight ended, Jack turned to a man on the stage and said, "Father promised that the title of Count would go to the winner of this hand-to-hand fight." Upon hearing these words from his son, the man began to roar full of anger. "How dare you? This miserable fight will decide nothing." But after hearing that blatant betrayal, Jack calmly took off his glove and said, "Father, I already expected this situation. I have never wanted that damn position in my life." After saying this, he threw the ring that represented the heir toward him. This ring symbolizes the heir, and Jack has always had it because he's the firstborn. Seeing Jack throw the ring with contempt, as if it were trash toward him, the man lost his composure and ran toward the railing, shouting, "What the hell are you doing?" Jack responded naturally, "What do you think I'm doing? I am voluntarily renouncing this clan." The reason Jack could say this so easily is that this is already his second life. In his previous life, he already knew how miserable this clan was. But that is not the main reason. One of the biggest reasons he could renounce the heir position without needing its protection is because in his previous life, he reached the peak of human power, and at the same time, he was the one who took the lives of countless people. Those who feared and worshipped him called him the Demon King. Why did he come back in time? Because he was assassinated. All of this goes back to one day, right when the decisive battle between him and a squad of enemy heroes took place. There's not much to say. The squad of heroes launched countless attacks against Jack. But facing these attacks, Jack, with just a few strikes, managed to cut through everything. At that moment, a voice said, "May you always have power, hero." After the blessing of this girl, the hero's body was covered with a golden holy glow, and at the same time, his power reached its maximum limit. Immediately after, the hero launched a devastating attack toward Jack. Seeing this enormous sword energy in front of him, Jack knew he couldn't block the blow. Then a terrible explosion happened. His consciousness went out and he didn't know how much time passed. Finally, Jack slowly woke up, hearing many voices around him. "Kill him quickly. He's the Demon King of Power. Who knows when he'll regain his strength? He's like this now. He can't do anything against us." Hearing this, Jack really began to wake up, came to his senses, and realized he was still alive. In front of him was the handsome hero. Although he didn't like him, Jack had to admit he was really good looking. The hero pointed his sword at Jack and said, "Listen, Jack, before I finish you off, I will tell all the crimes you have committed. You have taken hundreds of lives of holy knights from the Cowboys Man team, killed innocents, blah blah blah." Of course, it wasn't a false accusation, since Jack really had caused those tragedies. But even though they were true facts, the way the hero expressed them annoyed Jack a bit. At that moment, in his mind, Jack thought it would be a shame to die like this. Maybe I still have the key to bend fate. Thanks to it, I can stab that bastard one last time. Jack, along with his sword, has bent the target's fate to change the future. But I don't know how his future will change. While Jack was thinking, the hero had already read all the accusations against Jack, so he was preparing to execute that demon, the Demon King Jack. "I hope in your next life you become someone who does many good deeds." While speaking, he also brandished his sword. All right, if I get the chance. But not now, we have to act quickly on this. To teach that idiot a lesson, saying this, Jack's middle finger began to glow intensely. Then, he shot something at the hero. Immediately, it started breaking the armor, and it penetrated the hero's flesh. Seeing this scene, the hero began to rage. "How did you get that?" But Jack did not answer that question. Seeing the hero so angry, he felt very pleased. "Looks like it worked. You're so furious, huh?" The hero, for his part, couldn't contain his anger and cut off Jack's head. Immediately, "I thought I wanted to live longer, but I regret nothing." Switching to another scene, Jack suddenly wakes up in bed. Because of the loud noises, he couldn't sleep. Damn birds, they keep singing and won't let me sleep. But at that moment, Jack also realized something and began to check himself. First, he looked at his hands, then touched his throat to check. Finally, he looked in the mirror. He had rejuvenated. But why? Clearly, he had lost to those damn people and heard that guy talk nonsense. And in the end, I used the key to bend fate? Could that be why? But where did I get that key? I can't remember. Jack tried to grab his head but couldn't recall where he got the key. But there was one thing he was sure of at that moment. He had definitely gone back to the past. I was in my room, which means at this moment, I was still living with my family. What should I do now? Maybe I should go find the key to bend fate. Wait, why did I leave my family back then? I have the feeling my spirit is being suppressed, but suddenly, the bedroom door opened, making Jack start thinking. Can Dad just not enter the room of his eldest son, who is the son of a noble family? No, at this moment, not even the servants treat me like a noble. Then the door opened completely and a complaining voice was heard. Young master, Are you still in the room?" That voice was from a blonde-haired servant. Seeing that man's appearance, Jack couldn't remember who he was, but at least that man used the proper title to address him. Seeing Jack not respond, the servant began to speak again. "You always leave at dawn. Have you given that up? Now you can't be lazy, right?" Jack saw that servant was so insolent, he sighed and then waved him over. "Come here," said Jack. The servant, somewhat confused, approached, but Jack just smiled and looked at him without saying anything, which made the servant uncomfortable. "If you called me, say something." To answer this question, Jack gave him an unexpected hit. The servant, after receiving the blow, covered his face and asked, "What are you doing?" But at that moment in front of him was a completely different Jack. Jack's attitude was cold and dangerous, making the servant not even dare to look him in the eyes. Then Jack tripped the servant, who fell rolling to the ground. What followed was a series of merciless punches and kicks. The servant began to cry while begging for forgiveness. Then Jack knocked him down with a kick, making the servant roll to the ground. And what followed for that servant was a series of merciless blows. The servant started crying while continuing to apologize. But it seems Jack doesn't intend to stop. Just then a voice was heard. "What's going on?" Servant. Hearing that voice like a savior, he hurried to that person and said, "Lord Bino." Bino repeated once more, "What's going on?" The servant was still very insolent, even raising his middle finger at Jack. At the same time, Jack also thought, "This damn guy is a bit rude." Bino, seeing that Jack did not respond, asked again, "Why don't you answer?" Hearing this, Jack said coldly, "Is that how you talk to me? What's wrong? Do you want to hit me like you hit Han?" Hearing that, Jack began to smile and said, "Fine, a dirty dog can't even recognize its master. It should be beaten so it learns to lower its head." Hearing this, Bino was shocked as if he had heard something unbelievable. "Do you think you can defeat me now? Do you think you're that good?" Jack replied, "With my current physical condition and skills, I admit I can't beat you. But what can I do? In the name of being your master, I can't stop training a dog to be obedient, right?" While speaking, Jack began to grab the nearby tablecloth. Bino turned around angrily and said, "What dog? Do you know who I am?" But just as he began to speak, Jack threw the tablecloth. He threw it at him and, taking advantage of him being blinded by the cloth, Jack grabbed a vase nearby and hit him directly on the head. This is also a lesson Jack wants to teach this guy. Strength isn't everything, damn knight. Saying that, Jack turned to Han and said, "Now let's finish this story." Han, hearing this, began to pale, because what followed would be a merciless beating. Of course, right after this ended, Jack was called to the Lord of the House's office to settle the matter, but standing in front of the door, he had many thoughts. Before he feared opening this door, but now he didn't care at all. Then he simply opened the door. Inside were the Lord of the House and others waiting, and Bino, seeing Jack enter, looked at him with a look full of disgust. This was because he remembered the conversation they had just had, with the youngest son, Grace Cha, already knowing what happened. "I'm very disappointed in you. You've fallen flat on your face and become a disgrace to the Steelwind Knight team." Saying this, Grace stroked Bino's face as if petting a dog. "You didn't do anything wrong, right? Have confidence. I mean, Jack is your rival. You'll have the chance to defeat him in the future." These memories made Bino very angry, while the man, the Lord of the House, began to speak. "You're late. He is Count Vardo Steelwind, Jack's father." Hearing this, Jack replied with a very tired voice, "Father, did you call me for something?" Hearing this, the Count got annoyed. "Now you don't even remember how to greet, right? I don't accept you doing that. What does this mean? Corrupt thoughts. If you keep acting like this, how will you inherit the title of Count? You are the legitimate heir of Steelwind. At least try harder." Jack asked with a contemptuous voice, "The heir? Do you really think you have granted me that title, father?" Dambrot. Just as Vodo was about to say more, a soft hand rested on his shoulder, and a voice said, "Did you see, Count? I've told you many times, but that boy Jack is still so disrespectful." That woman was the Count's wife, Jack's stepmother. Hearing this, she said, Jack's hand also clenched tightly with anger. "I remember those two people well. They always look for ways to surpass me, then oppress me, and speak ill of me." Thinking of this, he began to exhale deeply and then acted very properly. "How could I be disrespectful and rude to someone so honorable? This is all a misunderstanding, mother, a misunderstanding." He deliberately prolonged the phrase as a way to mock Flora. Hearing this, her face twisted with annoyance. Meanwhile, Jack kept speaking loudly. "On second thought, thanks to those two, I was invited here to see father. Honestly, I apologize, father." Saying this, he began to reach for the sword hanging on the wall and took it. This action surprised everyone, but Jack didn't care at all. He pointed the sword at Han and continued, "I made a mistake. I will take this opportunity to settle the matter." Seeing this, Han turned pale and quickly looked at those beside him for help. Grace, who was nearby, was very happy to see the scene. "That fool is pointing a sword at someone else in front of father." Vodo also began to speak. How dare you point a sword at someone here, huh? Jack replied with complete indifference. Of course, I am the legitimate heir of the great Baron Steelwind. He deserves to have his head cut off. Isn't that why I was called here? Flora, upon hearing this, hurriedly said, Stop, what do you mean? Han insulted you. That can't be true, right? How could I do that, sir? Han said, while in the other corner, Jack began to stab the tip of the sword into the ground and declared, So you mean I'm lying to my father? These words really put Han in a difficult position. If I said something wrong, they would really kill me. At that moment, not even Lady Flora could protect me. Jack also knew well that Han was undoubtedly someone of the lady, but he didn't understand why she had to exaggerate the matter so much just for him. While Han was still confused and didn't know how to respond, Bino began to speak. It's true, the young master is lying. Flora, as if she had found a way out, hurriedly grabbed Bino's arm and asked, Lord Bino, is that true? Yes, Lady Baroness. Jack attacked Han unilaterally and I saw it. Upon hearing this, Jack laughed contemptuously. A knight like you says he was attacked so easily and unilaterally, aren't you ashamed? It seems you don't even want to admit your fault, right, Bino? Upon hearing this, Bino began to feel embarrassed and said, None of my words are lies. But Jack didn't expect those guys to tell the truth, so he decided to ignore them. In the end, they would keep insisting they were innocent, right? In that case, there's nothing more to say. Prove it with your skills. While speaking, he pointed the sword at him. Seeing this, Bino gritted his teeth and said, Have you lost your mind? But Jack paid no attention to his question and instead asked his father, Did you see that, father? In the end, you will take this opportunity to eliminate me once and for all if I lose this fight. This also aligns with Voto's intention. That's why he agreed to let the fight take place. Bino was very excited upon hearing this, recalling his words. He was probably already thinking about how to finish Jack. Jack was also very pleased with this decision and said, Thank you for that decision, father. You can decide the time and place. While speaking, he turned to leave, with an attitude so carefree as if he had victory assured, which also angered Vardo. He was only going to scold him a little and let him go, but perhaps this is a suitable excuse to grant the Baron title to Greg. Meanwhile, Jack, after hanging the sword back on the wall, said, Father, I want to try to change things. You know, I realize I won't get what I want if I keep stuck in the past. Upon hearing this, Lord Voto looked a bit confused. He was angry. He only planned to scold him a little and then let him go. But perhaps this could be a suitable excuse to grant the Baron title to Greg. On the other hand, Jack, after hanging the sword on the wall, also said, Father, I want to try to change. From now on, I think I won't be able to achieve what I desire if I remain stuck in the past. Lord Voto listened to this with some confusion. What I mean is the Baron title, you know? Jack, upon hearing this, turned around and said, Anyway, no one will understand what you say now. Father, we will meet again in that battle. Let's prepare for the coming fight. Jack began to fully dedicate himself to training. At the same time, many thoughts were in his mind. He thought, how could I be so weak and naive? My father's attention is everything, but I haven't even properly learned fencing. My father was very reluctant for me to learn fencing back then. He knew nothing about the great and powerful hidden forces within me. Normally, the amount of mana a person is born with is determined, and compared to a normal person, my mana is much greater. But it is also more aggressive and difficult to control. That's why Jack barely used a little mana. Just a little already caused an explosion. I knew it would be difficult to regain control of the mana I possess, being the Demon King. Besides, it can't be that the amount of mana is so great that it can be compared to that of a dragon. Having disappeared like that, it will awaken in me in a single moment, like a memory. I even received the title of Demon King of Power, but to achieve that, I had to go through many hardships and trials. So much so that it seemed like everything was planned by artificial intelligence. Thinking about this, Jack jumped up and said toward the trunk behind him, Stop spying and disappear. These words startled the person hiding behind the trunk. He knew he had been discovered. That person no longer hid and came out from behind the trunk. It turned out to be the second son, Greg. At that moment, he said, It seems you have finally awakened your mana, but surely you don't think you can win with just that level, right? The battle against Lord Bino and the inheritance of the Baron title. Why are you acting so differently from me? Red said this with a sneer. Then he pretended to be kind and advised Jack to keep living as usual, that he should know how to gauge situations, and that he would take care of him in the future so he wouldn't have to feel anything. But upon saying this, Red fell silent because Jack's expression darkened greatly. That brat's words really angered Jack. So you're afraid I'll take the Baron title from you? But hearing Jack's cold voice, Red became a little worried. However, he regained his composure and said, No way. I will not give up being Baron if I can't defeat a useless guy like you. Jack Steele wins, and Jack on this side fears no one either. This guy likes to fight, so I agree. If you think that way, then I will act according to what my brother wants, to inherit the Baron title. Let's see who wins, alright? According to the style of our warrior family. Hearing this, Red began to remove Jack's hand from his shoulder and said, "Are you crazy? Are you proposing that we fight?" "If so," then Jack said. Here Red also accepted. "I have no reason to refuse. Very well, I will consider that you have accepted. I will decide the time and place." Saying this, Jack left. And not long after, the battle between Jack and Bino began, before the eyes of many people from the territory. At that moment, in front of Jack, Bino said loudly, "I have learned a sincere lesson from the young master. Now it is my turn to teach you a lesson, because skill is what decides victory. You will regret not wearing armor." While Bino kept talking, Jack paid no attention. The only thing that interested him was that his sword seemed a bit dull. He didn't know who had done that. After Bino's verbal exchange, the referee declared the start of the battle. As soon as the signal sounded, both attacked at the same time to gain the advantage. Bino was the first to launch an attack, although Jack managed to block it. But even he trembled, although foolish. A knight is still a knight, right? Although he said it just to show off, Jack was actually a bit surprised. Because the strength of that guy's strike was stronger than he thought. Red was here. After seeing that Jack barely blocked one of his attacks, he began to smile and then attack continuously. "How about this, young master? If we fight fairly, you won't be able to beat me." Having to constantly block such strong attacks made Chomanek retreat a little. But this time, Red also began to concentrate his mana on his sword to increase his attack power. As expected, the sword, being covered in mana, had both increased speed and strength. Jack, who was already at a disadvantage in a normal fight, now had to endure attacks with mana-infused slashes, truly accumulating difficulties. Red believes he can defeat Jack, so he is quite satisfied. At the same time, in the high stands where the Steelwind family watches, the butler, next to the family head, saw that Jack was able to fight Bino for so long and was a bit surprised. But, young master, Jack is fighting better than expected. He has already blocked several of Bino's attacks. But Mrs. Flora disagreed with that and tried to belittle him. "But I think we're still dominating, aren't we?" Before Vodo could respond, the butler continued speaking. "Of course, because young master Jack has not yet properly learned fencing." These words made Mrs. Flora look at the butler with annoyance. Meanwhile, Vodo remained silent, without saying anything. And in the stands, the crowd cheered and shouted for Bino. "Finish it already. Show no mercy." These words only encouraged Bino more. "Did you hear that, young master? The audience wants you to finish quickly." And then he began to attack more fiercely. "If you don't want to get hurt, your best option now is to surrender." While speaking, the sword in his hand began to emit mana. More intense than this boy's magic. He may not have much strength yet, but surrender is not an option. "I'm just getting started." Saying this, he also began to cover his sword with mana. It seemed he planned to use some technique. Bino, seeing Jack use mana, was surprised to the point of paralysis. "Damn, it can't be," he thought. On the other side, Jack also launched his technique. Only he fired mana from his sword, forming countless mana bullets. But Bino was no ordinary opponent. Although unexpected, he was able to dodge or block all those mana bullets. And as for Jack, after launching that attack, his hands began to tremble. He knew the mana was out of control and he couldn't fully master it. Although he couldn't injure Bino, the attack made a great impression on everyone, who began to comment among themselves in the stands. "What did I just witness? I saw it too and can't believe it. Young Master Jack." Even the butler here was impressed. "Do you see, Count? That is the sensory expansion ability, which happens when the sword and user unite through mana. Where did he get the ability to control the sword as if it were an extension of his body?" Meanwhile, below, Bino was worried and confused. When did he learn that ability? But his stance after using mana was unstable, as if his body and mana were separating and he couldn't control it. "My opponent is still a weak and poor mage." Thinking that, Bino's expression turned serious, and he said, "Enough games." Then Bino attacked again. First, he began to concentrate mana in his sword, preparing to use a great technique. With his extensive combat experience, Jack barely managed to dodge Bino's technique. "If this move catches you, you're out of the game." Bino was a little surprised that Jack managed to dodge this technique. But his attack was not over yet. The next technique, Bino no longer used the laser. Instead, he concentrated all his energy into the sword and charged at Jack. "You won't be able to dodge this blow," Bino shouted. And as he said, Jack really couldn't dodge it. As a result, after receiving Bino's slash, Jack was launched like a projectile against the wall. Seeing the current situation, it seemed Jack had lost the ability to fight. The crowd in the stands began to cheer, saying, "It's no wonder it's Bino." Now Bino also enjoyed this feeling. "I'm sure the victory is clear. Should I keep attacking?" The young master is already on the brink of death. After his statement, the crowd began shouting even louder. While Bino enjoyed the feeling of triumph, Jack struggled to use the sword to support his entire body. It's true, I can't defeat you with this body technique, but in this fight, I haven't fought seriously yet. Saying that, Jack lunged at Bino. When he still had his back turned, Jack began dragging his sword across the ground and then threw a cloud of dust into Bino's face. This technique, although somewhat basic, had a very good effect in any battle, and taking advantage that Bino was still blinded by the dust, Jack delivered a brutal charge. After receiving this blow, Bino was sent flying backward. When he could sit up, his vision was still obstructed by the dust in his eyes. Really, what a coward. Bino cursed silently. The magic on this side has no complications. He pointed the sword at Jack's neck and said, "Coward, you only use that excuse to justify your defeats in real fights." Thus ended the battle of gazes between them. Finally, Bino, due to the sand in his eyes, could no longer endure the fight. "This time I admit defeat," said Bino. Hearing this, Jack began to speak. "Do you know why you will lose? It's because you are reckless and arrogant, and also that you fear that you might kill the heir of the family you serve. If you don't forget this fight, you will go much further, Bino." At that moment, the referee announced the victory for the young master, Jack Steele, winner. But the audience, upon hearing the result, instead of applauding, began to insult. How could he throw dust in his eyes? That's dirty, that's cheating, play fair. Damn it, they have no chivalrous spirit. Jack didn't want to argue with that group of chickens. The important thing is to win, right? At the same time, Vodo in the stands wondered, when did Jack learn that magic technique? No one could have taught him. The butler next to him began to explain slowly. "Sir, he was born with that gift." Grace began to tremble with worry. How can he be okay after receiving Bino's cutting blow? Is that Jack inferior? It's absurd. While Jack was still thinking about this, he shouted from below, "Jack, come here to fight. I already said, didn't I, that the time and place will be decided by me." Hearing this, Jack became even more nervous. Vodo also asked, "What is he saying?" Jack paid no attention and continued talking to Grace. "Don't you have any sense, Grace?" Then he looked back at Vodo and said, "I know you already accepted this fight." People in the stands began to comment. So the rumor of a succession fight between young Master Jack and Grace was true. No one could imagine that fight would be today. But is he really going to fight in that condition? Where does he get the confidence? Jack, seeing that Grace still hadn't come down, shouted at her. "What are you waiting for? Grace, come down here right now. Are you afraid of me?" Looking at Grace's appearance at this moment, it really seems she trusts him, Vodo. Seeing Jack shout like that continuously, Grace began to get annoyed and turned to speak to him. "Now come down, Red. I really am afraid of Jack being so broken as he is. Don't bring more humiliation. There's no other choice." Red had to come down to face him, but after coming down and seeing Jack's confidence, Grace became even more worried. How can he smile like that? Everything, from his expression, tone, actions, and even his fighting ability, it was no longer the Jack she knew. While Jack was thinking, he suddenly said, "Jack, don't say you'll just stand there waiting for me to attack first. Then, as your older brother, I must attack first." Saying that, he also began to launch an attack, but seeing Jack advance with overwhelming spirit, his face showed concern. Then, quickly used his sword to block the attack, but suddenly realized something. What the hell? He doesn't even have the strength to attack. Of course, that damn Jack is still just Jack. Grace is the one who will inherit the title of Count. Thinking about this, she began to brandish her sword to push Jack. But at that moment, Jack also realized the problem. If he fought normally, he wouldn't be able to win in his current state. The wound he received from Bino is not trivial, and in his current condition, he can't use even a bit of magic to finish this fight quickly. So this is the only way. Thinking this, Jack began to smile strangely. Then, with his left hand, he grabbed Grace's sword regardless of the damage it caused. "Have you ever heard of a battle where blood flies everywhere?" Jack said, while his hand emitted an aura of mana. Then he broke Red's sword with a single strike. Seeing his broken sword, Red began to feel terrible fear, while Jack continued to threaten, "Jack, if you don't surrender, you will die." Just at that moment, Jack used the hilt of his sword to hit Jack's face, knocking him to the ground. Then he threw the broken piece of sword right next to his ear. At the same time, his body emitted a terrible pressure. Grace, seeing this, almost fainted and screamed in terror. "I surrender." As soon as the judge heard this, he announced, "The winner is young Master Jack." Everyone already knows what happened next. Jack claimed the title of Count because he won the fight, but Vodo roared, saying that this fight decided nothing. Jack knew this, so he then threw the succession ring to Vodo and declared that he would leave the family. Before leaving the tournament, he did not forget to give a warning to his foolish brother. "Greg, remember that to always win in battle, it's not about fearing death to protect the Steelwind family borders, which are always under threat of external invasions. Here, everyone must be stronger to achieve that." Saying this, he also took the healing potion prepared for Grace and in truth, that potion was top quality. With just a few sips, his wounds began to heal completely. Don't forget the lesson I gave you today, Steelwind family. Thinking this, Jack quietly left both the tournament and the family. Of course, before leaving, he did not forget to take a slave with him. The chosen person was Han, whom he threatened that if he didn't follow, he would kill instantly. To save his life, Han had no choice but to follow Jack. At the family entrance, Jack casually threw a huge backpack to Han. At the same time, he also thought he was forgiving an arrogant guy. Am I really too good to let someone dare to challenge me in exchange for a bit of my workforce? But then, Jack began to observe Han's body trembling with the rhythm because he had to carry a heavy backpack. Then, in his mind, the thought arose that he should train Han's endurance to make him stronger. So that he can be useful, I must train him a bit more. Afterwards, Jack told Han his plans. Currently, he has no fixed plan. But first, they will go to the neighboring territory of Porty, and this is the first stage to start a new life. Trying to be a good person in this life, according to Jack. Shortly after, they began moving toward a forest. At that moment, even someone as clumsy as Han felt something was wrong and asked, "Master Jack, this path isn't for humans, right?" Jack heard and answered naturally, "I know if we go straight, we'll travel less than half the way. Then why would we take a detour?" Han stammered and said, "Well, because if we risk leaving the safe area, there are many monsters." "That's the reason we're here," said Jack, and this answer left Han confused. Suddenly, a noise was heard from behind that made Han quickly turn around to look, thinking he must have misheard. Han calmed himself, although his head was already drenched in sweat. And as they moved deeper into the forest, someone as timid as Han grew increasingly nervous. For every 3 steps he took, he had to turn around twice to make sure there were no monsters attacking them. "I hope we can get through here as quickly as possible," Han thought, clearly very scared. But suddenly, Jack, who was ahead, stopped abruptly and turned to tell Han, "All right, your test starts now." As he spoke, he handed Han a sword, whose face still showed confusion. "Excuse me, you mean I have to fight?" Han said, looking back. He was so surprised that he opened his mouth, because at that moment, behind him there was already a monster that seemed to have been there for a long time. Fortunately for him, it was only a goblin, the weakest creature for beginners. But even though he only had to face a monster about 1.2 meters tall, Han was still worried and said to Jack, "Mr. Jack, I don't even know how to hold a sword. Please, at least give me a bigger sword. What am I supposed to do with this?" "You should be happy with that before I give you a stick, or a stick would be better," Jack said. Meanwhile, the goblin started making strange noises and jumped at Han to attack him. Han, the coward, simply let the goblin jump over his head and hit it with the stick again and again. Seeing this, Jack felt helpless. It would be a long process if he decided to train Han. To prevent Han from being killed by that weak monster, Jack punched and knocked the goblin unconscious. Han got up complaining with a swollen face. "Why did you do that to me?" "Because you're too weak. You can't just carry things when you're with me. You at least have to train to protect yourself. Take this and prepare for next time," Jack said as he handed him a healing potion bottle. "I've already defeated the goblin, but it will wake up soon." Throughout the afternoon, after using several healing potions, Han was finally able to calmly face the goblin. To gain an advantage in the fight, Han attacked first with a thrust. Unfortunately, the goblin was able to dodge it and began counterattacking with a club strike. Han hurried to block the blow with his arms, which made him frown in pain. The goblin swung its club again to attack, but after several exchanges, Han got used to the attacks. Just before the club hit his face, Han managed to duck to avoid the blow, which also caused. Han managed to lower his head in time to dodge the attack, which also caused. Jack was watching from the side, a little surprised. Did that clumsy guy manage to block the goblin's attack? In the end, he does have some talent. He returned to the fight. At that moment, Han suddenly accelerated. Then he moved behind the goblin and, taking advantage of its inattentiveness, Han Seo attacked it with a thrust that pierced the skull. Seeing the goblin collapse, Han let out a sigh of relief. "I won." He began to celebrate, looking up at the sky with joy. Meanwhile, Jack handed him a recovery potion and said, "That was unexpected. Thank you, Mr. Han." While speaking, he happily drank the potion. After drinking, Han continued, "It was all thanks to you. You are very good." But suddenly, the potion in Han's hand dropped because he witnessed a terrifying scene. He didn't know since when, but they were both surrounded by a horde of goblins. Han turned pale, but Jack remained calm. He crouched slightly, looked at some stones on the ground, and began picking them up. Han asked, "Mr. Jack, what do you plan to do with those stones?" Jack began throwing the stones at the horde of goblins at arrow speed. Jack was a natural shooter. Every stone hit the head, one headshot after another. Thus, after a burst, the entire horde of goblins lay on the ground. But before Han could breathe a sigh of relief, Jack spoke again. "Why do you look so surprised? This has only just begun." Han, confused, asked, "What do you mean this is just starting? Who is behind us?" Jack said. Turning around, Han saw that behind them was a large crowd of tall, muscular orcs. That scene left Han paralyzed. And worst of all, Jack said, "I have many potions, so don't worry." Hearing that, Han knew what his fate would be. That night, all the orcs were defeated. Han was sleeping deeply, like a dead pig, while Jack recalled the morning conversation with Han. "Hey, why does Flora defend you so much? What's your relationship with her?" Han became a bit uncomfortable and replied, "My grandmother was Mrs. Flora's nanny. Maybe that's why she has always spoiled me since I was little." Jack remembered something and began to speak. "Come to think of it, I remember there was a young servant my mother always mistreated, because he was the nephew of the nanny who raised Mrs. Flora." Hearing this, Han began to cry, because that was him. Suddenly, Jack asked, "Do you remember anything about my mother?" Han was surprised. Of course, she was a wonderful person, kind to her subordinates, and respectful to her superiors. She was sweet to everyone. Han's words could describe a perfect person. Unfortunately, the images did not match those words. At that moment, Jack understood that he was truly hated by the Count's family. That was because of all the mistakes his mother had made. He really felt sorry for them, for the Flora Red Count's family. But that didn't mean he should feel guilty. Suddenly, Jack heard the sound of a carriage not far away. Then, he quickly woke Han with a kick, although Han was still drowsy. "Mr. Jack, I don't think it's dawn yet. Something is approaching." Hearing this, Han immediately perked up. Are they goblins or orcs? The sound of the carriage began to grow louder and was approaching them. Jack pushed Han forward and ordered, "Go first." This surprised Han, but then he calmed down and asked, "Sir, do you think it's a merchant?" Jack didn't think so. The carriage didn't sound like the noise of large horse hooves. If it were a commercial carriage, there would be the sound of horses hitched to the cart, so it was likely a traveler, like us. Han asked, and Jack sighed at the boy's naive question. No traveler comes around here with a carriage at this hour. And he didn't wait, so both had to guess for a while that the sound was right in front of them. At the front of this caravan were two knights, and right after, a person got out of the carriage and said, "Excuse the lack of courtesy. As you can see, we also want to camp here tonight. I am a devotee of Kana in Luana." The face of this girl surprised Jack because she was the saint of Carryman Luana. She was also one of the greatest contributors to Jack's farewell in his past life. He didn't expect to meet them here. Of course, at that time, Luana still didn't know Jack. Then, a man behind also approached and introduced himself. "I am VK Ege at Miss Luana's service." Jack immediately recognized that he was a saint candidate. That man was known as the killing machine of Tasnia. In the future, those two would be formidable rivals. But now I have promised to be a good person in this life, so surely everything will be fine if I make friends with others. In his past life, it was different. After the greeting, Jack said, "I heard you will camp here tonight. Feel comfortable? Thank you." "Then, let us trouble you tonight," said VK. Then Jack wanted to ask Han why he hadn't introduced himself yet. But Han, quick as the wind, knelt before Luana and introduced himself. "Hello, miss, I'm Han." This scene left Jack speechless. This guy is shy about fighting, but very enthusiastic with girls. I don't know why. He even offered to help them set up camp to impress Luana. This scene made Jack feel a bit embarrassed, but it was understandable. Because Luana was incredibly beautiful, and Renouncing, that bastard, only recruited pretty girls for his team. When Jack was about to curse him, Luana's voice sounded in his ear. "Excuse me, can I sit here?" "Yes," Jack replied, and Luana sat beside him and said, "Thank you for letting us camp here tonight." "You're welcome," said Jack. This response immediately stopped the conversation, and an awkward atmosphere began to dominate. Finally, Jack decided to break the ice by asking to ease the mood. "Did you come here for any reason, Luana?" Hearing the question, she began to answer. "I am traveling to hear the stories of all kinds of people. Whenever I meet someone who needs help, I pray for their well-being." "That's wonderful," said Jack. But faced with Jack's compliment, Luana got nervous and replied, "No, that's what a member of CA Widman should do." Then she asked Jack, "And you, why are you here?" "I'm trying to find a way to be a good person," said Jack. At that moment, he realized she was the ideal person to ask for advice, so he asked, "Could you tell me how to be a good person?" The question made Luana a bit confused, and she replied with another question. "How to be a good person?" "Yes, someone told me I should be better, but I feel you are the most suitable to advise me." After fully understanding Jack's story, Luana began to think. "There are many ways, but what are you good at?" "I'm good at things that require strength," Jack answered. "Why don't you use that strength to help those in need?" Hearing that, Jack also began to reflect on the answer. Help those in need, right? Okay, tomorrow I will start looking for those who need help. The next morning, both groups said goodbye and went their separate ways toward PRT. While walking, VK Edge explained to Luana that all the shops were under construction. Suddenly, he remembered something and said to Luana, "Miss Luana, allow me to step out for a moment to run a quick errand." "Take good care," said Luana, and after VK Edge left, they continued their journey when suddenly, from an alley comes a scream full of fear, and with her maternal nature. Luana cannot ignore it. She immediately looks toward the alley and says, "Someone is screaming over there." The knight behind her hurriedly reminds her, "Miss Luana, let us investigate first." And after they move a bit further, Luana discovers that ahead there is a young man surrounded by 4 thugs, and the one mocking him is Jack, not another AI. The scene shifts to the afternoon in an ordinary house. Luana begins to question Jack. "I told you to help those in need, but you can't help the bad guys." Jack, hearing this, looks a bit confused. "But they seem needy," he says. In response, Luana activates her sermon mode. "That's not all. You must promise that you will only help those who are disadvantaged, instead of using violence against good people, and you have to apologize to the boy next to you." Hearing this, the young man quickly waves his hand saying, "It's okay. My name is Sub. Thank you for saving me." Then Sub begins to explain his story. The thugs who harassed him came from the CERN merchant house. They bribed the market with a huge sum. This place is an old establishment, but this shop is very important to me. It holds many memories with my father. That's why I told you I couldn't give up ownership of the store. And then they started causing me trouble. I don't know what to do now. Luana, upon hearing this emotional story, quickly comforts him. "Don't worry. I'll go see the Pirati market right now." But the knight accompanying her quickly reminds her, "A CA Whitman cannot intervene in this matter, miss." However, Luana remains determined. As someone taught by Mrs. Canna, she cannot ignore this situation. Then she confidently turns to Sub and says, "I'll handle this, leave it to me." Saying this, she quickly heads to the market mansion, making the knights follow her hastily. The next day, for some reason, she arrives late. She keeps a serious expression. Even Han can't stand that face. So he asks her, "What are you thinking about? You look upset." At that moment, Jack has the chance to express his feelings about what Luana said yesterday about helping the weak. "Do you think she's serious?" "I think she's wrong." Han refuses to answer, but inside he thinks otherwise. "You're the one who's wrong," he thinks to himself, though he doesn't say it. It seems Jack can read Han's thoughts, so he pinches his cheek and continues. "I'm also a bit worried because they haven't returned since yesterday," but suddenly, at that moment, they discover a noisy crowd ahead, commenting on some news. "Urgent search order. It's true. She killed the vice mayor. It's terrible." Jack also starts following the trend to investigate what's going on. But soon his expression freezes when he sees that the image on the search order is Luana's. Search order for Luana, accused of murdering the vice mayor and conspiring to curse Piroti. Even Han feels very confused upon seeing this order. Jack begins to suspect something very strange because it's clear that Luana could never have done something like that. Afterwards, the rumors from the people around may draw attention to a witch coming from Cauldron. It's terrible. Because of that witch's curse, the whole city is in chaos. It's already getting dark. We should return before facing them. What are you all doing? Go home quickly, someone shouts, and after that order, everyone rushes to run toward their homes. Even after arriving, they close the windows tightly, as if to protect themselves from something. In less than 30 seconds, the streets are empty, which makes Han a little uneasy, because it seems they are the only ones who don't know what's happening. "Mr. Jack, what's going on? Surely something strange is happening here." "We have to leave," Jack said. Then both started, moving away from that place to return to the inn. The streets were deserted, and the cold air made Han feel more scared and alert. At that moment, Jack was also reviewing his memories before his regression, wondering if something similar had happened before. Is Luana a murderer? It can't be. These things can't happen. Neither the curse in Potty nor that Luana killed someone. Or has everything changed because I'm with Luana? While Jack kept thinking, Han took Jack's hand and warned him, "I think someone is following us." Jack turned to look and really saw someone following them. The shadow began to growl. It didn't seem human and slowly approached both of them. When the shape of that shadow appeared clearly, it scared Han. "How horrible. Is it a zombie?" Han stammered. Without letting Han get more scared, Jack stepped forward and with a sword decapitated the zombie. The head rolled on the ground. Han worried and wondered why there were zombies in Potty. Meanwhile, Jack's expression turned serious. "I feel like something bad is going to happen." Not long after, on the way home, they met 2 guards and handed over the zombie to them. Thank God no one was injured. "We will destroy the body. Good job, boys. You should return before being affected by the witch's curse." Having said that, the 2 guards gave them a torch as a sign of gratitude and left immediately. Constantly hearing things like the witch's curse made Han's faith waver a bit, and he asked, "Mr. Jack, do you really believe Miss Luana is a witch?" Jack confidently replied, "No, that can't be true. I'm sure the real culprit is trying to frame Luana." Han, hearing this, wondered even more. How is he so sure she is innocent? Because Luana is. Jack suddenly stopped. He knew he shouldn't say more, which only sparked Han's curiosity further. "Why do you say that about Luana, Mr. Jack? Do you know something we don't?" Hearing this, Jack began to respond evasively. I mean, isn't it obvious from her face that she is a good person? Han showed a curious expression, realizing that Jack also judged people just by their appearance. But suddenly, Jack heard a noise and quickly turned around. Han was confused, not knowing what Jack was looking for, who suddenly started running forward in the direction of the sound. Upon reaching an alley, Jack recognized someone. "What are you doing here? Why are you so dirty?" Han ran up behind and was surprised to see it was Luana. She was crying, and then the two took her back to the inn. After bathing and changing clothes, Jack asked if she was comfortable. "Yes, very comfortable," said Luana. Then Jack continued, "Han, go buy food for dinner. That guy will be back soon." "And the knights who went with her? Did they go on another mission?" Hearing this, Luana lowered her head as tears began to fall again. At that moment, Jack put a warrant on the table and asked, "Does this have anything to do with you?" Luana hurriedly explained, "I am not a witch, I know that," Jack said. Luana was a little surprised to hear this. "Do you believe me?" Jack replied in a serious tone. "That's because she wouldn't do something so evil like this. Please, tell me what really happened to you." The day we stopped going together, Luana began to slowly tell everything that happened. That day, after arriving at the mayor's mansion, the conversation went quite smoothly, unlike with the greedy mayor. The trustworthy vice mayor said he would handle the matter himself. Then, reminded by the vice mayor, the mayor probably realized that he himself had hacked the system and prepared dinner for Luana's group. Luana wanted to refuse, but since the knights were already hungry, she accepted the invitation. The knights, sitting at the table, ate voraciously like hungry wolves. Anyway, it was Luana's fault for showing up so suddenly. After finishing dinner, they went to thank the mayor. But as soon as they entered the room, they witnessed a terrible scene. The vice mayor had been killed by the mayor, and not only him, but many others lay at the mayor's feet. It seemed he had used some kind of dark spell to take their lives. "You saw something you shouldn't have," said the mayor coldly. At that moment, a knight next to Luana suddenly realized something and urgently shouted, "Miss Luana, there is the statue of Valor." In the direction everyone in the room was looking, there was a statue of a demon floating in the air. Luana began to understand the problem and said, "He is a puppet of Valor." The mayor did not deny anything and admitted it immediately. "Ah, now you realize, Luana?" Hearing his sincere confession, Luana began to worry and asked, "What do you want to do, mayor?" He began to show a mad expression and said, "Don't you see? Of course, I will sacrifice you all for Valor the Great." After saying this, he began to control the corpses at his feet to attack Luana's group. The knights immediately entered combat mode. When a zombie lunged at them, it was cut in half by a knight with a sword. Behind, Luana began to use her blessing spells to strengthen the knights, but despite that, Luana started to worry too much, thinking she couldn't handle everything. She could only hold them off for now, but at that moment, it seemed that a knight in front also sensed her worry and quickly turned to ask Miss Luana, "Are you okay?" But suddenly, a zombie attacked from behind, and while Luana was surprised and unreactive, that knight grabbed her shoulder and threw her backward. All this indicated that the knights were holding back the zombies so she could escape. After hearing her story, Jack asked, "Valor? Is he the one I'm thinking of?" "I think so. It's a cult that seeks destruction and chaos. They worship the evil god Valor and usually commit murders and terrorist acts. But this makes me wonder even more. What are they trying to do at this party?" Meanwhile, Luana made a guess. "Just that. I think they want to perform a ritual. I saw some inscriptions on the statue behind the mayor that said, 'I offer this city as a sacrifice to Valor.' So, they are trying to use the whole city as a sacrifice." Jack said, "Did you hear that?" Luana asked, "Do you know anything else?" "They usually place statues of Valor throughout the city and sacrifice human bodies on them. The book the mayor had could be the catalyst to activate the energy of the statues." Also, Luana added, "After escaping the mansion, I tried to ask for help from the Assistance Corps, but I couldn't because the city was already locked down. I have to do something to stop this ritual." While speaking, Luana held her head and sighed. "I need to do something to stop this ritual," said Luana as she held her head and sighed. But just after, her face began to light up. Upon hearing Jack's voice, she said, "I will help you because this is something good, right?" Luana was glad to hear that, but then began to worry and asked, "Yes, but I'm worried you might be in danger if you get involved in this." Jack heard and didn't give it much importance. "It's okay. We will go to the mayor's mansion tomorrow night. Now you should go back to your room." After saying that, Jack opened the door and upon leaving, discovered that Han had been spying for a while. Upon being discovered, Han was startled. "Sir, I wasn't spying or anything." But at that moment, Jack didn't have time to scold him, because he also had a job he needed Han to do, right when there was something to do. Then, Jack began whispering in Han's ear, and at dusk the next day, the two, Jack and Luana, began to infiltrate the mayor's mansion. After eliminating several guards, they began to enter through the second-floor balcony. Then, Luana started to lead the way, Their target was the room that held the statue. After walking through several hallways, they finally arrived at the place. Here it is. This is the place where the Statue of Valor is kept. Although they were only outside, Jack already felt an uncomfortable sensation. Then both began to open the door to enter. Inside the room was already a person waiting. Upon seeing him, Jack asked, "Is this bald man the mayor?" Luana looked at him angrily and said, "Yes, he is the person who killed the deputy mayor." Upon hearing this, Jack didn't hesitate any longer. He drew his sword and attacked quickly. Jack's sword was at the man's neck, but suddenly Jack noticed something. He approached to investigate, and Luana, who was behind, worriedly said, "Be careful, Mr. Jack. We don't know when he might summon the undead." "You're wrong, Miss Luana. He is not responsible for this." While speaking, Jack kicked him and the man fell to the ground. At that moment, he was nothing more than a corpse, and moreover, a dark and terrifying aura came out of his mouth. Both began to follow the direction of that aura to see where it led. Then, Jack saw the shape of the real culprit. "I found him. This is the true responsible one." In front of the door was a man who began to speak. "I didn't expect you to come back alone." Jack might not have seen this man before, but Luana knew him very well because he was the deputy mayor who had died. Luana was surprised to see that he was still alive. She exclaimed, "Deputy Mayor." Jack, beside her, was also confused. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? I'm sure he died. "I don't understand what's going on here," said Luana. But suddenly, Luana noticed something. The mayor was holding a book in his hand, and the deputy mayor explained to clear up her doubts. "It is a book that contains the power of the evil god Valor. Its official name is the key to the sacrificial ritual, Miss Luana." Upon hearing this, Jack understood everything. "I finally understand what's happening here." The mayor had apparently been forced to obey the orders of that god before dying. He was not a servant of Valor, just a puppet of the deputy mayor. Hearing this, Luana's face filled with worry. "It can't be. And the knights? What have you done to them?" The deputy mayor laughed and said, "Ha, ha, you don't have to worry. I have already gathered all their bodies and thrown them to serve as food for the fish." Hearing the fate of her companions, Luana's face turned pale. Meanwhile, the deputy mayor began to ask, "But that guy is an AI, right? Is he part of Karamazov's secret protection force?" Jack replied, "No, he isn't. I have no connection with the CA or MAN organizations." "Then why are you here?" asked the deputy mayor. But before that question, Jack began to answer with a phrase that made him very angry. "I don't think a fool who believes in a talking fish should know that. Surely those words are lethal to evil sect types like these. A talking fish, it seems you long to be punished by Valor, right?" said the deputy mayor while clenching his fist tightly. But Jack remained calm, twirling his finger in his ear as if nothing was happening. "Do you think I'm crazy? Do you think I will accept punishment from a talking fish?" Those words made the deputy mayor's anger reach its peak. At that moment, there was no need to negotiate or plead. Then, the book in his hands began to glow and he said, "Fine, I will make you regret it with extreme pain before you die." After finishing speaking, a wave of mana began to burst from his body. It was terrifying, and then corpses began to appear behind him. "Kill that guy so the woman lives. I know how to use her," ordered the deputy mayor to his zombies. And immediately, the whole group began to launch an attack against Jack. Seeing this, Luana quickly used her blessing to increase Jack's strength. At that moment, Jack's dragon heart reacted with her divine power, and his eyes shone intensely. Then, his strength increased rapidly. With just a small movement, he was able to dodge the attack of those zombies, and taking advantage of still having the increased power, he used his speed and agility to cut each zombie. The power of the dragon heart combined with divine strength was a fearsome power. It could be said he won with every strike. No zombie could withstand Jack's second cut. The deputy mayor at the entrance paled, thinking, how is it possible that he defeats them so easily? At the same time, after Jack eliminated all the zombies in the room, he began to feel the abundant power inside his body. It seems his magic had returned a bit. Then Jack turned to the vice mayor and challenged him. "Is that all? Aren't you going to summon more monsters?" Those words further enraged the vice mayor. "You act arrogantly. Do you want to? It will be useless. The ritual is already complete." But Jack replied, "I don't think so." That response left the vice mayor speechless. "Look, I already searched and destroyed all the Valor statues at the party," said Jack. The vice mayor was confused. What tricks does Jack have? But upon hearing, Jack said those words and the vice mayor sighed in relief. "Even if you destroy the statues, that won't change anything." But Jack confidently replied, "If a cleric of the Kawidman Brotherhood acts on the statues, the power of the ritual will be reduced, right?" That phrase really left the vice mayor speechless and without a response. Meanwhile, Luana, who was always with Jack, also asked, "Really? So after destroying all the statues at the party, I just have to go and destroy that, right?" Jack looked at the statue floating in the air. At that moment, the vice mayor realized that if he didn't stop these two, his plan would be completely ruined. So he began ordering more zombies to capture those two. But those weak ones would only die when summoned, no matter how many there were. With just 2 cuts, Jack sent them to death for the second time. The vice mayor was stunned. He called his henchmen, but before they could attack even 3 seconds, they had already disappeared into the haunted house. But then, Jack decided not to fight anymore because the blessing time was about to run out. So he started carrying Luana and warned her it might hurt, so she shouldn't move. "Let's get out of here," he said. Luana was a little worried, but the door was blocked, and of course, if the main entrance is blocked, then we just need to exit through the back door, and the back door here is the window. Jack immediately ran to the nearest window and used his back to break the glass. But after seeing that they had escaped, the vice mayor could still smile. "Why are you running like that? I think we should change our plan a bit, right?" So the next morning, Jack's photo appeared on the breaking news. The witch Luana has murdered the mayor. At that moment, everyone began talking and whispering, unable to believe she had killed the mayor. It really was something terrible. But then, these 2 people also suddenly noticed Jack's photo and wondered, but this person is an AI, I don't know. But by his appearance, is he perhaps an accomplice of the witch? So after that, Jack took Luana to an alley and happily boasted that he had appeared in the newspaper. At that moment, he even began to feel proud, saying, "Ah, how great. I'm very handsome, no matter how they draw me." But Luana, who was beside him, disagreed and said, "This picture looks like Jack, but it's a bit strange. Surely the vice mayor saw his face, but I don't understand why he drew it like that." Jack kept chewing the bread while speaking. "I think he was just too lazy to draw. Besides, he threw the trash outside at the same time. At the same time, he told Luana not to worry anymore and to eat. We have to move soon." At that moment, Luana began to ask, "Where did you get the food from?" "I borrowed it from that bread stall over there," said Jack while looking toward a bread stand ahead. Luana, upon hearing that, was puzzled. "You stole it?" Jack responded with a resigned expression. "I had no choice. I can't buy anything in this situation." Hearing Jack's confirmation, Luana sat down, dejected and discouraged. She, a saint, had just become an accomplice of this guy. Seeing that she was upset, Jack said, "Don't be mad, I didn't steal it. I wrote down all the places where I took things." Luana was still a bit upset. "But that's not right. Don't you need the owner's permission? That wouldn't be realistic. If we follow social rules to the letter," said Jack. Luana puffed her cheeks, still unsatisfied. Then Jack pulled out his final card. "What if I come back and pay you double?" At that moment, Luana finally seemed to accept. But then she asked, "Wait, where is Han?" "I sent him on some errands. Don't worry." "So, where are we going now?" Luana asked while eating bread. "We have to look for the hidden valor statues around the village. Is there any way to find them?" "First, we'll go to the poor neighborhood. I have a good idea where they're hidden." So both started heading to the poor neighborhood. The first thing they did was look for that guy named Ba. They hadn't seen him in a long time. Jack's voice caught the attention of those present, and Ba, seeing both of them, exclaimed in surprise, "Witch, I always knew you were a puppet of the witch. Come on, brothers, let's run." After saying that, Ba started running backward with all his might. But to the misfortune of those useless guys, Jack only had to make a small, strong leap to catch up and block their way. "What's wrong with you? Do you think I'm going to kill you?" Jack said that with a mysterious smile, which chilled those guys to the bone. Then, Jack carried the 2 in front of Luana. She recognized them as the people who had previously attacked the merchant sup, but Jack noticed one was still missing. So he turned around and said back, "Don't you have any loyalty to your friends?" Those words made the one fleeing stop. "Damn it, why are wanted criminals like you roaming free like this?" Jack replied calmly, "Don't worry about us. Help us a little. I'm looking for someone named Kia." Upon hearing this, the other shook his head. "Helping you doesn't make me crazy, but of course, it won't be free." "I'll pay well," said Jack as he pulled out a sack of gold coins. "I'll give you this if you all answer my question. Money can make a person sell their soul, just like a moment ago." These guys still swore to death they wouldn't help, but seeing the money, their eyes changed instantly. They shone like puppies thirsty for milk. Jack, seeing these guys obey so docilely, here they also started asking, "Has anyone been sick or suddenly died recently?" As if their body had lost all vitality. The blonde-haired one frowned upon hearing this, as if he knew something. And then, his 2 accomplices, grandfather and grandson, stared at him intently, as if saying, "You speak." And with everyone's expectant gaze, the blonde-haired one suddenly turned his head. He said he didn't know the answer, which left his 2 accomplices speechless. Even Jack, at this moment, began to get annoyed. "I've already offered you a lot of money. Why are you acting like this?" Then, cheerfully, he grabbed the guy by the neck and asked again, "Don't you know yet?" While the 2 kept arguing, Luana behind began to kneel, begging. "I know it will be hard to believe, but this city is facing a great danger. If it continues like this, it will be a dead city. There have already been many undead during the night. Who knows when something even worse will happen?" But just as Luana spoke, the blonde-haired one shouted angrily, "Wasn't it because of you that those undead appeared? And if it weren't for that witch, my brother wouldn't be in this situation." Jack immediately caught this information. "I think the person we're looking for is your brother. Take me to your house," said Jack, but the blonde-haired one got even angrier upon hearing this. "What will you do to him?" Magic, who had been annoyed by the guy's lack of cooperation earlier, began grabbing the guy by the head. He dragged him to his house, while Luana looked on fearfully. Perhaps she had never seen someone beg for help like this. It didn't take long before they arrived at the guy's ruined house and also saw the brother in critical condition. "I did everything I could, but he won't recover unless we find the cause of the illness." "Who did this to him?" Luana asked. Jack was also curious. "Has he been in contact with anyone recently?" "Of course, I saw him," said the blonde-haired man. Jack asked again, "You saw him?" "Yes, it was him. The damn guy. The merchant you helped defeat. That bastard." Then the man began to tell everything that had happened. A few days ago, he came home later than usual and saw that his younger brother was not home. The boy is quite weak. Since they both live in an unmonitored slum area, he feared something had happened to the boy. He quickly went out to look for him and discovered a mysterious man attacking his brother with a knife. After a struggle, the blonde-haired man was able to clearly see his face. It was the merchant he mentioned before. "Yes, since that day, the boy has been in that condition," Jack said. "Huh. At first, the boy had no wounds and woke up shortly after, so I thought he would be fine, but gradually, he weakened and lost strength, and in a short time, he became like a vegetable." Hearing this, Jack asked again, "Is that why you asked me for help the first time we met?" "Exactly. I tried to steal the knife he used to attack my brother and agreed to hand it over in exchange for you telling me how to cure my brother. Of course, it had to be someone official, but the plan failed." Luana, who was beside him, heard these words, which clearly mocked her. But she could only say, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood your intentions. I just thought a weak person was being mistreated." These words angered the blonde-haired man even more. He kept firing quick questions at Luana. "Why? Why? Just because we attacked him? Or is it because I'm poor? Because I look like a thug? Is looking like that enough reason to discriminate between the weak and the strong?" These questions filled Luana's face with confusion and worry. She didn't know how to respond. Finally, Jack stood up to calm the atmosphere. He clapped to get everyone's attention and said, "Well, that's enough. She just lives the life of a noble and doesn't have much experience yet. So try to understand her," Jack said as he put his arm around the other young man's shoulder. But even though Jack spoke like that, the young man's face still showed a lot of difficulty. It seemed like it wasn't something he could easily forget. However, Jack also had a doubt and took the opportunity to ask, "Why don't you hate me?" The blonde-haired young man didn't understand well and Jack had to explain. "I mean, I betrayed you after she appeared. Shouldn't you hate me for that?" The blonde young man blushed a little and replied, "Because it was the first time someone said they would help me without asking for anything in return." After saying that, he blushed even more. Jack, beside him, let out a nervous laugh and shortly after making sure the brother's condition was stable, they both began to leave the house. At that moment, Jack asked, "What do you think about all this?" Luana listened and began to stroke her chin, thinking, then said, "While I was healing him, instead of feeling vitality, I felt the disgusting energy of valor. I guess he's a follower of Valor." Jack, after hearing this, decided, "Then I suppose we should start there." Luana asked, "Did you find anything?" "First, let's go there." Their destination was the merchant's house. At that moment, he was happily organizing his things, unaware that something terrible was about to happen to him. Suddenly, a loud noise caught his attention. Then he opened the basement and went down to investigate. How strange. Could it be rats? And just then, Jack suddenly appeared, leaned on his shoulder, and said, "Long time no see, right?" Upon seeing Jack, the merchant paled. What are you doing here?" But before he could think much, Jack gave him bad news. "Get ready to suffer all day. Don't worry, no one will bother us this time." Then Jack leaned close to his ear and whispered, "You saw that girl, right? The angel who protected you. Today she has returned as the angel of hell to punish you." Thus began the beating and official interrogation. With a kick, Jack made the merchant roll toward the statue. The young blonde man took several hits and still didn't react, asking, "Why are you doing this to me? Does anyone know? You're not asking the fish behind, right?" Jack answered sarcastically, but seeing the other didn't respond, he hit him several more times. "Still don't understand?" Then he dealt 2 more blows. Now the merchant understood that if he didn't explain himself, he would be finished, so he quickly said, "Wait, don't think I'm a follower of Valor. I'm not." Hearing this, Jack wasn't very surprised. "I know, you're not a follower. You're a miserable, who clings to Valor's followers just to get some crumbs." These words hit the merchant's heart, and he gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, Luana remained silent, watching how Jack handled the situation. But then her eyes widened as Jack slowly drew his sword. "Jack, wait, why are you drawing your sword? Luana asked worriedly. Jack replied, now that we've found that damn statue. Jack said, now that we've found that cursed statue. So I don't need this guy anymore. Luana, after hearing this, still showed doubt on her face. It seemed that seeing someone get killed in front of her was still too shocking. But despite that, she still didn't speak up to stop it. Sup also knew that, if he didn't say something useful now, his life would be over today. So after a few seconds of intense thinking, he said, all right, I know where the other statues are. This really sparked some interest in Jack, who immediately grabbed the guy by the shirt and asked where they were. Sup also knew he had bet well with this information, so he would be safe for now. He even became more arrogant and said, do you think I'll tell you so easily where those statues are? Then he began to threaten Jack. If you touch me even with a finger, I won't tell them anything. I won't tell them where the statues are. But Jack, upon hearing this, began to look at him with an expression, as if he was looking at an idiot who doesn't know his place. That look also made Sup feel confused, wondering, why are you looking at me like that? Do you finally understand the current situation, idiot and thug? I should have finished you and those damn neighborhood guys a long time ago. Hearing this, I really had to admire Sup's IQ. I don't know where he got the courage to say those words, and at the same time, his words also shocked Luana. So this is really your true self, Sup? Luana said with a smile full of contempt. Do you still think I'm a naive idiot? You're a stupid idiot. That's why they call you the witch. Her words made Luana wonder even more. Why are you doing this? You said you don't even worship Valor, right? Sup sneered and continued. Of course, it's for money. They offered me a large sum, just to transfer vital energy to the AI statue. How could I refuse such a juicy offer? This old shop and the time I've spent here. It's all for my father and grandfather. This is my chance to end it all, Luana. Hearing this, her face turned purple. It was probably the first time she truly saw someone's despicable true nature. Meanwhile, Sup continued saying, I've dragged this out too long. Now let me go. I'll tell you where Valor's statues are when I get out of here. Sup spoke with a very confident voice, sure that he had victory in his hands. But unfortunately for him, Jack responded coldly. Oh, what's wrong? I've changed my mind. These words made Sup's face freeze. The smile on his lips disappeared, and in front of him, Jack began to brandish the knife in his hand and said, You are going to die now, Sup. These words left Sup paralyzed, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. What, if it weren't for me, the statues and the places? But Jack didn't let him finish and interrupted him. I could find them without you, and you don't even know where they are, right? While saying this, Jack grabbed his shirt and lifted him off the ground. At that moment, Jack's face was full of murderous intent, and Sup knew he was not joking. That's why he began to beg Luana. Miss Luana, please help me. Am I not the one at a disadvantage? Don't Widman officers have the mission to protect the weak? But what I said before was not with that intention. Meanwhile, Jack turned to look at Luana to see how she would react in this situation. Sup kept begging, but those words made Luana start to tremble. Then she took a deep breath and said coldly, Kill him. Those words were like a death sentence, making Sup's face turn purple. Upon hearing Luana's decision, Jack hesitated no longer. Slowly, he raised the sword in his hand, and amid Sup's screams and pleas, Jack attacked Luana. She had already turned her face away because she didn't want to witness this scene, but then Jack's voice began to resonate, making her startle. Never let him see you again. It turns out Jack was not finished yet. He had only wounded Chote's hand as punishment. After that, both began to return to the blonde-haired Tet's house. This would temporarily be their refuge, and at the same time, in Luana's mind, there were countless thoughts after witnessing everything that had happened. But Jack also knew that her mind was very confused now, so he approached to ask her, Are you okay? While speaking, Jack offered Cho a piece of bread. He didn't know if it was stolen or bought. Upon hearing Jack's question, Luana raised her head and said, I feel like I keep making wrong decisions. Sap Timmy. I trusted the opposing side. Just based on what I heard about them, I thought the market issue was also a setup. Mrs. Kana always said I shouldn't let that guy cloud my vision. While speaking, her face became even paler. Seeing this, Jack also comforted her. Do you feel guilty? I'm fine, so you don't have to feel guilty for me. Hearing those words, Luana's mood stabilized a bit and said, I'm sorry. I guess this time I'll have to ask for your advice. Jack, upon hearing that, was chewing the bread and said, I don't think I have any advice to comfort you, so you'll have to solve it yourself. Whatever you do, time will heal all wounds. Self-flagellation brings no benefit. It only makes one suffer. These words, wise and full of experience, really surprised Luana. You are much more mature than I imagined, she said. Then Luana proposed, So, shall we now look for the other statues? Yes, I roughly know where they are, Jack replied. Upon hearing this, Luana's face saddened a bit. I'm sorry, I can't help you at all. What are you saying? From now on, you will be the protagonist, Jack said. And those words also surprised Luana a little. Then, That night, they broke into somewhere once again. Afterward, there was another fight that left the usual guards unconscious, and then they entered the room with the statue. At that moment, Luana asked how he knew it would be there. Jack answered, "Because those guys were hired with money, like the money I received. Now you just need to channel your sacred energy into this brush and this painting." Upon hearing this, Luana quickly took the brush, channeled her divine energy into it, and handed it back to Jack. Then Jack quickly drew lunar symbols all over the statue's body, making it a bit less powerful. Finally, he asked Luana to channel her sacred energy into the statue once more. But this seemed too simple, which worried Luana. "Is that it? Are we leaving it like this?" she asked. "Yes, don't worry," Jack replied. "The sacred energy has already been absorbed. Let's move on." Saying this, Jack turned and left, while Luana still hesitated, looking at the statue and thinking, can this really stop the ritual? At the same time, somewhere else, Whitehair was running with Han at full speed, almost making him vomit. "Mr. Whitehair, I've lost." But suddenly, Whitehair realized something and without hesitation threw Han, causing him to fall face first to the ground. "Sorry, I have to go first." Saying this, he left as fast as the wind. Han, for his part, still didn't understand anything. "Why all of a sudden, Mr. Whitehair? How can you leave me here?" Saying this, Han felt a chill, as if hundreds of eyes were staring at him from behind. This also scared Han a lot. He quickly ran after Whitehair to return to Jack. At that moment, Luana also had many thoughts in her mind, wondering if what she was doing now was right. "Since then, I've always been searching for those statues and doing what," Jack said. "I don't know what those ancient symbols he drew on the statues are." And when Luana thought about this, suddenly a growl ahead caught her attention. "It's been quite a while since we encountered a zombie, right? This one seems a bit different from last time." Then Jack also noticed the slowness of this zombie, and he continued, thinking it over. "It seems slower and walks more strangely than before. Thank God, it seems what we've done is already working." While speaking, Jack reached out to knock down the zombie. The number of zombies wandering the city, due to the ritual, has surely decreased, and it's all thanks to you, Miss Luana. Hearing this, Luana was so happy she almost cried. She clasped her hands and said, "Thank God, how lucky that Jack is here." Seeing her expression, he also felt happy. His expression wasn't so lively. Seeing those ancient symbols, she was quite worried about those lunar symbols, right? Jack's words startled Luana and made her feel a little embarrassed. "Sorry, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just that I had never heard of this method in CA with man. But I can't believe it's so powerful. The person who created those ancient symbols is a genius." "Do you really believe that?" Jack said. "I think it's time to deal with the main statue in the market leader's house." Hearing this, Luana began to worry and asked if it would be okay. Jack remained very confident and said they had already destroyed all the statues at the party over the past few days, so the ritual's power must have weakened considerably. The market sub-leader is probably in the leader's house. It's very possible he planned to use that place as the ritual's center. Saying this, Jack decided, all right, let's go. So once again, they began to infiltrate the market leader's mansion. Using Luana's sensory ability, they found the room containing the statue. "This is the place. I can clearly feel abnormal energy behind this door." Hearing this, Jack said, "Miss Luana, please stay back. Let me go first." Saying this, Jack began to slowly open the door, but no one expected that. Before the door fully opened, a magical attack came from inside. This unexpected attack really surprised them both, but fortunately, it didn't hit anyone. "That really took me by surprise," said Jack, while Luana, behind him, asked worriedly, "Are you okay, Jack?" Jack smiled and replied, "I'm fine. That poor attack is nothing, but the most important thing is that it's strange that I can't sense their attackers." According to Jack's gaze, at the entrance there were two specters with sides floating in the air. Seeing their form, Luana got very scared. Demons? Can a high-level monster be here? And on the opposite side, the demon, seeing that both were unharmed after the first attack, launched another attack, but Jack easily blocked this second attack. At the same time, he felt a bit disappointed because they only knew how to attack from behind. "I thought they would be a bit better," said Jack, and then, with 2 slashes, he deflected the scythe, and with 2 more cuts, he eliminated them. That sent them to the beyond. And what surprised Jack the most was, what kind of demonic assassins attack head-on like that? But suddenly, the shadow beneath Jack's feet began to lengthen, and something started to emerge from within it. Seeing this, Luana quickly warned, "Jack, behind you." Jack turned and saw a demon preparing to attack him from behind, but that was not enough to challenge a demon king like him. "Your assassination skills are nothing, but when facing an opponent like me," said Jack, and launched a slash that cut the demon in 2. After seeing that both demons had been eliminated, Luana asked worriedly, "What's going on? Why can demons appear here?" "What's going on? Why can demons appear here?" Luana asked. Jack thought that probably the Valor had already summoned them, This made Luana wonder even more. She couldn't believe the ritual had lost so much power. At that moment, a voice answered her question. Wasn't there only one answer? Our ritual has not lost power at all. When this voice sounded, the entire building began to shake violently. Fragments of the building started falling from the ceiling. Yes, Jack began to understand the problem. The building was collapsing. It seemed it was only the facade of the ritual. That phrase startled Luana. What does that mean? Was everything we did for nothing? Of course it was not in vain. First, we have to get out of here. Jack began to cover his sword with magic and then plunged the sword into the ground. Then he created a shockwave that launched toward the front wall. He made it explode. Hold on tight, said Jack as he grabbed Luana by the waist. Then they began to jump out of the building before it exploded. Thanks to their quick reaction, Jack and Luana managed to escape the building safely, but now they faced a greater danger. It seemed the ritual was about to be completed. While the entire building had collapsed from the shaking, the statue of the evil god Valor still floated. Even now, it emitted an even more terrifying aura. At that moment, behind the two conspirators, including the vice mayor, also spoke. Isn't it beautiful, Luana? Hearing his voice, she turned to him, pronouncing each word clearly. Vice Mayor Hung, I don't hate that title, but why don't you call me by my name from now on? My name is Alex Groteam. Why do you make that face? Don't you like the view you see? Alex spoke with a very satisfied expression about what he had achieved. Then he continued. I have the feeling the ritual was interrupted. Sorry, but the scribbles you made on the statue had no effect. Luana, hearing that, asked confused. How do you know? Because I helped you. I placed soldiers around to guide you to the statue. It wasn't easy to bring you here by force, so I made sure you came on your own by making you think you had completely stopped the ritual. I thought you would come to destroy the statue in the end, because I heard you were going to destroy the other statues and then come back. Did you happen to hear that? Jack asked Alex, but he didn't answer. He continued explaining his plan. You should be grateful. I didn't put any effort into making the ritual more convenient for you too. In a few hours, humanity and this city will become our army. So, Luana, you must respect us. While saying this, Alex extended his hand inviting Luana. After hearing Alex's plan, she bit her lips softly and said, I won't let you fulfill your wish. Hearing that, Alex knew the negotiation was over, so he began to use his power. You didn't give me another choice, right? Then I'll use force, he said as he ordered the zombies to surround the two. In dangerous moments like this, people usually say farewell words. Luana did something similar. Thank you, Jack. Why? Jack asked confused. Without you, I would already be dead. So run. I'll try to stop him with all my strength. Then Jack said, Are you thanking me instead of blaming me for giving you false hope? Alex interrupted their sentimental conversation. If you don't know anything, don't pretend you do. Jack replied confidently. But I know that ridiculous seal you drew will have no effect. And you helped us bring Luana to us. Hearing this, Alex also felt confused. You speak as if it's true. Why do you do what I want? I need time. Jack said this phrase softly. Alex, meanwhile, was still surprised. He still didn't understand the meaning of those words when suddenly a loud explosion was heard behind. That explosion also calmed Jack because the person he was looking for was already arriving. Do I need time for that man? But I guess you don't know who they mean. Don't you know what a killing machine called Whitehair is? You're going to finish off that old man, right? Hearing that name, Alex's face filled with confusion, and he was sweating profusely. It's impossible that he has returned. He surely already left this city. I told you he would come back, Jack said with a very carefree voice. These words enraged Alex to the point of grinding his teeth. At that moment, he also knew that now he only had to risk everything. Then, he used all his strength and the power of that book. No matter how strong that bastard was, he would be powerless if trapped in the ritual. Saying this, the book in Alex's hands began to glow intensely, and right after, a giant column of water burst out behind the two, Jack and Luana. Then, that column of water transformed into the shape of a huge serpent. Seeing it, Jack warned Luana not to be scared and to stay behind him. But Luana was not just there to fill space. She immediately used her divine power to increase Jack's strength. I am a candidate priestess of Carry Man. I will fight too, she said with a voice full of determination. Hearing this, Jack smiled and said, You really are reliable. Then, Jack also took a combat stance. At the same time, in front, the huge water serpent approached, right in front of him. Then, it was seen, the serpent opening its mouth very wide, trying to swallow them both in one bite. But Jack raised his sword and stabbed it into the serpent's throat. Finally, a great explosion occurred. Seeing this scene, Alex also began to look away, as if thinking the battle was over. Moreover, at that moment he did not forget to add some comments. That strike also cost you a lot of mana, but it was quite satisfying. No one can survive. Who? He barely finished speaking when Jack's voice echoed. Is that all you've got? After saying this, both Jack and Luana began to come out of the water. Seeing the scene, Alex was so surprised that he opened his mouth. How is this possible? Surely the person was hit head-on. To answer this question, Jack began to explain. No matter how large the column of water is, if you reduce the pressure, it's nothing more than a gentle waterfall. But just as he was explaining this, Jack suddenly realized something and his voice began to change. Here he is, the killing machine, Whitehair. At that moment, Whitehair's body was covered in blood and emanated a lethal aura. Someone is about to die. Alex barely saw Whitehair's figure and began to tremble, but still tried to look dangerous. Whitehair will surely make you a sacrifice. But before he finished speaking, Whitehair quickly approached, raised his sword, and forced that man to drop the book and run away. At the same time, as soon as the book slipped from Alex's hands and fell to the ground, the face on the cover began to scream, shrieking like a pig being slaughtered. Whitehair, hearing the deafening noise, stabbed him in the throat. After receiving that blow, the book fell silent, leaving it unclear whether it was dead or not. This sick and disgusting artifact is truly revolting. Whitehair began to say with contempt as he looked at the face on the book, but at that moment, suddenly the statue floating in the air began to undergo a transformation. First, the base beneath its feet began to fall. Then, a tremor occurred. Seeing this, Alex started laughing hysterically, as if he were mad. Ha, ha, it has finally begun. The day of God's judgment has come. Whitehair pointed his sword at him and said mockingly, The book has already been destroyed. How can this be possible? The book has already been destroyed. How can this be possible? Although Alex had a sword pointed at him, he remained very confident and said that as long as the vital energy had drained into the ground, the ritual would start automatically, and once begun, nothing could stop it. The ritual would not stop until the entire city had been consumed. Now, an underground current transmitting Valor's energy was emerging to the surface, but for some reason, just as he mentioned this, the tremor suddenly stopped. As it appeared suddenly, Alex, seeing the situation, began to be perplexed. Why? Why is nothing happening? At that moment, Jack also began to explain, Do you want to know why the magical seal I drew on the statues is real? They are authentic magical seals that interrupted the ritual. See, it's a brief but wonderful feeling of hope, Jack said with a wide smile. So the outcome of the battle was that the ritual was stopped and Alex was captured. The next morning, all the citizens of the city returned to their daily lives unaware that they had just overcome a great danger. At that moment, Jack's group and Luana's group were also preparing to part ways. Before saying goodbye, Wage began to speak. Thank you, Jack. Thank you very much. Jack, I was able to quickly detect that Miss Luana was in danger thanks to your notes. I'm glad nothing bad happened. Before I arrived here, Jack heard that and quickly replied. I just calculated the time Han would find the Lord, mainly thanks to Han, who worked tirelessly to find him. Well, we're leaving now. As he spoke, Jack extended his hand to shake Luana's in farewell. Luana, although a bit sad, said, You can rest a little longer at the temple, but I must go. My next destination is already decided. Thus, both groups officially parted ways. Luana's group returned to the temple. At that moment, Luana revealed to Wire some information she had heard. I heard from Han that Lord Jack is the eldest son of the Steelwind family. This information even surprised Wire, who always remains calm. You mean he is a distinguished descendant of the kingdom of the Steelwind family? Yes, although I don't know if he said it jokingly or seriously. Wire, upon hearing this, began stroking his chin thoughtfully. I understand. So we shouldn't mention Jack in the report. If they find out he taught us the magic seals that interrupted the ritual, Valor will hunt us down to catch him. Yes, that's right, said Luana. Then, Wire also said goodbye to Luana to go report everything to the Pope, and just after Wire left, a mysterious shadow appeared behind Luana. Then a voice began to sound, Are you Miss Luana? Hearing that voice, Luana turned around and asked, Who are you? In front of her, the person smiled and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Zenat. Luana, upon hearing this, already had an idea of who that person was. Are you perhaps the distinguished holy knight sent from heaven to help? Zenat replied, It is an honor for me, as an outsider, to offer my voluntary help to Cowardmen. But suddenly, Luana had a doubt. How do you know who I am? Have we met before? Me? Others told me you were like that. I intended to introduce myself where there were more people, but you don't seem well. Me? Luana asked doubtfully. Yes. Sorry if I was rude, but it seems you are worried about something. If you want, I can listen to your concerns. Luana quickly shook her hand. No, thank you. I'm not particularly worried about anything. I think it's because I'm tired. That's why I seem worried. Ren, who had just met this person, showed a little impatience at her excessive worry, so he lowered his tone and said, I have no intention of holding you if you're tired. Please, rest. It was a pleasure meeting you. Hearing these words from him, Luana also left immediately, but because of that, she couldn't see Ren's terrifying and gloomy face. something had changed. He began to murmur. Meanwhile, near the mining city of Seoul, Jack's group was moving and at the same time starting to fight, mainly training Han to increase his strength. At that moment, Han had just defeated a giant monster. Although this left him exhausted, Jack, seeing him, also congratulated him. "Now you've killed several big monsters, Han." Hearing this, he began to smile shyly. But just then, a voice calling for help caught both their attention. Then, right in front of them, a small young man was being chased by a group of goblins, so Jack intervened to save him. With a single sword strike, he killed 4 goblins. This scene made the fleeing young man stop abruptly. Then he turned and said, "Thank you for saving me." At that moment, Han, beside him, asked, "Why were the goblins chasing you?" The young man began scratching his head and laughing, saying, "I'm in a training course to become a scout." Hearing this, both Jack and Han were intrigued about scout training. The boy, noticing they didn't understand well, began to explain in more detail. "Currently, I'm a miner, but my dream is to become a scout. I'm in the middle of training." Just as he finished saying this, a loud voice was heard from behind. "Hey, come here quickly. You still can't kill even one goblin?" It was the voice of a man with an annoyed face, and the young man, after hearing the reprimand, responded hurriedly, "Yes, I'm coming right away. By the way, what's your name?" "I'm sure I'll repay you someday. My name is Snitch." Hearing this, Jack said, "All right, Jack is my name. See you later." Saying this, Snitch returned to the man, while Han remained doubtful. An instructor for scouts? I'd never heard of that profession. Jack didn't pay much attention to this topic and, scratching his ear, said, "All right, enough talking, let's fight that monster." According to Jack's gaze, behind Han, there was a giant monster ready to attack him with a club. Returning to Snitch, they both were heading towards a mine. The man in front began to speak in an annoyed tone. "Come on, use mana to move." Snitch responded quickly, but right after, and his foot hit a protruding rock and he fell to the ground. This irritated the man even more. "How many times are you going to fall? I can't take it anymore. Training ends here." These words made Snitch, hugging his knees, startle. "Fine, disappear from my sight," said the man. Snitch, confused, replied, "Wait, I want to train more." Just as he tried to follow the annoyed man, suddenly, a small mole bumped into his feet. This made Snitch wonder where that mole had come from. "It's the collapse mine. This place can be dangerous," said the boy. Saying this, Snitch sat down and spoke to the small creature in front of him. "This place is very dangerous. You should go back to your family, okay?" Then Snitch began to walk away, but when he took a step, the small mole also took a step behind him. He took 2 steps, and the mole followed with 2 steps. This didn't seem normal to Snitch. He turned and asked, "Why are you following me? Don't tell me you have nowhere to go back to." But after saying this, the mole didn't react, which caused Snitch a headache. "What do I do now?" "Is that so? You want to come with me?" Scene changed to where Jack and Han are. At that moment, both were having dinner inside a restaurant. Han was the first to speak. "Mr. Jack, I've always been curious about something. On the way here, why did you choose Seoul as the next destination? When we left Patti, you said that would be our next place." Han spoke while eating. This sentence surprised Jack a little. "You still remember? I didn't expect that." "I'm not so foolish as to forget what just happened," Han said. Meanwhile, Jack began to explain the reason. "Well, it's because that day," said Jack. Han, hearing this, asked curiously, "What day?" "You won't understand even if I tell you, but I guess you could call it the day when Seoul was destroyed by the god of destruction. Now, hello." We return to Snorch. At this moment, he is also thinking about what name to give the mole he just found. Let's see, what name should I give first? Mariette, Nori, no, something more elegant. Now, your name will be Now M. Snorch lifted Now M while talking. At the same time, inside the mine, the frowning trainer was having a meeting with a mysterious man. First, the mysterious man threw a bag to the frowning trainer. The bag was full of gold and money. The trainer, after checking it, began to smile and said, "So, our deal is closed. Now I'll make sure that idiot has caught the mole. That way, I'll end this farce with him." The mysterious man on the other side replied, "Thanks for your help. With your support, I think I'll be able to carry out my plan." We returned to Jack and Han. The next morning, both were walking around the city. At that moment, Han was distracted by the exaggerations of many deceptive merchants. "Look at this stone. It appears only once every 1,000 years. Without a doubt, those exaggerated advertisements caught Han's attention. But just as he was about to ask for more information, a lady behind started promoting, "Hey, handsome, you look amazing wearing this." While speaking, she held up a very flashy shirt. Even the man selling meat next door didn't want to be left behind and said to the young man, "Try this. It's grilled meat marinated with a very special spice." While speaking, he held up a freshly grilled pork thigh with a delicious aroma. As a result, With just a few words, Han was led like a chick. Even at that moment, he was still happily bragging to Jack. "Mr. Jack, what do you think? I look great with this, don't I? And this grilled meat is amazing." Seeing this, Jack was speechless, not knowing how to respond. People like him, no matter how much money they have, always end up spending it all at the market. But just as Jack thought this, he heard a voice that caught his attention. "I always knew Snorch would be tricked at some point." Then, a miner responded to this man. "You say the master adventurer retired, right?" The old man, hearing that, replied annoyed. "Don't make me talk about that." The blow was so hard that Snorch didn't even leave the house. After hearing this story, Jack began to reflect. Snorch, isn't that his name? Then he remembered the words and the trainer's attitude and understood why he didn't like him. It turned out he was a scammer. While Jack was just starting to think about this, Han had already bought a bunch of other things. "Mr. Jack, you should try this. It's delicious." At that moment, Han had many foods in his hands. He said try this, although Jack didn't really know exactly what he meant. Han's expression also left Jack speechless. Looking at that expression, he seemed even more like a scammer. Scene changed tonight in an ordinary house. Snorch was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling with a vacant look. He didn't react until he heard Now M's noise, then showed some response. "What's up, Now M? Are you bored?" Snorch said while reaching out to pet Now M, and he really enjoyed that. This image slightly lifted Snorlax's mood. "What a good life you have. You can be happy without worrying about anything." Snorlax said this while scratching his belly, which made Gnome very happy. But these innocent words also made Gnome a little angry. The boy started jumping on Snorlax's face and scratching his hair. Snitch, seeing this, quickly shouted, "Are you getting revenge because I said you don't know how to think?" But suddenly, at that moment, the sound of a door opening was heard, which surprised Snitch. He woke up startled and sat up, asking, "Who's there?" But no one answered. From Snorlax's view, the front door was completely open, but there was no one outside either, which made Snorlax wonder. How could the door open by itself? Thinking this, Snorlax reached out to close the door. But at the same time, he felt a strange sensation. He had the impression someone had been there. Or am I mistaken? Snorlax thought silently, unaware that behind him there was already a dark shadow. Meanwhile, Jack and Han were playing so intensely that they forgot about time and the world. They didn't pay attention to the time, and when they looked, it had already been dark for a while. Suddenly, at that moment, Jack saw a shadow running fast over the rooftops. There were 4 people. It seemed they had kidnapped someone. Han also saw the scene and began to worry. Han asked, "Mr. Jack, what is that?" Jack calmly replied, "Don't you see? It's that person." Then Jack suddenly discovered something that surprised him. "Isn't that the boy I saw before? Why are they holding him when he was already tricked by that old master adventurer? Is it a kidnapping? They look suspicious. Should we chase them or not? It could be an opportunity to do something good," Jack thought and decided. Then he threw the food to Han and told him to return to the inn first. "What about you?" Han, worried, asked, "Should I stay here?" Jack said, "I have to go for a moment." With that, Jack used all his speed to chase those guys. To Han's amazement, with a single jump, Jack jumped directly onto the roof and continued chasing them. While chasing them, he didn't forget to shout, "Hey, wait a moment. I have something to say about the package you're carrying. Do you see it?" But the kidnappers had no intention of talking or stopping. One of them even quickly pulled out a knife and threw it at Jack. Of course, Jack could clearly see that useless attack. He even caught the knife before it reached him and threw it back, aiming at the one holding Snitch. The kidnapper, after receiving the knife, lost his balance and fell rolling off the roof. The others tried to chase him, but Jack had already caught up with them. Jack asked calmly, "Who were you?" But the kidnappers didn't want to talk. The leader, who was holding Snorlax, ordered to kill him. After that order, 2 henchmen jumped at Jack. Jack thought, "These guys don't want to talk, they just want to fight, and that gives me a headache, damn bastards." "When I ask, please answer," said Jack while dodging a knife. Then he punched one of them, leaving him lying on the ground. Another kidnapper quickly approached from the side and swung a cut, but Jack easily dodged it. Then he kneed him in the nose, breaking it. Seeing that his 2 henchmen were easily defeated, the leader immediately got scared. This annoyed Jack a bit. Damn it, they complicate everything. While speaking, he jumped onto the roof to continue the chase. Thus began the hunt. Although Theo is a person, he still runs fast like a dog, and so both continue chasing each other. Until they exit the forest, the leader immediately runs into the mine. Then he disappears inside just as Jack tries to enter to chase Theo. But he is stopped by 3 henchmen who appear out of nowhere to block his way. These guys only show up to bother Jack. "Who are you? Are you copies of those other guys, or what?" Jack says in a somewhat desperate tone, while these 3 act exactly like the previous ones. They say nothing, just raise their knives and attack. But of course, these weaklings are no match for Jack. Jack only needs 1 strike from his sword to send them to smell the dirt. But at the same time, he doesn't notice something strange happening. Although they are assassins, their skills are too good. Where could they come from? The reason I came to this city is because of a disaster about to happen. But I don't know how these guys suddenly appeared. Is it a coincidence or could it be? Thinking this, Jack begins to interrogate one of the kidnappers in front. Are you connected to the destroyer god? While Jack continues interrogating the kidnappers outside, Snitch, who is inside, begins to wake up after being awakened by Nam. Where are we? Snitch asks in a sleepy voice. But before Snitch can get his bearings, a hand grabs Nam, the one acting as the leader of the kidnappers, whom Snorch had seen. Seeing his friend grabbed, Snorch shouts hurriedly, "Let go of Nam." The leader pays no attention to Snorch's pleas. He grabs him by the neck with one hand and lifts him into the air. Interesting. I thought you were a coward. But is it because of your special relationship with this rat? He says with a smile. While Nam is in his hand, he keeps squealing, scared. Then, it seems the leader gets tired and throws Snorch into a corner. To be honest, until now, Snorch still doesn't understand what's going on. Coughing after the blow, he asks, "What are you saying?" After those words, Snorch suddenly realizes they are in the collapsed mine. His hand touches the rocks, as if searching for something. Suddenly, the leader's voice echoes, "What are you looking for over there?" Hearing this, Snorch turns with a terrified face. But before he can answer, the leader explains, "Your face clearly shows." "How do you know?" "There's nothing special. It's just that your eyes are full of sadness and despair, as if you're looking at your father's grave." "Do you know my father?" Snorch asks. "Yes, I'm very familiar with him," says the leader pointing ahead. Then he continues, "That is the sealing stone, which keeps the beast of the mine locked up." Both see a stone with strange inscriptions trapped among other rocks. While working in the mine, your father touched that stone and awakened the beast. That's why the mine and its surroundings collapsed and buried your father. "Don't you feel pain? Don't you feel bitterness in your heart?" says the leader, making Snorch's body tremble. He doesn't know if it's from pain or awakening, but this reaction from Snorch pleases the leader greatly. Now he just needs to add a little more provocation. So he leans close to Snorch's ear and says, "The one who stole your father and caused the collapse is the beast of the mine." These words awaken anger and fury inside Snorch. His face turns like that of a rabid dog, ready to attack. The leader feels that's enough provocation. Then he brings Nam in front of Snorch. Nam's expression looked like that of a rabid dog, ready to attack. The leader also felt the provocation was enough. So he then started to bring Nam in front of Snorch. Then he said, "Now, deliver your verdict for the monster you hate." Hearing that, he began to get confused. What is he saying? Why now? The leader on this side also began to explain, "He is the one responsible for the earthquake that killed your father. That is the monster of the mine. It seems you now also understand what this man is saying." So the boy's tears began to flow, while Snorch's expression was one of total confusion. He was shocked and worried by this unexpected news. The leader on this side kept smiling and spoke. "He killed your father and then pretended to be your family. Surely he's secretly mocking you. Now, hurry and pass your judgment on that damn monster." And when Snitch heard this, his face also began to change, and a red glow appeared in his eyes. Back to Jack, he was still cursing the recent kidnappers. Damn them. Who would have thought that just when I was asking about... Now, he made it explode right after I asked. Even the way it exploded was spectacular. Almost all my clothes were burned. Those killers also know how to use fire magic, and they even carried artifacts with them. Above all, they are connected to Noam, who is really behind them. Thinking about this, Jack ran toward the mine entrance, but at the same time, a terrifying power emerged from inside it. Jack immediately drew his sword and took a combat stance to prepare for any situation. But then Jack was surprised, because the person who came out of the mine was Snorch. Although his appearance was very different, his hair and eyes glowed red, and his face was full of rage. Seeing this appearance, one word appeared in Jack's mind, Naum. Then Jack asked him, "Is your name Snorch? Weren't you already kidnapped? And what is that aura surrounding you?" Jack's questions echoed, but Snorch remained motionless, as if disconnected. This made Jack a little suspicious. The boy didn't respond, as if he had no consciousness at all. If that's the case, Jack continued, "Have you heard of someone named Naum?" Hearing this question, Snorch began to react. He pressed his lips and roared with fury. Then the ground began to shake, and numerous sharp stone pillars were launched toward Jack. Luckily, he managed to dodge them in time. Snorch's aggression made Jack think, does Snorch really have this temperament? No, normally he is known as a very intelligent person, but now it seems he's so furious he's lost reason. While thinking this, Jack began to dodge among the stone pillars, and to Snorch's surprise, Jack lunged in front of him and said, "If you don't want bloodshed, it's best that both of you accept this." While speaking, Jack brandished his mana-filled sword, and instantly, Snorch raised a stone pillar to protect himself. Unfortunately, when it clashed with the mana sword, the column broke as if it were a sponge. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jack punched and stepped back. Curiously, that blow would have knocked down any normal person, but the boy's body had probably become more resilient. At that moment, Snitch realized his opponent was tough and began to focus more power. Then, several stone columns were thrown at Jack, but before they could grow, Jack crushed them all. However, through this, Jack could feel the power of the columns increasing. If we let the boy keep growing like this, he will probably awaken as a tyrant who will dominate the world. If that's the case, I need to finish this before he gets stronger. Thinking this, the sword in Jack's hand shone brightly, and Jack launched an attack on Snitch. Snitch didn't fall behind either. Seeing Jack advance, he created a true forest of stone columns to block his path. But this still wasn't enough to slow Jack down every time a stone column appeared. He only needed to use his sword to cut it, and so Jack was able to get close to Snitch once again. And just as Jack launched his decisive move to defeat Snitch, a sword blocked his attack. The one who intervened was the leader of the kidnappers' group, so you better value your life. Killing others will condemn you to hell. Saying this, he swung his sword and pushed Jack back. At that moment, Jack asked, "Are you the one who made Snorch like this?" The leader laughed and said, "Isn't it great?" Hearing the leader's claim, Jack was convinced of his hypothesis. It seemed you had fused that boy with some mythological creature of Earth. You're the tyrant of Earth, Naum, right? Jack's words left the leader confused. How did he know the name Naum? That boy had given the name to a mythological creature never revealed to any AI. But where did you hear this story? The AI knows. But my livelihood depends on this secret, so I can't say anything. Hearing this, the leader said no more and began to use his power. So that's how it is? I have no choice. I'll just use force to settle this. Saying this, he began channeling energy into his body. Then, his muscles began to grow, swelling until they tore his clothes. Finally, after completing the transformation, he had become a huge guy like Hulk, but he didn't plan to use that form to fight in front of you, he said, addressing Jack. Maybe because his form was so ugly. Snorch, who was behind, seeing this, got furious and jumped to attack the leader. But the huge guy, after transforming, had greatly increased his strength. When Snorch lunged, he used one hand to firmly grab Snorch's face. "Are you afraid of me? How pathetic. But I don't have time for you now." Saying this, he threw Snorch like a toy. This action made Jack, beside him, wonder, "Are you sure it's okay to do that? Didn't you put all your effort into him?" And this big guy doesn't seem very concerned. "Don't worry, he's so furious he's lost all consciousness. After dealing with you, I'll go after him. Now that the obstacle is gone, we can have some private and quality time together." Saying this, he threw a punch at Jack. Luckily, Jack managed to dodge it, but the big guy's punch was incredibly strong. Just one punch cracked the ground. The shockwave from the attack forced Jack to retreat quickly. But before Jack could regain his stance, the big guy already launched an attack. This time, Jack didn't want to dodge. Instead, he used his sword to block the attack, then made a cut to counterattack immediately. This surprise attack made the big guy get a little scared, while Jack smiled with some irony because he almost managed to dodge it. Afterward, Jack made a thrust with his mana-filled sword, but unexpectedly, the big guy used his hand to block the attack. Seeing that the sword couldn't penetrate his arm, he mocked, saying, "Haha, you attack like you don't attack. Come on, try to block my attack." Saying that, he prepared to launch some attack while Jack's sword was trapped in his arm. But before he could act, Jack withdrew his sword, and at the big guy's wound area, an explosion occurred, and his left arm was severed forever. "Do you like your new look?" Jack joked sarcastically. Then, with a thrust, he sent the big guy to join his companions. He said, "Where could the boy be now?" And the scene changed to where Han was, with no one understanding why. But at that moment, he also began running into this forest. Just after, he heard a loud noise, so he stopped. Could it be an earthquake? "I just heard a strange sound." While Han spoke, he looked around to understand the cause and then discovered that right in front of him, someone was lying unconscious. "Oh, it's the boy from before. Get up. Are you okay?" According to what Han said, Snorch also began to wake up, although his eyes were still completely red. Of course, when Snorch woke up, he went crazy again, and that scared Han a lot. He had to dodge Snorch's attacks while thinking about what was wrong with that boy. How was he trained to be able to do something like that? At that moment, according to Han's gaze, Snorch was using his power to lift a huge rock. "If he hits me with that, I'll be dead already." Right after, Snorch forcefully threw the rock at Han. At an extremely fast speed, I can't dodge it. If I can't dodge it, then Han drew his sword and miraculously managed to split the huge rock in two. Even after cutting the rock, Han still couldn't recover. I thought I was going to die, but Snorch. See, throwing rocks doesn't work. So he started using his stone spike technique, but thanks to his small size and agility, Han was able to easily dodge those spikes and also cut them on the way. Easy, I can handle things like these, but that was just a distraction tactic from Snitch. His main attack is this sand wave. Against this attack, Han is truly defenseless. Are you kidding? All my life I've worked like a useless dog. Am I going to die? But it seems Han's luck is not over yet. Just at the most dangerous moment, a wave of water appeared out of nowhere and collided with the sand wave. The force of the water wave even surpassed that of the sand. Then, Snorlax quickly raised a sturdy stone pillar. Thanks to that, the wave split in two, but before Snorlax could do anything else, Jack came out of the wave from the opposite side. Jack also devised a way to calm Snorch. It was the only way to prevent him from going crazy. That's why he asked, "Please, stay calm." And then Jack's hand touched Snorch's forehead. At the same time, Jack transmitted his mana into his body. At that moment, in the spiritual world inside Snorch's head, he began to wake up. Where am I? Why? Just as he said this, Snorch heard furious growls coming from Naum. At that moment, the boy's entire body was wrapped in red smoke. Seeing Snorch trying to approach, Naum became even more aggressive. Seeing this, Snorch said softly, "Is there someone trying to control my mind, right? But at that moment, I dreamed of you. The death of my father from the earthquake you caused is real. But I understand that you didn't do it to kill my father. You just came out because you were freed from the seal, and my father was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you, Naum. You must have suffered a lot. I really wish to go back to the days when I knew nothing, but I don't think that's possible. So, Naum, do you want to build our future together?" With these touching words and the strength of camaraderie, both made peace. Snitch also managed to free himself from the grip of anger, and the next morning, soldiers arrived to cordon off the place where the battle took place. In the mine, everyone was arguing, while the experts searched for any clues, and the two protagonists of this incident kept sitting calmly eating. "Did you do what I asked?" Jack said while eating, and Han responded quickly. "Of course, I declared that I knew nothing and only said I went up the mountain because I heard a loud noise." But then Han began to worry and asked if they really wouldn't find out that we were connected to this incident. Jack, hearing that, replied calmly, "I already got rid of the body of the one who caused this problem, so they will never know. The most important thing is that they would never imagine that a minor like him is involved in this." While they talked, both began to look at Noam and Snorch. Then, Jack also turned to give instructions to Snorch, since both had made a contract together. That's why neither of them will go crazy. It seems Snorch's mana is completely compatible with Noam. So, what do they plan to do now? Are they going to live together? Hearing that, Snorch began to think and said, "I'm thinking that Noam killed my father is true, and I can't forget it, nor act as if everything is fine." Jack, upon hearing that, became thoughtful and said, "You mean you don't want to accept Noam without getting something in return? So why don't you think of something to make up for it?" This phrase surprised Snitch a bit. "Something to make up for?" "Yes," Jack continued suggesting. "You want to be an explorer, right? To the point of having to find a scammer to learn? So, how about we do some good things together?" Jack said while extending his hand to invite him. Time passed quickly. The scene changed to night in the forest. It seems Snitch accepted Jack's proposal, and now the protagonist is helping him better control his abilities. The best way is to have young Snitch train by fighting against him. The current result is that both are evenly matched, unable to decide a winner. Back to Han. Now he is also exhausted like an ox. But then this young man gritted his teeth, got up and attacked once more. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Sloth, seeing Han attack so aggressively, was surprised and quickly used his power to create a stone shield in front of him. But with that thin shield, the bodyguard only needed one sword strike to split it in two, to Snorl's astonished gaze. Seeing Snorl so surprised, Han asked him, "Are you okay?" He turned his gaze toward Jack. After watching the fight, Jack firmly stuck his sword into the ground and shouted, "What are you doing? Why aren't you focusing? Train for 1 more hour." "Really? I'm dying," the two complained, but not long after. During dinner, Jack accidentally noticed that the two in front of him were eating as if they were starving wolves, so he asked surprised, "Is the food that good?" "Yes, it's so delicious it makes you want to cry," they said while nodding again and again. Meanwhile, Snorch, after eating a bit, asked, "Where are we going now?" "We're going to Austin," Jack replied calmly, although that strange name also puzzled the young Han, who looked at Snitch and asked, "Austin, do you know where it is?" Snitch shook his head because he had never heard of that place. He turned his gaze toward Jack. Austin is a very familiar place to him from his past life. Before Rebirth, he had 4 demons at his service. One of them was from Austin. He doesn't know how it will be now, but he is very excited. Jack thought this and unconsciously smiled, and that smile scared the 2 cowards in front of him a lot. "Sir, it's very terrifying," they stammered, and judging by their looks, Jack's face resembled that of the Demon King very much. Time passed quickly. At that moment, Jack's group arrived near a town, and although they weren't very close, they could already perceive a very strange smell. "What is that smell?" "I don't know, but it's definitely not food," Han said while sniffing, and Jack immediately gave the answer ahead. That's the smell of a burnt corpse. What did you say? A burnt corpse. Ah. The guy behind said that while opening his mouth, even though he was a local kid. Jack also felt curious and began to speculate, is it just a fire? Or could it be that a monster has invaded, he thought to himself. But before Jack could think further, a loud scream was heard from behind them. That made the group stop and turn back. Who's there? Identify yourselves immediately. The voice came from two people dressed as soldiers. When Han and Snitch saw them, they became nervous. They were even speechless and said, We are just travelers. We came here to find a place to spend the night. Is there a problem? Jack spoke calmly while observing the soldiers in front of him and thinking, what are these knights doing here? He turned his gaze to the two knights. At that moment, they whispered to each other, seeming like travelers. All roads to this village are blocked, so they came by the mountain path? We can't be sure. We can't confirm they aren't fugitives from the village. Better take them to the camp first. They might be infected, just speak quietly. They whispered and Jack heard everything. Come with us, they offered, and Jack kindly accepted. Thus, their group was taken to a tent area. More precisely, they were taken to the commander's tent. The young master said, We found some suspicious people, let them in. Someone inside responded and then asked, What's going on, young master? The young man with the spear explained slowly, We found them in the forest. They said they are travelers. I don't think they came from the village. I understand. I am Johem Drakul, commander of the army sent to resolve the situation in this village. The noble in front introduced himself calmly, while on the other side, Jack, seeing a familiar face, was happy and recalled his past memories. Johem Drakul, one of the 4 who traveled through 6 territories with me. It seems like it was just yesterday that we went through so much and toasted together. Thinking of that, Jack stepped forward and introduced himself. I am Jack. Behind me are Han and Snitch, the little kangaroo on my shoulder. Snitch is Noel, and this is Johem. Seeing them so polite, Johem smiled and said, I understand. Sorry to ask this on our first meeting, but where are you from? We come from Seoul. I'm training my subordinates in the mountains, so I didn't know the road was blocked. Johem became thoughtful, then smiled and said, It's okay. I believe you. His comment made one of his guards remember. Young Master Johem, what if they are fugitives? From the village. Johem replied calmly, Whoever they are, I don't plan to let them leave here. What do you mean by that? Han asked worriedly. Johem explained slowly, Since I'm here, you must accompany us for a moment, because there is a contagious disease in this area, right? Jack nodded and that surprised Johem. You already know? Yes, the clues are obvious. Jack smiled and Johem could only sigh and explain everything again. Yes, there is a contagious disease inside the village. We were sent to stop its spread. Since you have already arrived here, you might also be infected, so I can't let you leave. I understand, Jack said calmly. Meanwhile, Assistant Han and Johem could only stay with a headache and explain everything again. That's right, there is an infectious disease spreading inside this village, and we were sent here to prevent it from spreading further. Since you have already arrived here, you might also be infected, so I can't let you leave the village. I understand, Jack. Stay calm, said the young servant Han meanwhile. At the back, upon hearing that, they also immediately nodded, even the young master. Jack also understood the seriousness of the contagious disease. He thought he would argue, but he did not. And just when he thought that, Jack, who was at the front, immediately spoke, Say a word. That left him and Snitch completely surprised. So, how can I help? But before Johem could answer, at the outside door, suddenly a knight rushed in and said, Sir, there is an infected person showing new symptoms. Upon hearing that, Johem's face immediately changed. Then, the whole group ran to the place where the sick person was. Upon arrival, the scene before them even left. Jack, someone used to everything, with cold sweat, because according to everyone's gaze, the infected person was lying in a pool of blood for no apparent reason. Speaking of Johem, after seeing that, he quickly gave orders to his subordinate, Note these symptoms and follow the protocol, quickly. Understood, the subordinate replied hurriedly. Johem's quick reaction also pleased Jack quite a bit. Truly, a good subordinate. His response was very experienced. Thinking about that, Jack noticed Johem's pale face and asked, Are you okay? You look quite haggard. No, I just have a bit of a fear of blood, Johem replied with a smile. That answer left Cho, the Demon King, speechless. What? You're afraid of blood? But you have blood phobia syndrome, right? Johem forced a smile. Hearing that, Jack's eyes opened wide, incredulous. Before the regression, he was known as a vampire with the ability to manipulate blood. How is it possible that now he says he is afraid of blood? What's going on? Is he mocking me? Jack thought. Did vampires really have that kind of personality before? Jack thought silently. Meanwhile, Johem reproached himself. I've been very foolish, haven't I? You don't like that fear of blood you have? Jack asked curiously. How could you like it? That fear of blood has always caused you problems. Johem answered with a resigned voice and then fell silent. Magic, who was in front of them, immediately understood. It seems he doesn't want to go deeper into that detail. Wow, this is the vampire I knew before, Jack thought. Even before the regression, he had only told where he came from. Thinking about that, Jack put his hand on his old friend's shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll overcome it. You'll get used to it to the point that bathing in blood will be a daily pleasure. Thanks, Johem said uncomfortably while wondering what he meant by bathing in blood. Time passed quickly after that, since we couldn't leave the village. That's why we helped Johem and his soldiers, doing everything possible to eradicate the disease in the village, but the results were not very encouraging. Finally, they had to burn down the entire village to eliminate the source of the disease. And from the mountain, watching the fire below, even a fool like Han felt the horror of the epidemic. With this, I think no one can survive, he said worriedly. Beside him, Yom replied helplessly. That's right, this is the final result. No matter how much we tried, we couldn't do anything else. Nearby, Jack heard that and looked at him, asking, You must be very angry. Of course, I feel very bad for the people who died from the disease, as well as for the burning village, and also for all the effort and sacrifice we made. Johem spoke with an emotional voice. This was very different from the Johem that Jack knew before. Returning to Johem, he bowed to Jack's group and said, Without your help, we wouldn't have come this far. Thank you for everything. Jack, seeing that, coughed a couple of times forcibly and said, Of course. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have come this far. Thank you for everything. Seeing that, Jack coughed several times forcibly and then said, Of course. Because the reason I travel everywhere is to do my job well, just like these guys. You are truly noble and kind. Johem smiled and continued speaking. Then he also made a proposal to Jack's group. We have reported the situation to the Duke's castle, so we will soon receive orders to return. If there are no problems, I would like to invite all of you to accompany us there. Our Demon King, upon hearing this, did not hesitate to accept. I will not refuse it, and as if it were a granted wish, right after Jack finished speaking, a knight of Johem ran to him and said, Sir, there is something from the castle. He raised a letter while speaking. We do not know exactly what the letter said, but right after the young Johem finished reading it, his face turned completely purple. What does the letter say? Jack looked at him, worried about the tension Johem showed. After reading it, he carefully put away the letter and ordered everyone to prepare to depart. Yes, sir. Are we going back to Austin? The young red-haired man asked enthusiastically, but unfortunately, his expectations were frustrated. Johem's order was completely different. No, we will go to another infected village. Johem said this as he turned to leave, and this information caused panic among the soldiers under his command. This is understandable, since going to a place full of disease is not comfortable at all. What nonsense. If I get infected, I will go sell salt too. Turning to Jack, he sensed a strange smell in the air. There was a mysterious atmosphere here, really interesting. He was sent to an infected village, even though he is part of a high-ranking noble family. Normally, they would not treat someone of nobility like this. I am sure of it. So, there must be some reason for that. Infection and death are part of these missions. Scene changed to a distant, luxurious castle. There, a fat and unpleasant man slammed the chair and shouted loudly at the person in front of him. Damn it! Did you say the disease is so severe it can wipe out an entire village? Then why is that damn man still alive? He said, pointing at the butler, and faced with that accusation, the old butler just lowered his head and said, Sorry, sir, but that man was lucky. He said the soldiers and doctors in that village have already died. Then why is he still alive? He asked, throwing a decorative vase that broke into pieces. Then, he shouted angrily, Think of another plan immediately. A plan that this time will definitely finish Johem. Johem looked at the ashes of the burned bodies in front and murmured, That's all for the bodies here. Finally, this entire village has been destroyed by the disease, and Jack, beside him, also meditated silently. For now, there are no orders to retreat to the castle, and just as he thought about that, our Demon King also felt something, quickly stood up, and tightly gripped his sword. What's wrong, young Master Han? Asked surprised. But Jack did not pay much attention to the question. Instead, looked ahead with a dangerous gaze and shouted, Appear! In response to his order, several men with cloaks emerged from among the forest trees. They were identical to those who kidnapped Snorch before. Just after appearing, without saying a word, they quickly threw several knives at them. Of course, those insignificant knives couldn't cause any trouble for Jack, who with a few sword movements easily deflected all the knives. Then, he immediately recognized the identity of these men. The hooded figures looked exactly like the same assassins from before. Thinking about that, Jack began to get angry and ordered, 2 people behind me, Han and Snitch, each with a target. Saying that, he gave no time for those 2 cowards to react and was already attacking directly. My head is going to hurt if I keep thinking about why they did that. So I just have to capture this guy and get the information from him. Jack thought as he flew straight toward one of them, but before he could subdue him, that madman tried to commit suicide. Rather, before Jack could touch him, he exploded like a bomb. Although this tactic didn't affect Jack much, it caused some difficulties in capturing him. It was the same kind of device that guy from Seoul used and also the same combat technique. But why did these assassins come here? Jack wondered that internally, and at the same time, a death-defying assassin charged straight at him. The result was that Jack used a sword to cut him in two. Thinking about it, their goal in Seoul was to turn Naom into a demon. If I assume their goal here is the same, then they're probably targeting Johem Drakel, who will someday be a close companion of mine. What relation does him becoming a demon have with these guys? If creating demons is possible. Speaking of which, Jack remembered something and murmured, wait, if precisely at that time, demons began to appear in this world. That's why people started calling that period the era of demons. If these guys were the ones who created all the demons, no, they can't be all the demons. I'm sure some became demons, naturally, like me. Wait a moment, what if my path to becoming the Demon King was part of that AI's plan? The more Jack thought, the darker his face became. Thinking about that, Jack took a deep breath to calm down and continued analyzing. All these events seemed to be orchestrated by an AI that was planning everything, as if the events were pushing me to become a demon. Before, I thought it was just common bad luck in this world. But if all this really is the work of that AI, then disaster is coming. If some damn person uses my powers to create demons to serve their plans, it will be interesting. I won't forgive them. Jack thought while smiling terrifyingly. Time passed quickly. At that moment, the battle against the assassins ended and he emerged victorious. Trying to capture at least one of the attackers, he wanted to find out who was behind all this. But unexpectedly, these guys self-destructed again. Damn bastards. If their goal is as I think, then they want to turn Johem into a demon. Surely everything will change too much now, because I appeared unexpectedly and helped Johem. Will Johem become a vampire? Jack stroked his chin in thought, recalling the horrifying appearance of his companion in his past life. Just thinking about it made him want to vomit. The best thing is not to allow Johem to become a vampire in this life as in the previous one. Jack reminded himself of that, and just then Johem approached and said, Still not sleeping? Can I sit with you? Sure, Jack replied with a smile. So, the two sat together in silence. Jack looked at his companion again and thought, I don't understand why he became a vampire. Someone with hemophobia can use the power called demonic blood, really? There must be a reason, although I don't know it yet. Jack thought silently and then said, You seem unwell, Johem. Upon hearing that, Johem sighed and said, It's true. I've been thinking about my father. It's been 6 months since he fell ill, and he's still in a coma, not waking up. I wonder if things would be different if my father got better. Now, my older brother has full control of the family and does everything because he is the eldest, but beside Jack, he also guessed part of the story, because actually, he was in a similar situation, but before the two could talk for long, an epidemic had broken out in Austin. Upon hearing this, Johem's face turned pale, then said, What? Time flies so fast. Scene shifts to the Draken family mansion. At this time, Jack's group also followed Johem here. I'm back, brother Johem. As he spoke, Johem slightly bowed his head before his rotten pig brother, who gritted his teeth and said, You're back. Huh. Behind them, after witnessing the appearance of the two brothers, Jack was also very surprised. How can brothers be so different? One looked obese, while the other looked malnourished. In short, both seemed to be sick. Then, Jack also looked toward the old man and thought, Is the old man beside them the butler? Speaking of the older brother, he now got to the main point. Have you heard the situation yet? I have. I heard there's an epidemic in Austin. Looks like you just finished work in another village, right? I am a tolerant person. I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. Go stop the epidemic in Austin, and don't return to the castle until the epidemic is over. If the disease spreads further, there will be big trouble. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. As he spoke, he put on a very arrogant face, which made Johem so angry that he clenched his fists. But then, he regained his composure and replied, I understand. The next day, Joem's group began to inspect the surrounding situation. How's the situation? Joem asked, and the knight under his command began reporting. The areas where patients were found have been quarantined. Entry and exit to the village are strictly controlled. The total number of deaths as of yesterday is 60. According to the examining doctor, it is highly likely to be a malignant disease. Speaking of Jack, the strangeness of this disease really made him think a lot. Is this a common infectious disease? Something feels quite strange. There are different types of infectious diseases in each village. It feels like someone is deliberately doing this. Thinking of this, Jack recalled something familiar from his previous life. Could that bastard have started acting? An epidemic that makes the whole world fear demonization. But he's not the type to be easily infected and turned into a vampire like that. This disease is very different from the epidemics in other villages. Could it be a plan caused by someone else? That means that guy is somewhere around here. No good. There's no other way. I have to take action. Jack thought silently. Meanwhile, Joam opposite was still stroking his chin, speculating, there aren't as many deaths here as in previous villages, so there's probably still a chance to find an antidote. The knight heard this and stammered, the doctors have tried to develop one but all failed. The doctors think it's unlikely anyone can find a cure under the current circumstances. Joam clicked his tongue in frustration, but just when he felt the situation was most difficult, Jack's voice rang out. Wait, Jack's voice suddenly rang out. Wait, I can make an antidote for that evil transformation disease. Then, since there was no other way, everyone agreed to let Jack try to cure it, and of course, our main character was not bluffing. Before the regression, the epidemic had devastated the world. The sages worked together to create a cure. At that time, Joam was very concerned about the epidemic, so I learned from him. The medicine created then was very effective here. Jack also gradually administered the medicine that I had just specially formulated. Is it really effective? Everyone thought silently. Then immediately they received an answer when the patient in front began weakly saying, Water! Give me water! List of the components contained in the medicine, Jack said calmly. Meanwhile, the others still couldn't believe what their eyes saw. Until a moment ago, he was unconscious, but now he is much better. As for Joam, after hearing that, he also said worriedly, Is it okay to do it this way? This malignant disease is really very difficult to create a medicine to cure it. If you sell this medicine exclusively, you will make a lot of money. Jack, upon hearing that, smiled and said, From the beginning, I was not interested in money. I only wish for everyone's life to improve. And upon these words from Jack, Joam could only give him a heartfelt hug. Jack replied, Thank you, my friend. Meeting you was the greatest luck of my life. Around here, Jack, seeing him hugged so tightly, also felt a bit uncomfortable. Enough, let's talk about what's important. Hugging like this is embarrassing, he said while patting the young man who fears blood on the back. Time passed quickly thanks to Jack's medicine, and the epidemic situation was controlled very quickly. I have created a medicine to cure the disease. Now it's time to take care of treating everyone. Jack thought silently, and whenever everything seems to go well, surely someone appears to ruin it. Like now, when Jack was talking with a doctor, a very loud voice was heard behind them. Who is Jack? That voice was the butler's. At that moment, he arrived accompanied by several soldiers, and Jack, curious, asked, What's going on here? The butler did not answer but asked back, Are you Jack? Where did you get the medicine to cure the epidemic? On the other side, Jack silently evaluated this man for his brusque manner of speaking. Is this the old man next to Vian? Does he know I created a medicine to cure the disease? Does he want to see me? It can't be. Is this old man sick? I should check him. Jack thought silently. Then, they had a private conversation inside a tent. At that moment, the butler nodded toward Vian and said, I want to know where you got the medicine. I already told you, I saw it in a book, Jack said calmly. But, of course, this answer did not satisfy the butler. Do you think I'm going to believe that? He said, while staring at Jack. Then, to pressure him, he slammed the table forcefully. Speak clearly. What book is that? Jack replied without losing his calm. I read that book a long time ago. I don't remember anymore. The butler, somewhat impatient, said, Then, in that book, does it talk about other contagious diseases? Jack answered, It only talks about how to treat the malignant disease. The butler was silent for a moment, and just as he was about to say something, Joam burst in from outside and shouted, Salam, what are you doing? This was very rude to Jack, who had saved the lives of Austin's inhabitants. The butler ignored Joam's words and calmly said, I'm leaving, with your permission. Saying this, the insolent man immediately withdrew. This caused some annoyance in Jack. Is he leaving without saying anything? Joam, seeing Salam's attitude, did not dare to do anything, only sighed and turned to Jack to apologize. Sorry, Jack. Someone from my family has caused you trouble again. It doesn't matter. I've seen him before in the castle. Do you know him? Joam explained the origin of the insolent butler. That is Barnes Salome, the butler of our family. At first, he was the commander of our family's night squad, but later retired due to an injury. My father brought him to be our butler. Jack, upon hearing this, looked somewhat confused and asked, Why would he be upset with me? Maybe it's because of the medicine you created. He came here because he fears my power will exceed the limits. Salam is your ally, right? Joam forced a smile while Jack kept thinking. Seeing how much he worries about the medicine, it's possible he is also sick. I don't know why Joam suddenly appeared. I turned to Joam. At that moment, he also remembered something and said, Jack, I heard you lack staff to treat the disease. There is someone who wants to help us. That's why I brought her here to introduce her to you. According to his words, a well-dressed young woman began to draw the curtain and entered. This is Greta Bagot, the owner of the Bagot Trading House. Then she smiled and introduced herself. My name is Greta Bagot. Jack, still sleepy, responded hastily. I am Jack. After speaking, he looked at the young woman's outfit and wondered, she's very beautiful, but why is she dressed in mourning? While General Jack was still wondering this, Johem stepped forward and intervened. Greta Bagot is the owner of the Bagot trading house. She is very interested in the epidemic. That's why she has contributed a lot to the research, as she understands quite a bit about infectious diseases. She will surely be useful in the current situation. Jack gladly accepted. Greta, seeing this, asked, I think you don't have enough medicine, so I brought some with me. Can I learn to make medicine? Because I understand a lot about infectious diseases. I think I should learn more from you, Jack said, and they both began to whisper and discuss. The treatment is nothing special, just need these things and those. The spread of these diseases is usually through water, like wells. Then we must stop that to prevent the spread. You are very smart, aren't you? Jack is better. He turned his gaze to Han. Observing the romantic atmosphere ahead, he began to make some guesses. Then he said to Snitch, who was beside him, Surely I'm not the only one who notices the atmosphere is a bit strange, right? Anyone would think they are lovers. Just listen to him, okay? Snitch nodded hastily. At that moment, Greta also picked up an herb and said, Do you know anything about this plant? It seems good for colds, Jack. You really are knowledgeable. I must learn a lot from you. Your knowledge is also very broad. Jack praised her, and Greta began to recall a bit of her past. At first, I was only interested in infectious diseases because of my family, but I didn't expect to have come this far. Does your family research infectious diseases? Jack asked, curious. No, it's not like that, Greta answered hastily. Then she pressed her lips. As if having made a decision, she proposed. Jack, if you agree, I want to introduce you to my family. Do you want to come with me? Hearing that, Jack was stunned. Time passed quickly. At night, in Johem's father's bedroom, there was someone else. They poured a purple liquid into his mouth, which just by looking at it was known to be toxic. And indeed, right after drinking it, he frowned. His body began to shake violently, and the attacker was none other than the butler. Salim, after making his master drink the poison, spoke coldly. Sir, this is the retribution you deserve. Then he turned to Jack. After accepting Greta's proposal, he was taken by her to a cemetery. This awakened even more curiosity in our protagonist. She said she would introduce me to her family, but why did we arrive at a cemetery? Jack thought while looking around. Greta directed her gaze to 2 tombstones ahead and said sadly, This is my family. They died from the epidemic. That's why I'm so interested in infectious diseases. I don't want anyone to lose their loved ones because of an epidemic. The reason I care so much about infectious diseases is because I don't want anyone to lose their loved ones to an epidemic. Like me, the appearance of the Tang's suit is because he lost a loved one, Jack asked, and Bagos admitted frankly, Yes, that's right. When all diseases disappear, I will take off this Tang's suit. That's why I want you to come here to meet my husband and my son. At least now you have found a cure for one type of infectious disease. Saying this, Bagos realized he had talked too much and became nervous. It seems I have talked too much. Let's go back now, okay? Let's eliminate this malignant disease. After saying this, the girl turned around and left immediately. But at that moment, Jack looked at her with a suspicious expression. Is it true that her family died from the disease? Time passed quickly, and the next morning. At that moment, Han and Snitch were also looking at Jack with a very strange expression, which made Jack feel somewhat uncomfortable and asked, What's going on? If you have something to say it quickly. Han smiled upon hearing that and said, Jack, are you sure you and Miss Bagos have nothing? Snitch, who was nearby, also intervened. The other soldiers thought the two were in love. Jack, surprised, asked, And what would you do if it were true? Really? They said amazed, but immediately, Han understood the problem and murmured, Thinking about it, a man can't help but like such a beautiful woman. Jack is a man, after all. But before, I thought it was just a joke, Han said casually. Not knowing those words really angered Jack. Behind him, Jack punched him directly in the head. Returning to Jack, Han's words made him reflect a little. A couple, huh? I guess everyone thinks so. I go everywhere with Bagos to observe her, and that's why there is that rumor. She appeared spontaneously, just when I found the cure for the malignant disease, and she also understands diseases. I suppose she could also be infected, but she seems even more suspicious than that Salon Kia. But so far, she has not shown signs of being a noble person, so I will keep watching her. If I had known this would happen, I would have asked Grand Janus before dying. Before going back in time, the only one who knew about him was the person who eliminated the disease, Jack thought to himself. Yes, but right then, an alarmed voice from Johem sounded behind him. Jack, Mrs. Bagos has been captured in the castle. Why? Jack asked, and Johem expressed his guess. I think they captured her to check the clan leader's condition. But now I'm going to the castle to verify the exact details. In front, Jack, upon hearing this, remembered something. Mrs. Bagos, an important figure in the work of curing infectious diseases, has been captured. Could it be that the disease still exists inside the castle? That must be Salon Kia's doing, Jack thought. Jack proposed, I'll go with you. Upon this proposal, Johum immediately refused. No, Jack, stay here. Without you, there will be no one to supervise the patients. Besides, this is my family's matter. If Mrs. Bagos was captured for a bad purpose, I will surely bring her back safely and solve the problem with my brother. Jack spoke firmly. Seeing this, Jack agreed and did not forget to give a warning. Then I will wait here for news, but if anything happens, contact us immediately, said Jack, squeezing his companion's hand. Scene changed to the butler Salon's mansion, who was reading a document. Suddenly, a soldier behind informed him that young Salon was looking for him. Tonight will be difficult to attend to the young man, Salon murmured. Time passed quickly. Days later, Jack's group was in front of an abandoned building. Jack said, "The only place left is this building. He doesn't know if there are any villagers here. It looks like a haunted castle," Han and Snitch said, scared. Meanwhile, Jack also looked toward the building and reflected about what has happened in the past few days. "We have bad news," someone said. "There is an infectious disease, with symptoms exactly the same as this disease that has spread to a nearby village. Could this disease resurface? I need someone with medical knowledge to go there and investigate," Johem requested. The soldier responded calmly. Jack, from the other side, also gladly accepted. "All right, I will go investigate, but will the Lord be safe in the castle?" Jack asked while staring straight ahead at the soldier. Hearing the question, the soldier was a little surprised, but then he smiled and said, "I hope you keep your health," and quickly returned to the village. Jack came back to reality. At that moment, Jack already suspected something bad had happened to Johem. Johem had been in the castle for several days. It seemed they wouldn't leave him alone. If they don't find him, he thought while slowly opening the building's door. The scene inside truly terrified Han and Snitch, because, according to their eyes, at that moment, on the upper floor lay numerous sick people, not knowing if they were alive or dead. But before they could think further, a loud scream was heard ahead. "Who are you? You can't enter here." Jack replied calmly, "I have come to investigate the disease." "Oh, you are a doctor. I don't know the situation here well. It's complicated. Enter that room first," he said while pointing to the room behind him. Meanwhile, Jack had already understood the situation. "I already understand the situation more or less," he said, but for some reason, Jack immediately used magic. He controlled his sword and aimed directly at the young man in front of him. Han and the others were very scared. "Jack, what are you doing?" But before Han could respond, the young man in black, apparently knowing he had been discovered, gritted his teeth and knocked down Jack's sword. Then, regardless of his life, attacked Jack with a knife. The result was not surprising. With one slash, Jack decapitated that man. Speaking of Snitch, recently, everyone was chatting happily, but seconds later, they started fighting. This left Jack confused, not understanding exactly what was happening. Jack explained to the inexperienced young man. "Still don't understand," he said while throwing his sword toward the front door. The door broke into pieces, and inside there was no one but Salon, who had been waiting for them all along. It seemed they had planned to trap our protagonist. Seeing the butler, Jack said coldly, "Don't try any foolishness. I'm not a fool who will fall into your trap easily." Then he gripped his sword tightly and ordered, "You two behind me, get ready to fight." The butler frowned and gave orders to his henchmen. He really is a ruthless person. "Attack him, now," he said, pointing forward. Following their leader's orders, the hunting dogs charged wildly. But unfortunately, although they talked a lot, they were not very skilled. With a few simple sword moves, Jack could easily eliminate those useless ones. But during the fight, Jack recognized the identity of those men. They were villagers from the town. I suppose they have been threatened by him, just by looking at his appearance and actions. Surely he is infected with a contagious disease. He is using people without abilities to fight and serve as a shield for him. He really is an evil guy. He has sacrificed those people just to protect himself. Thinking about this, Jack turned to Han and Snitch and said, "People who are not killers should not be killed." "What? Not kill them?" Snitch thought internally. But while the young man was still surprised, Han, beside him, had already completed his mission very well. Immediately, he twisted a guy's arm backward and said cheerfully, "Jack, is that enough? You only need to knock him unconscious." Jack replied tiredly, while Han looked even more surprised. "Wow, he also follows Jack's orders. They don't kill ordinary civilians." But there's no time to think about it. That old man is at a disadvantage now. "We have to continue with the next step," said Jack as he turned around. At that moment, Han had already defeated all the small thugs in front. Seeing this, the butler Salam could only grit his teeth and shout angrily, "Chloe, get out here quickly." After his words, heavy footsteps were heard. The owner of those steps was a bulky man with green skin. He looked incredibly muscular. Just his appearance was enough to make Han and Snitch turn pale with fear. Meanwhile, the figure of the green-skinned man made Jack recall some memories. Although he had never seen the plague's creator, he was sure he clearly remembered. That monster had appeared in his previous life, which proved that Old Man was the plague's creator. or was related to it. It would be quite difficult to face him, Jack thought silently, while Snitch, behind, was also scared. Move forward and be careful, Jack, he warned him. He's charging at you, he said with concern. The bulky man raised his weapon and charged like a tank at the group. Thus the battle began, and as Jack had predicted, the bulky man was really hard to face. With every swing, he was able to easily repel the attacks, pushing them back. Damn, it's like fighting a rock, he thought, frustrated. Very annoyed, he clenched his teeth while thinking. Meanwhile, the butler Salam, seeing this, smiled arrogantly. How about that? Do you think you can win, Chloe? He mocked. Returning to the battle, Jack concentrated all his strength in his palms and swung the sword forcefully forward. He managed to temporarily push Cloak back, but the bulky man reacted quickly. He regained his balance and struck hard with his axe forward, causing the ground to break into countless pieces. Luckily, Jack was able to jump back to dodge. Then he took the opportunity. Before the bulky man could regain his stance, Jack took momentum and launched himself at him from behind, delivering a horizontal stab with his sword to Cloak. But unfortunately, just as the sword struck the green-skinned man's arm, a metallic clashing sound was heard. The sword couldn't even scratch his body, not at all. Meanwhile, Han and Snitch were also fighting hard to withstand the rest of the attacks. If this continues, I'm going to get exhausted, one of them thought. Attacking like this definitely consumes a lot of magical energy, but we can't finish them off. So, if we synchronize our magical energy, the lack of energy will be compensated with physical strength. We just need to find the opportunity, Jack thought while wrapping his sword in magical energy and approaching Cloak. At the same time, he dodged the axe strike and murmured, now and immediately pierced Cloak's chest with his sword. Jack, while thinking, wrapped his sword with magic and then approached the name Clover. At the same time, he dodged that man's strike. At that moment, Jack murmured. Then, immediately, he pierced Cloak's chest with his sword. Clover, right after attacking, to make sure that big guy would go sell salt, while Jack's sword was still stuck in Cloak's chest. He used a technique called Spiral Storm, which caused his magical power to violently explode and destroy the green-skinned man's body from within. As for the butler Salam, he could no longer keep his smile. What is this guy doing? Salam asked worriedly. But before he could think much, the magical energy released from Jack's sword created a whirlwind that flew straight at Chloe, tearing his body to pieces instantly. At that moment, Salam also fell to the ground, staring in shock at the scene before him, where the entire floor of the building had been destroyed by Jack's attack. Speaking of Jack, he now slowly withdrew his sword and said, Sir, the culprit who spread the plague is evident in the weapons of the assassins under your command, identical to those who kidnapped Snorch. Do you have any connection with the man in the black cloak? Salam, upon hearing this, clenched his teeth and replied, Why should I tell you? What I do is punishment for them. Punishment? Exactly. The Draco family almost disappeared. Your plan was ruined by you. I should have eliminated you first, he said with a fierce face. Then he took a vial with a liquid out of his jacket and continued speaking without stopping. Now escaping won't help you, because the plan, unfolding in the tribe leader's castle, has already succeeded. Saying that, he forcefully threw the vial to the ground, creating a cloud of smoke that blocked everyone's view. Han and Snitch, frightened, covered their mouths thinking it was poisonous gas, but Jack quickly explained to them that it was only a smoke bomb, so they shouldn't be afraid. Han, hearing this, asked, Should we chase him? No need. They already took the castle, Jack replied calmly. Meanwhile, young Joam, who had previously boasted he would handle everything, was now imprisoned. Turning to the group, Jack said, We must go to the feudal lord's castle immediately. Yes, sir, they quickly responded. I guess they have already changed plans, Jack thought as he looked at the bodies lying on the ground, and by chance, he noticed a particular mark on the ear of one of the bodies. Changing scene to the dungeon of Drackle Castle, Johem cursed his older brother, Vion Drackle. How dare you lock me up? How did they manage to take the feudal lord's castle? And I was sure we would bring Lady Bagos. What a disaster, Johem thought. Now I can't even protect my own life, he lamented. At that moment, a voice was heard from outside. Joam, you have suffered enough, Jack said seriously, looking toward the hallway. How dare you enter a prison for dangerous criminals like this? The mysterious man outside, seeing Joam's expression, did not spare praise. Impressive, you still haven't closed your eyes at this hour. Stop beating around the bush and get to the point, Johem said coldly. The mysterious man put his hand inside his sleeve and took out an object resembling a demon fruit, presenting it. I have come to help you. This is called vital blood. Swallow it, and you will gain terrifying power. Your brother wants to kill you. Use that power to eliminate everyone who obeys his orders. Turning to Johem, although the offer was tempting, Johem was very cautious and rejected it. No, I won't. Do you know who I am? I am AI. I won't swallow that. That doesn't mean I'm stupid and will listen to someone I don't know. And this refusal also made the mysterious man clench his hand tightly. Then he thought, if everything had gone according to plan, he should now be full of hatred, and he would be willing to swallow his own blood to take revenge. But could it be? The person who created the medicine against the plague is the reason why Joam is not as angry as I had thought. Thinking about this, the guy had an idea and began to lie. To be honest with you, Johem, there is someone behind with the ability to control infectious diseases at will. Doesn't it seem strange to you that the plague suddenly appeared and spread everywhere? It was all because of him. He and your brother have allied with the sole purpose of killing you. Viam Drakel has destroyed nearby villages with the plague just to kill you. Of course, Austria is where the feudal lord's castle is located. That's why he only allowed the weaker plague, the malignant transformation, to break out. That's the reason they keep you captive here. Because if they don't kill you, all their effort will be in vain. Now, would you accept knowing all this, or would you still refuse to change your mind? He said this with a malicious smile, while Johem also gripped the prison bars tightly and gritted his teeth, saying, "Aren't you an ally of my brother?" The mysterious man responded cheerfully, "I'm only on his side when necessary. I'm not a permanent ally. That Phylum becomes Count Drakel is only a matter of time before Austria, or rather the whole world, becomes a hell. You are the only key to change that, but you don't want to take this chance, right? I will help you. If you want to save all this, then take this blood right now, Joam Drakel," he said while placing a drop of demonic blood in front of him. Johem, who at that moment really hesitated, slowly began to reach out his hand toward the blood. But just when everything seemed about to go well, Jack's voice echoed from behind. "The plan sounds good, but do you want to sell it to me?" Seeing Jack appear on the opposite side, the mysterious man sighed annoyed and quickly put away the drop of demonic blood. Meanwhile, Jack was in front, smiling and flirting. "I want to know more about that blood. Can you explain it to me in detail?" "Jack, even if I explain, you wouldn't understand anything," replied the mysterious man. "Don't say that, have some compassion, because I also suffered damage in his attack." Jack smiled and said, "Haha, that's fine." But the mysterious man paid no attention to him. "I don't care," he said coldly. This made Jack feel a bit frustrated. Talking to such straightforward people is really boring. "How boring?" said Jack. "The ally of that person I talked to before doesn't talk so sleepily. After meeting your ally, I already understood everything. You are an organization that wants to capture certain people and turn them into demons, right? And this time, the one who will become a demon is Jose. Isn't that right? Probably by absorbing blood from your hands." The more Jack spoke, the paler the mysterious man became, because he didn't say a single lie. Everything was completely accurate. "Since our plan has come this far, I have no other choice." He clenched his hand while thinking, and Jack's eyes in front of him grew colder. He really is a reserved person. Probably can't get more information from this guy. Better for him to go sell salt. He thought to himself, but before he could act, as a commotion was heard behind, and the mysterious man was glad to see it. "Stay here and wait for death," he thought happily. Meanwhile, Johem, imprisoned inside, also began to suspect. Is that the sound of Vion's reinforcements? But unfortunately, completely contrary to what they thought, those who arrived were Han's group. Upon entering, he already raised his voice saying, "Jack, we've already taken control of the entire castle and prison, but there is a new mysterious man here." Before, he was very happy, but now his face looked like it had been bitten by a dog. Seeing this, Jack did not forget to mock him. "What's wrong with you? It seems like all your effort and time were in vain. Isn't that right?" "What? A small and brief glimmer of hope at the last moment? Don't you find it sweet?" Jack said with a mocking expression, while the mysterious man already knew he couldn't expect reinforcements. So he immediately turned to flee. But how? Could he escape from this entire group? Just as he turned around, Jack turned back and said to Snitch, "Snitch, do it." Hearing this, Snitch immediately used his ability and caused a large amount of stones and earth to fall from the ceiling, crushing the mysterious man, without knowing if he was alive or dead. The only regret is whether the demonic fruit of his lineage was destroyed as completely as he was. "Terrible," said Jack as he looked toward the debris ahead. A knight close to Johem was also alarmed and said, "Lord Johem, but you are worrying too much, because Snitch already considered this. That's why he created a stone golem to protect the young blood." "Good job, Snitch," praised Jack, then turned to Johem and asked, "Are you okay, sir? Were you not hurt?" Jack answered calmly, and seeing that, he also suggested, "Then, let's go." Jack said, "Now I want to punish my brother, who is the true mastermind behind this." "All right, but is young Viam Drakel really the mastermind?" Jack continued, and the group quickly headed toward the Lord's Hall. Meanwhile, Jack looked at Johem thinking, "Before losing my power, I never saw how he commanded the army, Johem. If it weren't for that illness, the heir position would already be his." Just as the protagonist was thinking about this, they arrived at the Lord's workroom and found the butler. "Salam, why are you here?" Johem shouted, "Where is my brother?" Meanwhile, the butler, surrounded but still calm, smiled and said, "You look like a fool for showing up here. You've already lost 7 times, and you're still alive, even helping Johem." Facing him, Johem began to suspect something and said, "Salam, are you the one behind all this? Are you the culprit spreading the disease? Do you admit it now?" "Yes, it was me who did it, and it's also the reason your father is sick. All of this is revenge against your family," said Salam, laughing maniacally, which left Johem a bit confused. "Revenge? But Lady Bagot, what does she have to do with this? Where is she?" At that moment, Jack, hearing this, intervened to explain for Salam. "That's not true, young lord. He is not the real mastermind. The real culprit who spread the disease is." But before he finished, a voice was heard behind the group, just as Salam had predicted. "You really haven't died, Jack." That voice belonged to Bagot, who was beside Johem. Seeing her appear, Johem was surprised and said to Jack, "Is the real culprit you're talking about?" "Yes, Lady Bagot is the mastermind behind the spread of the disease, and Salam is her subordinate." Johem couldn't contain his fury and shouted, "How could you repay my father's kindness with revenge? What's going on, Salam?" Hearing this, Salam also shouted angrily, "Johem Drackle, do you know what it means to have the power of a feudal lord in your hands? Johem Drackle, do you know what it means to have the power of a feudal lord in your hands? Your father did terrible things 15 years ago when there was an epidemic in Austria. Your father did everything possible to stop that epidemic and really succeeded, but it didn't take long before, because of that, he had to take on a huge debt. Your father endured the pressure of the economic burden, so he started looking for those he owed money to and infected them with the disease. Did he infect those people? My father is not that kind of person." Joe was confused while Salome continued telling the story. Many people trusted him and lent him a large sum of money. But in the end, they died from the epidemic. My only friend, Mrs. Bagot's husband, was also a victim. That's why I have decided to punish your family along with the wife of my dead friend, said Mrs. Bagot. After speaking, Salome prepared to attack. But before she could act, Jack, on the opposite side, scratched his ear board and said, "Nonsense, old man. If you want revenge, you have to think it through. The villagers are innocent. What grudge do they have against you for you to harm them? According to you, you should only punish the Dracula family. But the villagers, who are fools, idolize Count Dracula without knowing anything. That's their fault," Salome replied coldly, and that almost made Jack burst out laughing. "To me, you're no different from him." On the other side, old Salome heard that, and his face darkened as he began to go mad. "What do you know? What could someone like you possibly know to dare judge me?" While speaking, he began to concentrate energy into his sword. Then, he lunged directly to attack Jack like a rabid dog. Seeing this, Jack immediately crouched slightly and took a fighting stance. But before Salome could touch him, Jack looked confused ahead, just as the butler he trusted was stabbed in the back. And, just before dying, he was still bewildered, not understanding why she had done that to him. Bagot, upon hearing this, responded coldly, "Maybe you misunderstood. I'm not seeking revenge, Salome. I just want as many people as possible to be infected with the disease." "Is there any other reason besides revenge?" Jack asked curiously. Mrs. Bagot calmly explained, "Of course, until my family fell ill with this contagious disease, I didn't know the real cause. Everything happened suddenly. My husband and son were fine yesterday, but that day they suddenly had a high fever and vomited blood. It's so contagious that even doctors don't dare to get close. I had to endure the fear of infection while taking care of my husband and son. I loved them very much and looked at them dozens, even hundreds of times a day, watching their faces become paler and more emaciated. At that moment, an idea came to my mind. The faces of people dying from this disease are beautiful. I thank Count Dracula for allowing me to see such extraordinary beauty." While Bagot spoke, she showed a face full of emotion, but the soldiers on the other side could no longer listen. They couldn't bear to keep listening. "Young master, please give an order. Do we have to stop this madwoman? How can she consider her dying husband as entertainment?" said an officer, gripping his sword as if waiting for the order. As soon as Joe let out a shout, he attacked and tore Bagot to pieces. However, facing the threat of this group, Mrs. Bagot still smiled and said, "Ha ha, don't you realize yet? Do you think I'm doing this unprepared?" Joe asked seriously, "What the hell are you doing? The infected people in Austria suffer from a disease called acid." "Right, Bagot," she said calmly, and Joe began to suspect something. "Have you taken them hostage to talk to someone wise? It's a very comfortable feeling." Bagot smiled and nodded at that, but Joe, on the other side, still had doubts. "Have you taken them hostage to talk to a wise person? It's really a comfortable feeling." Bagot smiled and seemed to accept that, but Joe, on the other side, still had some doubts. That's what the AIs heard. Bagot also showed a crazy smile and then said, "Have you really infected all the citizens of Austin?" Joe asked, confused. "You forget that my specialty is infectious disease research." Bagot smiled and replied, and this also made Johem, having no choice but to exclaim, "Damn it." as he turned towards Bagot. Seeing this expression on Johem, she also began to address the main topic. All right, let's negotiate. But before she finished speaking, Jack's cold voice echoed, saying, "That's enough, now let's finish this." After saying that, Jack drew his sword and prepared to end the instigator. This also caused Bagot, on the other side, to appear confused and say, "Jack, I never thought you were so stupid. Don't you think I would do something like that?" "No, I believe what you say," Jack replied calmly. This response made Bagot even more intrigued. "So, do you plan to sacrifice all the inhabitants of Austin?" "That's right. If I have to choose, I accept sacrificing Austin to finish you," Jack declared. This also greatly surprised Han, the assistant beside him, who said, "Jack, didn't you want to save everyone? Why are you doing this?" Jack looked at him and explained, "Yes, because I want to save everyone. I want to eliminate Mrs. Bagot. But if that's the case, all the citizens of Spring will die," Han said urgently. Facing his concern, Jack responded harshly, "That sacrifice is inevitable. Han, perhaps these words seem cruel to you, but humans always face difficult decisions. In the future, there will be situations like this where choices must be made. If you want to be a warrior, you will have to make decisions, even if it causes pain. If she escapes, do you think she will go to the mountain, or just wander around spreading the disease? In that case, the victims will be many times more than the citizens of Austin. Also, I said I want a good life, but not one without sacrifices," Jack added. While speaking, he pointed his sword forward with determination. Meanwhile, Bagot, in front, began to use a sentimental tone. "Do you still want to finish me in the end?" "That's right," Jack said with a smile. But just at that moment, Joam stepped forward to intervene. "No matter what, we cannot sacrifice the citizens of Austin. Don't worry, young master, because the citizens of District 5 are already safe." Joam was glad to hear this and said, "Ah, that makes sense. Why would Jack do something like that?" But before he could rejoice too much, Jack asked in a serious voice, "But there is something I must say seriously. If you have to choose between the citizens and Mrs. Bagot, who would you sacrifice?" What did you say?" Joam asked, surprised. Magic began to explain calmly. There is something that was not in her plan. "The citizens have already been treated. Are you all right, ma'am?" "It is a brief hope at the last moment," he said that while flashing an evil smile. That phrase made Bagot unable to keep calm. "You're lying. How can that be possible?" she said with a voice full of confusion. Magic then began to clarify. "The infectious disease caused by the lady causes a red spot behind the ear, and the name of this disease seems to be Gadarim. The first time I heard of it was through the citizens near Austin that she controlled. And on the way to the feudal lord's castle, I saw with my own eyes the villagers of Austin at the same red mark behind the ear. That's why I treated them before arriving here." Bagot, upon hearing this, regained her confidence and affirmed, "Even if you know that, you won't be able to treat everyone. The ginseng root in the medicine to treat Gadarim is a very valuable resource. The ginseng root contained in the medicine to treat Gadarim is a very valuable medicinal herb. You don't have enough medicinal herbs to cure all the inhabitants of Austin." Jack, hearing her words, covered his ear. Then, confused, he said, "Ginseng root? I only use Kium pork. That's a purple herb that grows by the roadside, also known as wild herb. Therefore, the herbs to treat this disease are not hard to find. They grow abundantly." Bagot, upon hearing this, lost her temper again and shouted, "You're lying. How can wild herbs be used to cure the disease I created?" "Do you think you're that good?" Jack said with contempt while thinking to himself. "Heloim is very effective in treating the disease," Bagot continued speaking. At that moment, she regained some composure and said, "All right, even if you manage to create the medicine, how could you cure all the citizens of Austin in half a day?" Jack, upon hearing that, smiled and said, "I already did it secretly. Don't you know this medicine is liquid and almost tasteless?" Bagot then recalled her previous words with Jack. She thought the spread of the disease was due to the water from the ruins. "Even if it's dark, we have to start there," she said with a pale face, adding, "Could it be that?" Jack, on the other side, nodded and said, "Exactly, I put the medicine in the well. I informed the people there about the disease you're spreading, and I created a medicine just before reaching the feudal lord's castle, and they confirmed that those who took the medicine saw the red spots disappear. I'm sure everyone was cured. Of course, I can't claim that all the citizens recovered, but just because of that, I could kill you." Then he turned to Bagot. Upon hearing this, she knew she had lost. She didn't expect him to be such a big obstacle. "My enemies think the same," Bagot said disdainfully. "Then there's no other choice. I didn't want to do this," Bagot said as she took out a vial with purple liquid. Then, immediately after, she broke the vial. The liquid began to cover her arm, and, to everyone's surprise, Bagot's body, it was wrapped in a black cloud. When the fog cleared, Bagot appeared with a completely different appearance. "What? Is that a witch?" someone exclaimed in surprise, and immediately, the group started fighting when young Johem gave the order, "Capture that witch, knights." Upon hearing this, the knights attacked without hesitation. Meanwhile, Bagot, on the other side, transformed one of her arms into a plant and threw it forward. But the brown-haired knight easily wielded his sword and cut the vine. "Die, witch!" he shouted. But before he could do anything else, his body froze and he fell to his knees, confusing everyone around him. Bagot, seeing this, smiled with satisfaction. Hey, this is special blood. Soon, red spots will cover your face," she said. "Then you'll cough up blood and die in agony." She turned to Jack. Hearing this, Jack was very scared. If someone touches the sick person's blood, will they also be infected? He thought. He quickly shouted, "Johem, we have to evacuate everyone immediately. Han Snorch, you two, go out and evacuate the people from the castle." Johem, upon hearing this, looked at his father and his pig brother, gritted his teeth, and said, "Soldiers, evacuate the knights fighting the witch, but do not touch her blood. Jack, fall back." Johem said as he began to retreat from the place. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bagot, seeing the group leave, did not try to stop them and began to focus on Jack. "Oh, Jack, do you plan to face me?" she said as she controlled her plant arm to attack Jack. Seeing the group retreat, she did not try to stop them. Instead, she began to focus on Jack. "Oh, Jack, do you plan to face me?" she said as she controlled her plant arm to attack Jack. Seeing that, Jack hurriedly raised his sword in front of his chest to block the blow. Really, in this situation, having a mage would be ideal. Jack thought to himself as he began to dodge the furious attacks coming from Bagot, and this also made her feel more satisfied. "Ha, thinking about it, Jack, you're a good guard, so just that alone is nothing. Instead, I will give you a little more flavor to fight with you." That said, the girl made a wound on her arm, which caused the blood to flow and spread. Then, she also swung her arm strongly forward, throwing a large amount of blood directly at Jack. But Jack was very clever. As soon as he saw her do that, he quickly wrapped his sword with mana and cut forcefully forward. Thus, the blood could not get close to him, because if it came into contact with the blood of an infected, he would contract an unknown disease. If he carelessly cut that woman, he would surely also get stained with her blood. Moreover, if he cut her, she would remain alive and continue fighting. It was not easy at all. The wound he had inflicted before had not yet healed. "I need to destroy her," he thought. Jack then changed the attribute of his mana to fire, launched a direct attack, and cut Bagot's shoulder. This made her scream in pain. Thus, the girl's left arm separated from her. "How do you feel, ma'am?" Jack asked. "I feel a burning sting in the wound," she replied as Jack smiled. Meanwhile, Bagot, feeling her body, also gritted her teeth. "Kang, creak, isn't my body supposed to have the ability to regenerate? But why?" Thinking that, she waved her remaining arm to push Jack backward. But still, the girl's situation was desperate. "Now my body can't regenerate. Am I going to die here?" Thinking that, Bagot rushed toward the window and flew out. Meanwhile, Jack also hurriedly pursued her. "Do you want to escape the castle?" "No, I must stop her before she gets outside. Only then can I reduce the danger to the citizens. If the Demon King Sigmora sees her, he will surely sigh." Jack thought to himself and continued chasing her while Bagot ran desperately. Not forgetting to insult. "Damn it, don't follow me." "Get lost now," she said in a rude tone, which suited her better. "Honestly, you look disgusting," Jack joked. It didn't take long before both reached the end of the path. And now, Bagot had no way to escape Jack. Seeing that, he said coldly, "Now let's end this chase game." Saying that, he covered his sword with fire mana again. Once again, Bagot quickly turned and proposed. "Wait, Jack, let's negotiate." But before she could finish speaking, a sword of light pierced her chest, and her body began to burn slowly. But the special thing was that the attacker was not Jack. Where did that fire sword come from? Jack thought to himself. Then he ran quickly to check. She was already dead. Was it a spell cast by that person? But who is that person? Jack thought while looking toward a beautiful figure, who was nearby, not far from there. Thinking that, Jack couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "Are you the mage of the Dracon family, who is in front?" Upon hearing Jack's voice, the mysterious girl slowly emerged from the shadows. At the same time, she removed her hood, revealing the face of a very beautiful young woman. Her beauty was such that even Jack was a little surprised. "Oh, so you're a beauty." But before he could think more, the girl in front spoke. "Jack Stillwin, is that you? Do you know me?" Jack pointed to himself and asked, then used all his mind to remember if he had seen her before in the castle of any feudal lord. "I can't forget this beautiful face. Moreover, I spoke to that mysterious girl." At that moment, she also lowered her head and murmured, "Forget it. You are not Jack Steelwin." Why did the atmosphere suddenly change? Jack wondered internally and then asked, "I thought you knew me." Then, the mysterious girl said an extremely unexpected name, "Jack, our protagonist." Upon hearing that name, he immediately launched an attack, without the slightest hesitation. However, his attack was stopped by a shield of energy. It was a magical shield. Then, the white-haired girl also expanded the shield, causing Jack to be pushed backward. At that moment, Jack had some time to calm down and think about everything. How does she know my name? When I was the Demon King, I no longer existed in this world by that name. What should I do? Should I keep talking to her or not? He thought. Jack asked, "Hey, how do you know that name?" The white-haired girl listened and remained silent, saying nothing, which made Jack feel a bit frustrated. She probably doesn't want to talk, Jack thought, and then he came up with an interesting idea and said, "If you don't want to answer, do you want to go out with me? I'm very interested in you," Jack said with a smile. And indeed, that really angered the girl in front of him. What a terrible way to flirt, she said as she created 4 magical circles around her. And immediately, she launched magical bolts at Jack. Seeing this, Jack quickly tilted his head to the side, but the speed of those spells really surprised him a bit. However, before Jack could react further, the girl in front of him began to recite a complex spell and continued attacking, causing Jack to feel tingling on his scalp. She used a shortened spell to reduce casting time. Remembering, Jack realized that at one point she had created a magical shield, so it was natural that she could use a shortened spell, Jack thought to himself. While he was reflecting, the protagonist received a magical attack that grazed his calf, making him frown in pain. "I was careless," Jack murmured, then looked ahead and thought, "She must be a high-level mage, but how can she use high-level magic at her age?" While Jack was still speculating, the white-haired girl in front of him began to use a supreme spell, gathering an enormous amount of energy and launching it straight forward, accompanied by countless blades of magical energy. Seeing this, Jack quickly swung his sword like a machine to repel the entire attack. Then, Jack jumped directly toward her and prepared for a powerful sword strike. But the mage was not an easy opponent. She immediately devised a way to defend herself, using a spell to create a very solid stone shield, so hard that not even Jack's magical sword could penetrate it. She really is an expert warrior, Jack thought, gritting his teeth. And right at that moment, the mage concentrated more magical power into the stone wall, causing it to launch forward and push Jack backward. Without giving the protagonist a chance to react, the white-haired girl immediately created a magical fireball and shot it straight at him, like a missile. What a nuisance, Jack thought as he saw the fireball approaching. To counter that spell, Jack took a stance and thrust his sword forward. At the moment the sword hit the fireball, a terrible explosion occurred and Jack's sword broke into many pieces, but at least it managed to reduce the power of the fireball. Then, Jack concentrated his magical energy in his right arm, and with a single punch, he managed to repel the spell, sending it back to its owner. Facing the returned spell, yes, and with a single punch, he managed to repel the magic, which returned to its owner, and facing the returned magic, even the energy shield created by the white-haired girl could not withstand its power. And the broken sword fragments along with this sphere also caused the white-haired girl to suffer some minor injuries. Didn't it have any effect? She is furious, Jack thought as he saw the frown on the white-haired girl in front of him. Then, she murmured another spell, but right in the middle of the incantation, she suddenly paused for a moment due to pain, and Jack immediately seized that moment. However, shortly after, the girl completed a powerful high-level spell, creating a huge column of ice that she launched directly at Jack. However, this attack was still not enough to put him in trouble. With a single punch, he completely destroyed the huge column of ice. At the same time, he began to wonder why she had paused for a moment. It's strange. An experienced mage would continuously attack their enemy. Sure, there were times when I also hesitated right after returning, but it was because my body had not yet adapted to the battlefield experience. This attack was too precise, and besides, she knew my name. Wait, could she also be someone who has returned? Yes, if she has also returned, everything would make sense. But her movements are a bit strange for someone who has returned. Besides, she doesn't seem to have resistance to wounds. Those with strong combat abilities, like her, should be accustomed to receiving injuries. Right? That's something hard to explain. But it seems she uses her body to absorb the damage, and just when the battle was at its critical point, Joham's group hurriedly arrived and asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Jack shook his hand to deny and said, "It's nothing. Don't get involved in this fight. Fall back to the other side." The knight beside him also saw the blackened, burnt body ahead and said, "Is Joham over there?" Joham. Upon hearing this, Joham quickly turned his gaze and shouted, "Jack, did you kill her?" Our protagonist immediately denied. "It wasn't me." While speaking, he also glanced at the white-haired girl and Joham, who caught that look and asked, "If it wasn't you, then was it her?" "That's right," Jack replied. "With a single attack, she is a high-level mage." Hearing this, the knight bravely stepped forward and said, "I don't know exactly what happened, but she attacked you, so she's our enemy, isn't she?" "No, it's because I attacked her first," Jack said awkwardly, reflecting on everything that happened, which left the knight confused. Seeing this, Jack had to explain. "She said strange things, that's why." Jack thought again about everything and realized the reason he attacked her was because she knew who he was. Jack thought. She even helped me eliminate Bagos. And recalling this, Jack understood everything clearly and said aloud, "This was my fault. Sorry, could you tell me who you are?" The white-haired girl did not answer immediately and asked, "Are those your companions?" "No, they are not." She said surprised, "Are those your companions? Oh, I see. First, thank you for helping me eliminate that woman. Now this village is peaceful." But before Jack could finish his sentence, the white-haired girl said suspiciously, "Impossible. Do you really care about the villagers? You?" Hearing this and seeing her, Jack was able to confirm his suspicions. She really knew him before returning, Jack, the Demon King, and while they both looked at each other suspiciously, the knight shouted, "How dare you be disrespectful to the hero, Jack of Austin?" The white-haired girl looked puzzled and asked, "The hero of Austin? Yes, he helped this village, but how dare you?" said the knight resentfully, which made the white-haired girl doubt her own suspicions even more. "Are you really Jack? What's your last name? Does that matter? I'm simply Jack. I don't know how much you understand me, but the image you have of me is not the same as the real person." "Jack, stay calm," he said while repeating to himself, "The person I am now is not Jack Steelwyn," and he turned to the white-haired girl. She, sweating and thoughtful, murmured, "It's not right, it can't be this different." And this strange behavior of the girl also caught Jack's attention. "I don't understand what she's saying. The more she talks, the more I waste time," Jack thought. Thinking this, Jack didn't want to waste any more time and went straight to the point. "If you don't reveal your identity, we will consider you an intruder." Upon hearing these words, the white-haired girl gently brought her hand to tightly grasp her necklace, and immediately, a powerful, intense energy emanated from her body, causing everyone to hurriedly cover their eyes. "What is that strong light?" someone shouted, and at that moment, while everyone was distracted by the light, the girl disappeared before their eyes as if she had teleported. Returning to Jack, he moved forward and observed the remains of the magic she had left behind, and deduced that using high-level magic to create that object was already impressive, and moreover, she used the highest magic to teleport. How curious. I don't know who she is. Time passed quickly. The next morning, in a huge bell tower, the group was listening while Johem murmured, "Surely my father and brother can't go to heaven." The knight beside him nodded and said, "They have to pay for their sins. Surely they are already trying to redeem themselves." Redeem themselves? Johem thought for a moment and then spoke to Jack. "Thank you for coming to the funeral." "You're welcome," they replied quickly, and on the other hand, Johem recalled what happened the previous night and said regretfully, "We should have sent a group to chase that mage." "It doesn't matter. She used an object to escape, so we couldn't catch her," Jack said calmly, and at that moment he was already thinking about the next plan. "It seems she knows who you were in the past. We have to investigate." Again, speaking about Johem, his gaze showed sadness and he said, "I heard you're leaving soon." "Yes, we're just passing through," Jack replied. "Are you sure you don't want to work with us?" "We offer very good conditions," Johem insisted, but Jack immediately declined. "No, I don't like being tied to one place. Besides, you can handle things without me." He smiled, but Johem disagreed and said, "If it weren't for you, Austin would be in danger. I can endure blood on the battlefield, but when it's all over, I faint immediately. The Count of Drackle territory fears blood. It's really unfortunate, isn't it?" Johem said with frustration. At his words, Jack reached into the bag at his side and pulled out a demon fruit he had and asked Johem, "Want to try this?" Johem, seeing the demon fruit, was surprised and said, "Isn't that the artifact that was in the prison?" Jack nodded and said, "I found it among the rubble. Someday, that fear of blood will be an obstacle on your path as Lord Drackle. You will need this. The blood sap will give you the power of blood." "The power of blood doesn't sound very good," Johem murmured, and Jack explained, "It will allow you to freely control the blood in your body, but if you become too greedy, it will lead you to bloodthirsty madness." Johem, hearing this, showed some fear in his eyes and said, "It would be terrible if I start craving other people's blood. Is there any way to prevent that?" "Don't worry. If you become a bad person, I will take care of you myself." Jack smiled and affirmed that time passed quickly. Scene changed to the Lord's office. At that moment, the knight close to Johem brought a large amount of documents and said, "Lord, there are more documents you need to review." "Leave them there," Johem said with a sigh. The knight, worried, asked, "Lord, you must be very tired. If everything stayed the same, I would have been dead a long time ago. I didn't expect to miss the days when I was weak. So lineage really has an effect. I'm glad to see you're improving. And how is your thirst for blood?" On the opposite side, Johem, after hearing this, showed a more lively expression and said, "Sometimes I feel a little craving, just a little. But it seems fine, as long as he doesn't try to control other people's blood." While speaking, he pricked a few drops of blood on his hand and made them levitate in the air. "So that's blood manipulation? How interesting," the knight said surprised, while below, Johem thought to himself, "I've always been training her, thinking that someday I would need her to defend me. But I wonder, how could Jack know all this? He never reveals his true identity." The knight was curious, but Joam didn't pay much attention. Does it really matter? He saved our village, that's enough for me. Anyway, comrade, there's something I need to investigate. The wizard who attacked Jack and the members of the Black Brotherhood helped Fest. Find them, he said coldly. Returning to Jack, they were currently camping somewhere, and he couldn't stop thinking about that woman, the mage from before. Who was she really? Did she know I was Jack Moore before I returned? I had seen her before returning, he thought. Although she didn't master that skill, she was at the level of the Demon King of Magical Arts. The Demon King of Magical Arts, like Jack, inspires terror in this world. He can freely use all kinds of magic. We faced each other several times. But that old man is a man, and also old. I can't believe he forgot such a beautiful woman. If that woman also returned, surely she's related to the Key of Destiny. Maybe she was the one who implanted that object in me, though that's just a guess. However, I can't get her face and expression out of my mind. Why did she look at me like that? The more Jack thought, the more curious he felt. Meanwhile, Han, beside him, hesitated and spoke. Ah, Mr. Jack, about what you said last time regarding the Austin matter, I prioritize handling Mrs. Bagos' issue first, he said, scratching his head. Hearing that, Jack immediately understood the problem and thought, so you care that much? I understand. It's hard to justify such a sacrifice, but let me ask you, do you want to be a hero or a god? Not even I, a super genius, can achieve everything I want. From the beginning, that's impossible. It's hard to accept, but you don't have to force yourself. When you made that decision, you only made things worse. Han, on the other side, asked, do you really think I can be a hero? To that question, the protagonist pondered for a moment and replied, do whatever you want, because you are my subordinate. I will do my best to help you. Is there no way to save more people? Han asked anxiously. Yes, you just have to become stronger. You mean I have to train more, idiot? Jack laughed and said. Time passed quickly. Thus, the group's journey continued, and as they moved, like now, Snitch is facing a pack of monstrous wolves. And it seems that, after going through many battles, this shy boy has become much braver. Even when facing the creatures, he can stay calm and wait for the right moment. Meanwhile, the wolf pack, blinded by hunger, begins to charge directly at him to ask for some meat. But, unfortunately for them, Snitch is also waiting for this opportunity. As soon as they leap into the air, Snitch uses his magic to create sharp stone pillars emerging from the ground, piercing the bodies of those fierce creatures and causing instant death. Immediately after doing this, Snitch and the mole sigh in relief. Two monstrous wolves remain, but they also seem somewhat intimidated, so they dare not attack immediately and hesitate. And this is the chance for Han to act. While they hesitate, he sneaks up silently from behind and takes out the monsters with a few blows. After doing this, young Han sits down heavily and takes a deep breath, while Jack, seeing him, approaches slowly and asks, Are you done? Han hurriedly turns and replies, They're completely dead. But Jack, why are there so many monsters here? Snitch nods and says, I wonder that too. There's another village beyond. Jack, hearing both, looks around and realizes, thinking, There really are a lot of monsters here. Is there something nearby? Jack looks at the corpse at his feet and begins to speculate, but just at that moment, cracking sounds are heard in front of the group that catch the attention of the three. From the bushes, an old man appears, equipped and seeming to have been watching Jack's group's battle, so he begins to make a proposal. You all seem strong. Could you help me a little? The old man's request is for Jack's group to help him deal with a pack of orc monsters. Yes, the orcs that live in the mountain. Can you eliminate them? If not dealt with thoroughly, those orcs could harm anyone passing through the mountain. Then, according to the old man's request, Jack's group begins to search for the orcs. It doesn't take long to find the first clue, a giant footprint imprinted on the ground. Everyone focuses on the footprint and begins to examine it. Look, this must be an orc that passed here, Snitch says worriedly. Meanwhile, Han looks at Jack and asks, Do you think there's a whole pack of orcs nearby? Jack calmly replies, I don't know. We need to find more footprints. Snitch points out a problem. Can you follow their trail with just these footprints? Jack shakes his head. I'm not very good at tracking. Han, curious, asks, Then how do you plan to find them? Jack answers unexpectedly, We just have to go, listen, and feel. Follow me. Han and Snitch sigh, feeling deflated. Basically, he has no plan. They are discouraged, but of course, Jack already has his strategy by saying this. I'm not yet an expert tracker, but I know the basic skills to follow clues. My senses can track over a fairly wide area. Han and Snitch move fast, so I'm sure that we'll find the orcs in a few days, Jack thinks confidently. But just at that moment, he sees something ahead. What was that? A zombie? From his look, it seems there is a figure ahead. A strange creature was advancing, and Snorch, who was behind, upon seeing it, also got worried and said, It's a child. What is he doing here? Seeing him, he was so thin he looked about to fall to the ground. Han said that, while Jack also looked at him and the shield. Han quickly understood Jack's intention and took out some food. Then, Jack gave the child a piece of bread and said, "This is pretty good. Want to try some?" Time passed quickly. Afterwards, we continued our search while spending a night at an inn near the village. After several days, we found the band of orcs and their lair. And of course, with the group's strength, it was very easy to defeat those monsters. The old man made a proposal to the group. Jack, seeing the mountain of corpses, hurriedly said, "Do you really not want to accept payment? It's not difficult." Jack waved his hand and said it wasn't necessary. To thank the group, the market hailed us as saviors. They prepared a big meal for us, and the child we found in the mountain also peeked out from the dining room and, of course, this did not go unnoticed by Jack, who went out to meet him. Jack put his hand on the child's shoulder and said, slightly startling him, "Don't scare me like that. Why do you always do that?" The boy said scared, but at that moment, Jack gave him a huge piece of bread and said, "Here, little one, you helped do good things." Jack thought silently while the boy, without accepting the bread, gently refused it. "I'm not here to eat." Refusing food from an adult is very rude. Jack smiled and said, "But your mother told you not to take things from strangers." He replied, "Those are bad people, and are you good?" The boy asked curiously, and Jack answered with a smile, "No, I'm bad, but I try to do good things." Then, they both looked for a corner to continue talking. "Eat quickly. Be careful of stomach pain," Jack warned, and he threw him a bottle of water to drink. While drinking, Jack noticed the bread in his hand and asked, "Are you taking the rest for your family?" "Yes," said the boy. "My parents work hard." While speaking, he took out a cloth and carefully wrapped the bread. Jack praised him. "But didn't they say anything about receiving food from me?" "No, they didn't say anything. Everyone in the village knows you're good, and I heard you defeated the orcs on the mountain." Hearing that, Jack's skin tingled. "A good guy?" He murmured to himself, then remembered something and said to the boy, "Next time, go straight into the inn. Don't stay outside like a thief." The boy lowered his head sadly and said, "If I go in, they'll scold me. I already told them I'm with you, so it'll be fine." "Why are you good to me? Everyone hates me," Jack asked while thinking. "Maybe it's because of what Timmy told me, that it's the first time someone helps me, without expecting anything in return. That's surprising." Thinking about that, Jack said calmly, "Because I'm a little better than them, I guess." The boy, confused, said, "But you said you're bad and try to do good." Jack replied, "Then think of me as a bad guy trying to be better than the good ones." Jack justified himself, which left the boy speechless. But then, he burst out laughing, saying it made no sense. Jack, seeing that, he also patted the boy's head and smiled, saying, "In this world, there are always very strange people. Do you understand what I mean? I didn't say I hope there are many people, like you, in this world. If that's the case, then this world will be a wonderful place. Yes, it's late, I'm leaving now. See you later," said the boy while waving goodbye to Jack. Jack also replied, smiling, "Yes, see you later. Wow, you're fast, kid." Jack murmured confused, realizing there was no shadow behind him anymore. He turned to the boy, who was happily thinking, "My parents will be very happy, but I only took things from my older brother. Tomorrow, I have to see him again. At least I should ask his name. That way, someday, I can repay him." Thinking this, the boy noticed some strange figures ahead and stopped hastily. "I don't recognize that person. Is he a passerby? What is he doing with him? Something's weird, better I leave." The boy thought silently, because it seemed that group had some kind of suspicious deal. It's best to get away before there are problems. But unfortunately, the problem had already happened. A bald thug in front started looking at the boy with excited eyes, and said, "There's a little mouse watching me from the other side." The boy got so scared he turned pale. Even the bag with food in his hand fell to the ground. He turned toward Jack. At that moment, Jack also remembered the boy and thought maybe next time he should give him something more than bread. Now that I think about it, I don't even know his name. We're already pretty close, right? Well, I can ask him tomorrow, Jack told himself. Meanwhile, the boy, who was thinking, started crying and ran away from the bald thug. Time passed quickly until the next morning. At that moment, Jack's group had just defeated another group of orcs, and it seemed like it was the last one. Han became cheerful and said, "That's all, right, Mr. Jack?" The young snort beside him also added, "We checked the place where we started, but only found these creatures." Hearing this, Jack thought for a moment. It seems no more will come. The number of hunting beasts must have decreased. Maybe the creatures migrated due to the power imbalance in neighboring regions. The village will be safe from monsters and beasts for a while. Thinking that, Jack said happily, "All right then, get ready to leave." Then, before continuing the journey, they went to say goodbye to the village and the mayor. The elder, seeing them, clasped their hands tightly and said emotionally, "Thank you for saving us. I don't know how to thank you." Han puffed out his chest and said, It's nothing. No need to thank us." Jack smiled and said, Meanwhile, Snort looked around and asked, "But I don't see the boy today. Every time we come to the village, he's always nearby. I wanted to see him before we left too," Jack thought to himself. Meanwhile, the villagers looked at each other and said, "Do you mean the boy who lives on the other side of the fence? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him for 2 days. He used to come here a lot." Han thought and said, Maybe the boy went to help another village. But no one has seen him. That's worrying," Snort said anxiously. Meanwhile, Jack decided not to think too much and said, "I'm going to investigate. Let's go," he said as he turned and left. The two behind, unaware of Jack's intention, asked, "Let's go together to that boy's house." Then, following the guidance of the villagers, Jack's group also found the boy's house, but upon arriving, they were confused and said, "Are we in the right place? Does anyone really live here? This place is a complete mess," Han and Snitch said with voices full of astonishment. Meanwhile, Jack began to use his magical power to sense the environment. "I don't feel any presence here. Could something have happened to the boy?" Thinking that, he began to increase his magical power, spreading it everywhere. Shortly after, Jack suddenly detected something and ran forward urgently. Han and Snitch, surprised, asked, "Mr. Jack, where are you going?" While they spoke, they hurriedly followed him. It didn't take long when, using his magical sense, Jack arrived at an abandoned and destroyed house. Someone was dying there. Thinking that, he kicked the door open. The scene inside truly caused terror. There were 2 motionless bodies in a pool of blood, already dead. Jack, still thinking, directed his gaze toward the remaining flow of life energy. That person really surprised him. It was none other than the boy they were looking for. At that moment, the boy was sitting still, leaning against the wall, as if asleep. On his chest was a strange tattoo, and seeing it, Jack quickly ran to him and exclaimed, "Hey, wake up!" While speaking, Jack urgently thought the boy was still breathing. "If I give him medicine." Thinking that, Jack looked again at the tattoo on the boy's chest, and our protagonist immediately felt an evil energy beginning to emanate from that tattoo. Meanwhile, the boy, hearing the voice, began to wake up slowly and said, "Yes, it's me. I came to see you because I couldn't find you." The boy smiled and said, Magic began to ask the cause of the incident. "What happened? Who caused this?" Hearing that, the boy cried and said, "I don't know. A stranger I had never seen before suddenly appeared at night and killed my father and also my mother. He said he would let my parents live if I didn't scream. It was very painful, but I tried to endure it. He said he wouldn't kill my parents if I didn't scream during the torture, but in the end, he killed both of them." He enjoyed this tragedy. The more Jack thought about it, the colder his gaze became. Meanwhile, the boy could no longer hold back his tears. His body began to tremble with sobs. "After killing my parents, he killed other people too. That person said it was all my fault." The boy spoke with tears running down his face, and in this situation, Jack just stroked the boy's head and comforted him. "Don't worry, it wasn't your fault. Did you see his face? He had no hair and had strange tattoos covering half of his face." Saying this, the boy's voice faded, and he quickly hugged his chest. Seeing this, Jack covered his right arm with magic and touched the boy's tattoo. Then, without anyone knowing what method Jack used, the tattoo on the boy's chest completely disappeared. "You did very well. I'll take care of the rest for you." "Thank you, sir," the boy said softly. Then, his gaze gradually faded, and his arm fell limp. The boy's current condition is uncertain. It is unknown if he is alive or dead. Magic, seeing this, took a piece of bread from his food bag and placed it in the boy's hand. Meanwhile, Han and Snitch also arrived running, and seeing the scene inside, both of their faces turned pale, and they spoke to Jack, who had already decided the next target for their journey. "Get ready, we're going. We will meet the person who will help us avenge that boy," Jack said while recalling the image of a blonde-haired girl. Returning to Jack's group that night, in front of them was a fire burning intensely, and the person lying inside was an unfortunate family. "Rest in peace," Snorch said sadly, while Han also turned to look at his young master. "I thought he wouldn't expect him to hold a funeral for a child, and that he would even want to avenge that boy whom he had barely seen a few times. I didn't believe he did it just for justice. He said he wanted to do good things, but Jack is not the type of person to be moved by something like that." However, that kindness became useless. After the death of that boy, the person Jack valued was tortured to death. I think those two things hurt Jack's pride. Thus, time passed quickly until the next morning. At that moment, Jack was personally collecting everything that remained of them. He put it inside a jar and carefully sealed it. After doing this, he turned to Han and Snitch and said, "Let's go, let's depart." Scene changed to a tree somewhere inside the Cauldron Church. After finishing her prayer, St. Luana quietly came out and was surprised to find the old man Vicky waiting for her for some time. Vicky, seeing her appear, asked how her prayer had gone. "Quite well. What happened?" she asked, and the old man smiled and replied, "A friend came to see you." "Who?" she asked curiously. Returning to Jack's group, they were inside a small dome built in the middle of a garden. Seeing that architecture, Han was internally impressed. The Cauldron Church is much more imposing than I expected. Jack really has good connections. But before they could think more, a voice sounded from behind. Did you really come to see us? Jack stood up and greeted. It's been quite a while. How have you been? Luana spoke while the old man, VK, ran toward him to give a warm handshake. I'm very glad to see you safe and sound. Jack responded shyly, a killing machine smiling. I can't get used to this scene, he thought to himself. Speaking of Saint Luana, she also looked at Han and nodded, saying, quite some time has passed, right, Han? But who is AI? She asked while looking at Snitch beside her, and Han quickly introduced himself. His name is Snitch, and the mole accompanying him is named Nam. Nice to meet you, Snitch and Nam said, bowing. Without paying attention to them, Jack turned to Luana and said, I already heard the news about how before you were given the name Promo, a name reserved only for saints. Luana flinched and blushed, while the old man Wika beside her laughed as if he found something very funny. So you already know, right? Actually, you just need to complete one last achievement to earn that name. She is already ready, but around here? Jack was not very surprised, nodded, and said, basically, she is close to achieving it. This is the last achievement to be recognized as a saint, so choose something truly great. Great? She asked, and Jack nodded. Correct. For example, purge the branch of the religion that worships Vald in the north. Then, Jack began to tell them what he had experienced. Upon hearing it, the saint's face turned pale, and Wike could no longer contain his murderous aura. So, those who killed the child you cared for were those damn ones, right? Returning to Jack, at that moment, he also took out a paper, placed it on the table, and continued speaking. That's right. This is the symbol engraved on the child's chest. I'm sure you will recognize it. It's one of the tricks of those damn Valid. Black magic that makes a person unable to die. Black magic can't kill a person? Han asked curiously, and Jack explained in more detail. It's a type of magic that transfers dark energy to a person's life to keep them alive, even when they suffer mortal wounds. It's generally used when they torture the AI. I heard they use it to toy with humans, Jack said coldly, and after hearing that, the old man VKE also expressed his doubt. Do you have any information about the child's killer? The boy said it was a bald man with a tattoo covering half of his face, Jack replied. And right after hearing that description, the girl Luana, who was here, murmured, Do you know that name? He turned to VKE after Luana spoke. He also turned to ask Jack, You mean that man was in that village? Jack responded calmly. That's right, I think he stopped in that village to get supplies and carry out what he calls fun. The murdered people lived in the poor neighborhood, so the village won't make a big fuss about it. Damn them, exclaimed VKE, slamming the table in anger upon hearing what Jack said. Without paying attention to him, Jack continued. The strange thing is that the mountains near the village were suddenly invaded by monsters. New orc territories even appeared. Something is not right, said VKE, stroking his chin while thinking for a moment, then said, All right, Jack, if the enemy is valid, I and the Karaguman Association will fight to the end. But we have no information about the location of their base, he said with some doubt. However, Jack had already prepared everything. I know the location of the branch of their followers in the north, as well as other places, Jack said. As soon as the old man VKE heard that, he stood up excitedly. Really? I'm sure Kana's favor has guided you here with us. Unlike VKE's joy, Luana began to look at Jack with curious eyes. But how do you know that? It's very difficult to get any information about Valid. It was pure chance. Before I returned, Jack thought silently. She surely knows many things. Just like with the magical seal case, the girl said smiling. Jack could only look away and force a smile. Haha, that magical seal was something she created before I returned, Jack thought. Leaving that topic aside, to be sure, VKE asked, Could you take us to the northern branch first? I want to start by inspecting that place. All right, Jack replied, and according to VKE's assumption, if that is the right place, then that Chai Slowwash must surely be there. Your goal is revenge, right, for that bastard? Whose name I don't even know, Jack said, smiling with pain. The scene shifted to a desert area. As agreed, Jack took the old VKE there, so he could inspect. They arrived at a rock that looked like a door atop the desert. The two stopped, and VKE said in surprise, This world really is full of wonderful things. I didn't know such a place existed. Jack smiled and replied, I bet you haven't even seen everything in this world. I'm pretty sure I've seen many great things in life, but I guess that's just my arrogance, he said. I can't believe I acted like I knew everything the goddess created, he said, placing a hand on his chest. I suppose that's how people think when they believe in the goddess, he said. Jack nodded and said. The old man's eyes also brightened and began to look with tempting intent. Jack thought, The door to join the CA Brotherhood is always open for you. Thanks, but I must decline, Jack replied firmly, putting that topic aside. Then, the old man looked at the desolate landscape around and said, "The northern sect, valid. Is it really in a place like this? Isn't that suspicious? But the god the valid sect worships is the god of water. That's why I heard their temple must be near water." "While this place," said the old man. He looked toward the tall sand dunes in the distance, and without him saying more, Jack already understood. "I understand. This place seems very arid, but that's because they haven't found it yet." "That makes sense," said the old man. But before he finished speaking, Jack had already galloped forward. "We just have to go a little further," he said with a smile. So, the two continued until they reached a rocky gorge. There they tied their horses to one side and began to venture further inside. It wasn't long before Jack brought Luana in front of a large hole and said, "This is the entrance," said VKE, somewhat surprised. But he quickly followed Jack down, and as they entered the cave, he was amazed by the view before him. When he saw a large lake, he couldn't believe there was such a lake beneath this arid land. "No wonder no one has been able to find this place," thought VKE. Just then, suddenly, a red flash appeared ahead. Both startled and quickly hid behind a rock. Then, an old man and a young man slowly peeked their heads out to observe. From their looks, what was deeper inside the cave was a gigantic structure built long ago. And most importantly, the symbol carved at the entrance was the mark of the valid sect. Upon seeing it, VKE's expression changed. "So they really do have a temple here," said Jack. Seeing the old man's expression, he replied, "Now, do you believe me?" VKE tightly squeezed Jack's hand and affirmed, "I will prepare the best of the CA Brotherhood for you." Time passed quickly, and after returning to the CA Brotherhood, VKE quickly reported the situation and led this conversation. "Ha ha, it's an honor to meet you," said the voice's owner, who was the Pope of Kerry. Jack nodded and smiled, but inside he thought something very different. "Damn it, I never thought I'd see the one who created the undead since I was the Demon King. He can revive the holy knights from afar, and, no matter the attack, knights never die. To be honest, this is a nightmare. I didn't think I would actually get to meet him, Carl Widman's Pope, known for being someone very difficult to see in person." Without knowing what Jack was thinking, the Pope placed a hand on his chest and saluted. Jack said, "Thank you for telling us the location of the heresy." "I only cooperate because I want something," Jack said calmly. "I heard you want revenge." "Are you planning to join this battle?" he asked, and Jack nodded determinedly. "Of course, but I plan to infiltrate the temple. While your forces attack, do you plan to kill the one who murdered that child?" the Pope asked, and Jack smiled with that typical Demon King grin. "Heh heh. I don't plan to let him escape that easily." Seeing that expression, the old Pope felt a slight headache. "Ha ha, how scary. You make this old man's heart beat fast too." Seeing that expression on him, the old Pope also felt a little headache. "Ha ha, how scary. You made this old man's heart race as well. I got carried away by emotions and forgot reason. I'm very sorry." Jack said hurriedly, but the old man didn't pay much attention to that. "It doesn't matter. I understand. Chai Slowwash is an extremely cruel man, but he is also very strong, considered a powerful man. He is on the level of a high-ranking priest in Kawaramain. Are you sure you'll be okay?" he said in a very serious voice. Jack responded with the same look to affirm, "I won't be a burden to anyone." "So, you don't plan to change your mind?" He nodded and then turned to the others. "This plan will be carried out in secret. We cannot allow them to realize what we are doing and escape." Hearing this, WG, who had been silent, also spoke up to suggest, "I think the best would be for these 3 people to stay in the temple, just in case something unexpected happens. That would be ideal." The Pope smiled, and meanwhile, Jack remembered something and said, "Your Holiness, I have a request. I don't know if it's possible." "What do you need?" asked the Pope. "I want to receive the title of Honorary Holy Knight." Jack explained his purpose, and the Pope did not rush to accept, but asked, "May I know why?" "I don't have a special reason. I just think Slowwash will get much angrier if I have that title," Jack said, showing an evil expression. And then, when the 3 men withdrew, the Pope commented with admiration, "That boy has a very particular personality, doesn't he? He seems a bit strange, but he is very clever," said VKE smiling. "Even St. Luvina confirms it." "Exactly. He won't let us down, even with the title of Honorary Holy Knight." All right, I'll have that done immediately," he said while laughing, and suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Ah, right. There is a strong and good man like you, Jack, among the Honorary Holy Knights. Why don't you let him participate in the battle? Who is it?" Upon hearing that name, St. Luvina's face showed a bit of discomfort and asked, "Do you mean Zenas? Is that correct? Is something wrong?" The Pope asked, which made her recall Zenas's previous attitude, but she quickly shook her head and said, "No, it's nothing. But every time he looks at me, he tells me to tell him if something happens to me. Although I always answer no, it seems he is interested in that person." "Ha, ha," Old Wiggles laughed, like a faithful follower of the god Cana. "I will never go out or marry anyone. You know," she explained hurriedly. "Let's leave that aside." Then he spoke again to the Pope. Mr. Zenas will not be able to participate. He is on a mission elsewhere, so it is difficult to contact him. I understand, the Pope nodded. Then Weg also looked at Luana, noticing a bit of worry on her face, and said, if she doesn't feel comfortable, I can have her stay. No problem, she shook her head, rejecting the offer. This made the old man notice something and ask if something was bothering her. At the question, Luana's face saddened a bit and she said, I don't think he did that just because he's interested in me. I don't know, I feel like he has other intentions. Other intentions? Asked Wiggles. Yes, I feel like he's looking for something, said the saint, revealing her thought. Time passed quickly. At that moment, the Church of Kawaraman's conquest army set out towards the desert area. Meanwhile, the priests still took the opportunity to pray for the journey. Upon arriving at the mouth of a large well leading to an underground cave, Weg signaled everyone to stop and said, here we are. Behind, St. Luana stepped forward to look at the deep hole underground and murmured, it has finally begun. Yes, the time has finally come to pass judgment on those damned. Behind, St. Luana also stepped forward, looking at the deep underground cave and murmured, it has finally begun. Yes, finally. The time has also come to pass judgment on those wretches. Weg spoke with a voice full of seriousness. And up to this moment, as previously agreed, Jack will also separate from the group to go on his own. So, I will go first. He announced firmly. That means he hasn't changed yet. Regarding his intention to infiltrate the temple, Weggy asked again and Jack nodded, saying, that's right, we had talked about it before. Besides St. Luana, although she knew beforehand, her face could not hide the concern, but she stammered, which made Jack speak to reassure her. Don't worry, even if they capture me, I don't have valuable information to reveal. That's not what I meant. She shouted, and Jack also knew she was worried about him. I know what you're thinking, they won't catch me, so calm down. After saying this, he looked at Snort and Naum, telling them to take care of those two kids. I've already trained them, at least so they can fend for themselves, so they won't die easily. If they die, it will be due to their own clumsiness. Jack smiled, which made the two boys make desperate faces. Then he jumped straight down saying, see you, and returned to Luana. Seeing that Jack had left, she looked at Wage and asked, are you sure he'll be okay? To that question, Y could only sigh and say, I think the best we can do now is to trust him. So, is it our turn now, right? He said seriously, while the scene changed to inside the Temple of the Valley. Very quickly, they discovered their base was being attacked and began to panic. Urgent, urgent, shouted the cauldron on the other side of the lake. If we manage to get past that side, you are finished. Advance, shouted Wage loudly. The knights immediately led the people and charged forward. Stop those heretics, ordered an officer. At the same time, a fanatic who did not understand the situation, seeing the chaos, spoke calmly. What's going on? Before he could say more, suddenly, an arm appeared covering his mouth from behind, dragging him into the darkness and trying to silence him, and the one who did it was none other than our protagonist, Jack. He looked at the unconscious fanatic below and thought to himself, there is nothing here. I feared things would be different from the previous life, but nothing has changed. I infiltrated alone, so Karamazov should be fine. Better to focus on my own business first. Thinking this, he arrived at a large room, probably the prayer hall. Because it's a temple, surely, they keep the most important objects inside the prayer hall. Thinking that, Jack opened wide the door in front of him and discovered a stored object that looked like a miniature pyramid with inscriptions in an ancient language engraved on top. Seeing it, Jack's eyes showed surprise. So, it was created here. This object must be so valuable that it made Slowwash come here first. His priority must be to protect this, rather than stop us. Well, then I'll stay here waiting while I pray. Thinking that, Jack suddenly smiled, as if he already had a plan. At that very moment, outside, the battle was at its most intense, and of course, with their power and prior preparation, the Cowboys Man Knights were able to easily defeat the Valley Fanatics. Damn Cowboys Man, they shouted across the lake. At that moment, the bald Choi Slowwash appeared, worried, asking how many there were. I'm not sure, but there must be at least 1,000 quickly, replied a long-haired man. This made the bald man a bit worried. His men here also total around 1,000. But the main problem is... Thinking about that, he asked, are they all holy knights or high-ranking priests? Seems so, said the long-haired guy in the back, gritting his teeth. And just hearing this much, the man called Chai Slowwash could already understand the magnitude of this incursion. The Cauldron Group had brought such a powerful military force that he couldn't help but hit the railing with his hand. Damn, how did they find us? They are too strong for our branch's force. It's too late to wait for reinforcements. There's no other option, said the man, starting to talk with the others. Commander, stop those damn Carrick men before they cross the lake. Yes, sir, replied the long-haired man, nodding. Then he quickly ordered everyone to concentrate to prevent them from crossing the lake. Looking back at Chai Slowwash, he saw the group had already reorganized. Then he also quickly turned to leave, thinking silently, I must protect that first. No need to worry, I just need to protect that, and pray to receive the blessing of victory. Thus, he began to walk quickly toward the prayer hall. But upon arrival, his gaze became puzzled, because inside the prayer hall there was already a shadow waiting for him beforehand, along with the bodies of the henchmen lying on the floor. However, what caught his attention most was the object that should have been displayed on the upper shelf, but now it had disappeared without a trace. He shouted in his mind and then directed his gaze toward. Jack, with a face full of anger, said, "Who are you? Are you a dog of those cowboys over there? Are you the one behind all this?" thought the bald man in his mind, and in front of him. Jack shook his head and replied, "No, I'm not. I only have personal business with you." Chai Slowwash growled and took an attacking stance. But before he could make a move, Jack continued speaking. "Cauldron, Chai Slowwash, the Cardinal of Valley, is that you?" Jack spoke while looking at the man with eyes that seemed to look at a corpse. Are you the one who killed that boy, right?" Jack asked. This question left Chai Slowwash a bit puzzled, but quickly, his expression changed to anger. "That boy? Did you come here just to say that nonsense? Do you expect me to remember everyone I've killed?" Chai Slowwash said with veins bulging on his face. At the same time, his other hunting dogs had already gathered behind him. Seeing that, Chai Slowwash gave the order, "Eliminate this guy." Looking at Jack, he calmly stood up and said, "How pathetic. I want to hear your reason." "Reason?" asked Chai Slowwash as if he didn't remember, which made Jack explain clearly. "Don't you remember that you killed the slum residents? You even tortured a child." Hearing this, the bald man finally remembered. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Ah, you mean that boy, right?" "Yes, I killed him. I wanted the village's food, so I approached him. That's when I decided to eliminate everyone, the boy's family and neighbors. That was just a side effect. If you want to know the reason, it's because of that boy. Because of him, everyone died. Since I killed them, all have fallen. One of them was blessed by Vali. I'm pretty sure they thought it was an honor," he said while staring intently at Jack, and he smirked wickedly as he spoke about Jack. After about 30 seconds of silence following the bald man's words, Jack finally asked, "So that's the reason you gave the boy?" Upon hearing this, Chai Slowwash smiled and admitted, "I wanted to teach him what responsibility really is." "Responsibility?" Jack murmured. However, the conversation was interrupted when the ground began to shake violently. "We don't have much time left. How the hell do the damn Karamazovs know we're here?" Chai Slowthigh gritted his teeth and spoke, while Jack also calmly intervened. "It was my idea. I brought CA and Man here to put an end to you." Chai Slowwash and Jack spoke while staring at each other, and as if he had heard something ridiculous, this guy got so angry he started laughing. "Ha ha, what nonsense. You're an AI and you intend to kill me. I like that boy, and you killed him," Jack replied coldly, making Chai Slowwash nearly go mad. "Did you do all this just for that boy?" He shouted angrily, while Jack remained calm and spoke. "You say everyone in the slum died because of that boy. We wouldn't have confronted you if you had stayed still here and never left. But now I'm going to put an end to you," Jack said with a satisfied smile. That made Chai Slowwash just grit his teeth in anger. "All this is your fault." Chai Slowwash looked like a volcano about to erupt at any moment. "You're a damn bastard," he shouted while waving his hand forward, creating a huge column of water aimed directly at Jack. Seeing that attack, Number 1 felt the danger. He quickly jumped into the air to dodge it because it was really strong. Just one hit would be enough to finish him off, he thought to himself while clinging to the horn hanging on the wall. When Chai Slowwash saw that Jack was unharmed after his attack, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Then Jack looked down and taunted him. "I think you understand, because you were the one who taught that boy what responsibility is, right, Vali? Do you have to take responsibility for what you do? Do you serve a guy like that?" Chai Slowwash trembled with rage. "Die!" he shouted and began controlling the huge column of water behind him, aiming directly at Jack. The attack was so strong that the wall behind Jack shattered. Luckily, Jack used his supreme skill to climb and jump between the walls. He managed to grab onto a nearby window. Seeing this, the bald man had no choice but to shout to his henchmen, "What are you waiting for? Attack him." Upon hearing the order, the hunting dogs began throwing daggers directly at Jack. However, this was not enough to make things difficult for our protagonists. Jack simply drew the sword from his side and swung it, easily cutting all the attacks. Valley's henchmen could only watch helplessly from below. After this, Jack calmly sheathed his sword and said, "Hey, don't get too excited. What would happen if you destroyed this?" While speaking, he took out a mini pyramid to show the people. As expected, upon seeing the object, the bald Chai Slowwash paled and shouted, "How dare you ignore my order," he said. Jack kept smiling and provoking him. "This is a monster control artifact, called the evil spirit of the pyramid, right?" Jack said upon identifying the object, and Chai Slowwash's expression changed as he asked, "How do you know about that?" "That artifact called the evil spirit of the pyramid. It is an artifact that allows control over any monster. It requires negative emotions from innocent souls, which fits its name. Before I returned, Valley used cruel methods to complete this pyramid, just like he tortured the boy before. I think he tortured the boy to fulfill part of the conditions of this object. Master Jack revealed the identity of the object, and the look of the man's Slowwash also changed as he asked, "How do you know that? Are you talking about the object called the evil spirit of this pyramid? It is an artifact that allows the user to control any monster. It requires negative emotions from innocent souls. It is a condition that fits its name." Before I returned, Valley used cruel methods to complete this pyramid, just like the way he tortured the boy before. I think he tortured the boy to fulfill part of the requirements of this object. The monsters that appeared in the village did so because Slowwash's bottle was there along with this object. The monsters only follow their instinct in going after this artifact, and after thinking this, Jack also stepped in to speak. "I know more than you think. Are you scared yet? If you do anything, this object will be destroyed." Jack threatened the guy called Slowwash again. It seems Jack's threat did not have much effect, because he was still able to smile and say, "Haha, the pyramid will not be destroyed. However, people's bodies might be. I will kill you in the most painful way I know." Saying this, he again began to use his power and fired a column of water toward Rach and the general. They only had to hang from the window to dodge, but Slowwash was not very worried. "How much longer can you dodge my attacks?" he laughed. Returning to Jack, while jumping between the walls, he was also assessing his situation. He could face the soldiers, but he could not defeat Slowwash in that state. Thinking this, it seemed Jack had devised a plan. Then he turned and said, "It's easy to see you are stronger. It would be very foolish of me to face you directly. I am thinking of escaping." "Do you think you can escape from here? Where will you go?" asked Slowwash, the insignificant rat, doubting. "Where could you go?" Jack murmured and then punched the wall several times. In front of him, he did it several times, making the bald guy only able to smile foolishly. "What are you doing?" Before he finished speaking, his smile froze because the wall actually broke, revealing a secret passage. Even Slowwash did not know something like that existed there. Surprised, he said that while Jack hung inside the passage and turned toward them, "I say goodbye to you before I leave. Now I will escape through here. Ha, ha." After saying this, he stuck out his tongue in mockery, which enraged the guy. "You damn bastard, chase him," shouted the furious bald guy. Scene changed to the basement of the northern branch prison of Volley's followers. After escaping through the secret passage, Jack arrived at this prison with a bunch of keys in hand. Seeing him with the bunch of keys, the prisoners inside lit up their eyes with enthusiasm. "Do you want revenge?" asked Jack. Meanwhile, outside, the battle between Kawashima and Valley continued to unfold. It was extremely intense. "Stop anyone trying to enter the temple," they shouted. "Kill them all." Just then, when the surface of the lake began to bubble and 2 columns of water rose to the sky, aimed at the old man Wiggles. Seeing this, the priests of Karjuman did not lag behind. They quickly joined their hands and prayed, "Lord Kana, please protect your faithful servants." After finishing the prayer, a holy light gathered, forming a cross symbol that protected Wiggles from that attack. Then a knight came running to report, "Sir, the soldiers we sent there have been annihilated." Here, Wiggles gritted his teeth, drew the sword from his palm and said firmly, "Damn bastards, take this." His body began to emit a glowing aura, and then he swung the sword forcefully forward, launching a powerful attack aimed at the temple, causing a huge explosion. However, the temple was protected by a red barrier, so it did not suffer much damage. Wiggles frowned, seeing it didn't work. "That barrier is stronger than usual. It even withstood my ultimate attack," he thought to himself. But the recent attack was not useless either. "Sir, the attack has eliminated all Valley soldiers near the lake. This is our chance. Prepare to cross. We must finish before they send reinforcements." From what I heard, the soldiers quickly loaded several logs and very soon built a bridge crossing to the other shore. Right after this, the whole group advanced en masse. "Forward, brave knights," they said excitedly. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, from inside the temple, the Valley reinforcements emerged en masse. Cowardman's men rushed to stop them. "Reinforcements have arrived," someone shouted. They crossed the bridge they had built and began to confront them. A Valley priest spoke and began to use his power to control the water. This caused the bridge to shake violently and several soldiers lost their balance and fell. On this side, some knights quickly stood in front of Luvina to protect her. The shield seemed to strengthen. "Miss Luvina, you're in danger," someone said. The priestess Luvina, realizing the situation was getting complicated, had to intervene personally. "Please, Kana, grant your power to those who serve you loyally," she murmured as she prayed. Meanwhile, the old Wige concentrated strength in his legs, jumped forcefully toward the bridge, and upon landing, swung his sword and unleashed a cutting wave of energy. He aimed at the followers in front of him and split them in 2. However, when the cutting wave hit the shield, it quickly dissipated without leaving a trace. This oppressive energy belonged to the Valley. They paid no attention to the other knights as they were focused on him. Although this energy did not affect him, just by being there, it helped the knights. Then, he glanced around the battlefield and thought, Feta is still at a disadvantage, but if the shield disappears and we can attack, causing damage to the enemy base, Feta could gain the advantage. Jack hopes you can destroy the shield, he prayed silently. The scene shifts to the group of young Slowwash, who were still charging to pursue Jack. They searched around. Jack possessed the sacred object called the Soul Pyramid. We must recover that object at all costs, the bald man shouted, alarmed. But no matter how long they searched, they couldn't find Jack. We've checked every corner, said a soldier who came to report. This made Slowwash's face wrinkle like a monkey's butt. He thought, how could he know a secret passage that even we don't know? Slowwash gritted his teeth while reflecting. Then, a knight expressed his opinion. I think he's just running in circles to fool us. Hearing this, Slowwash squinted, kicked the soldier directly in the stomach and shouted, Idiot. He has the soul of the Soul Pyramid. Do you understand? The soul of the Soul Pyramid. His face filled with bulging veins as he shouted, and the Black Knight trembled with fear, begging. Sorry, I'll send someone to search more, he said and quickly turned to leave, before receiving several more kicks from Slowwash. Leaving that matter aside, the bald man rubbed his face to calm down and carefully analyze the situation. Let's see. He said he came for revenge, so he must be trying to help the Kawoodmen during the battle. If we look at his reaction to the sacred object, it seems he didn't come with the intention to steal it. So, what does he want to do inside the temple? Thinking this, his eyes suddenly widened, and he said something about it. The scene changes to a large hall, where there is a statue of the evil god Valley, placed in the center. Around the statue, numerous followers were murmuring incantations that no one could understand. It was placed in the center of the great hall, and around the statue were countless followers, murmuring incantations that no one could understand. But while this group was focused, Jack also sneaked in silently. However, he was discovered by two knights. You're an AI, they shouted. Jack was a bit surprised. How were there knights here? Just after hearing that, he felt a wave of dangerous energy behind him. This energy came from a guy named Slowwash. Your end has come, kid, he said as he launched an attack forward. Jack was thrown far away and ended up with a rather serious wound on his waist. Damn it, Jack muttered with difficulty. Slowwash, in front of him, smiled as if he had found a treasure. Now, we neutralize him. He can't escape. He's seriously injured. First, let's catch this AI and then look for the holy object. Upon hearing the order, the Black Knights advanced quickly, like hunting dogs. Seeing this, Jack turned and began to run, although they didn't know that by chasing him, the faithful praying had no AI protection. At that moment, while they were still in a trance praying, someone sneaked inside. This is important. This story begins when Jack arrived at the underground prison. I will give you a chance to take revenge. A chance to punish those bastards who tried to sacrifice you. That's all I can say for now. These hooded ones are like fish in a net in front of the prisoners. Returning to Jack, because of his wounds, he was losing a lot of blood. Slowwash, seeing this, calmed down and stopped. Is that all? You can run far, but this is as far as it goes. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking he could finally catch Jack. Or at least that's what he thought. Suddenly, the whole temple began to shake as if it had received a powerful blow. What's happening? He shouted, as the scene changed to the outside. A young man named Snort was fighting a Black Knight. He leaned back to dodge his opponent's blow. Then he crouched to avoid a second attack. Immediately, Snort took advantage of the opening and stabbed a sword into the knight's waist. The knight screamed in pain. Then Snort turned and cut another knight who was trying to attack him from behind. His body seemed to move on its own. Those are the effects of training. Master Jack is really amazing, Snort thought to himself. Quick, stop those cowboys, shouted a knight. But just as they advanced, the ground suddenly shot many sharp stone columns, blocking their advance. The one who acted was another AI, a friend named Snow. If I can destroy this narrow passage, I can defeat them all, but it could be dangerous. What if the whole cave collapses? Snow thought worriedly. Then, a loud noise caught everyone's attention. They looked and saw how the barrier protecting the temple began to fade, surprising the Black Knights. The barrier disappeared, they said confused. The old man Wiggles sighed with relief. It seemed Jack had succeeded. We must make sure they can't restore the barrier. Destroy their base, he shouted, and the priests of Karjaman advanced. Oh, God, Kana, please punish our enemies, they said as they concentrated their energy in the palms of their hands and released it forward. The temple portal began to show cracks. Returning to the Slowwash group, the sudden tremor of the temple left him bewildered. What is happening to the whole temple? Someone nearby asked. Please unleash punishment on the enemy, they said as they began to accumulate energy in the palms of their hands and released it forward. This caused the sanctuary door to start cracking. Returning to the Slowwash group, the sudden tremor of the sanctuary also left him confused. The whole temple is shaking. What is happening? Jack, who is skilled, also spoke to clarify that there was nothing to worry about. The wall protecting the temple has just disappeared, which is why it is under attack. He smiled as if he had not suffered any damage. And seeing that attitude, Chai Slowwash's face also became completely stupid. That's right, I have deceived you all. I need to buy time while the others bring down the wall. Jack spoke as he began to stretch a little. Are there other intruders? Chai Slowwash asked. Am I the only one who has reached here? But yes, I still have people on my side, those you locked up just to sacrifice. Hearing Jack, Chai Slowwash's face showed disbelief. It can't be. The brothers who protected my barrier were killed by those weak sacrifices. Don't believe me? Then try to catch me. Jack spoke and began to turn to flee again, and of course, Chai Slowwash could not let him go so easily. Where do you think you're going? Said the bald man. He began to concentrate magical power in the palm of his hand and launched it directly at him. Luckily, Jack managed to dodge it and was unharmed, but the blow was strong enough to make a large hole in the wall. This is getting interesting. Jack smiled to himself while Chai Slowwash, seeing that Jack had reached the curve, ordered the knights behind him. Chase that damn rat. How far do you think you can run? Saying this, he launched several energy spheres to pursue Jack. But maybe because of his strabismus, his aim was not very good. So Jack kicked directly at the door in front of him and rushed into the room. Sir, he's entering the ritual room, someone said. Only the high-ranking holy knights follow me. The rest block all entrances, he ordered. That little rat finally. Chai Slowwash smiled, thinking he had cornered Jack. But just upon entering the room, his smile disappeared. Because inside the room, the bodies of the faithful who were praying lay in a pool of blood. Seeing this, Chai Slowwash's face turned pale. What? He stammered, unable to speak. Jack slowly came out from behind the wall and said, What do you think, Cardinal? His voice was full of mockery, making Chai Slowwash's face darken even more. Who were the damn ones who did this? Who knows? Jack shrugged, thinking they probably escaped through the secret passage he himself had told them about, and looked back at Chai Slowwash. Then he pointed at Jack and shouted, What is your goal? Why did you do this? Jack replied, You still don't understand? Then how about we ask the fishhead that has been watching all this, he said while looking at the statue beside him. Meanwhile, Chai Slowwash, angry because Jack insulted his god, began to have a nosebleed. How dare you speak like that about God Valley? Without letting him finish, Jack interrupted. Oh, great God Valley. Surely you have seen everything that has happened here. Who is responsible? He said while raising his hand to the sky and then, quickly, ran behind the statue, leaving the bald man confused. What is he doing? He wondered. Then a voice was heard. All of this is the fault of Cardinal Chai Slowwash. He killed an innocent child in a village, which provoked another's desire for revenge. This is the consequence of that act. Jack peeked his head out and asked, Did you hear that, Chai Slowwash? He was completely focused, thinking, while at the same time outside, the sound of the Cowwoodman Knights echoed, inspecting every corner of the temple to eliminate those damned VALI. They killed them all completely. Hearing those sounds, Jack smiled and said, It seems the WWE killing machine has already arrived. Are you okay? Also, if you dare attack me, this fish head will explode along with me. Jack threatened with these words. However, the said Chai Slowwash was too angry to stay calm. Damn it. And as he spoke, his palms began to burn with flames. Then he directly released two sources of energy towards Ratch, causing the fish head to be shattered as well. Luckily, Jack had anticipated this and managed to jump aside to dodge the blow. That was really brave, Jack said with a forced smile. Meanwhile, the Black Knights beside him, seeing Chai Slowwash's action, looked at each other. Lord Valley did not wait for them to finish speaking. Chai Slowwash had already explained. Brothers, I will bear all the sins I have committed. Chase and eliminate that bastard right now. Yes, sir, they answered in unison. Realizing he was cornered, Jack abandoned the idea of fleeing. He drew his sword to prepare for battle. From now on, it would be a race against time. He only needed to buy time until the Cowwoodman force arrived. Saying that, Jack covered his sword with energy. At the same time, several daggers wrapped in magic flew toward him. With just two sword moves, Jack was able to block all attacks, even managing to deflect a dagger aimed at the head of one of the Black Knights, causing a headshot in a single strike. Seeing this, Chai Slowwash clenched his teeth in rage. Damn bastard, die, he said, and used his water control ability, manipulating a column of water that rose from the ground and headed toward Ratch, forcing him to do continuous flips to dodge it. However, soon Jack found himself cornered against the wall. He no longer had space to dodge, and at that moment, Chai Slowwash's face showed an expression of joy. The opportunity has arrived. Brothers, advance quickly and eliminate that guy. Tear that guy apart and bring me the vengeful soul of the pyramid. Chai Slowwash shouted joyfully just before the voice of Priestess Luana echoed. Jack, dodge. Hearing that familiar voice, Jack quickly crouched and right after, a yellow light appeared inside the room. She rushed to knock down all those black knights. "Are you okay?" she asked worriedly, and at that moment the wage-killing machine also arrived. Seeing the reinforcements had arrived, Jack breathed a sigh of relief and headed toward them. "I'm fine. Sorry for being late," said Wage, nodding as he turned toward Luana. She looked at the object Jack was holding in his hand and asked, "But Jack, what is that?" Hearing the question, Jack smiled and replied, "It's a sacred artifact of Vali, the vengeful soul of the pyramid. If completed, it will grant its bearer the power to control all the monsters in the world." Hearing this, Priestess Luana showed a serious expression and said, "Why do you keep it? Destroy it immediately." "That's best, isn't it?" Jack replied accordingly and threw the mini pyramid to the ground. Then, he covered his sword with a stream of magic to prepare to destroy it. Seeing this, Chai Slowwash's face was covered in sweat. It seemed as if Cao Cao was chasing him, unable to stop him. He shouted loudly, and the two remaining knights hurried to stop him. But they were intercepted by the Cauldron Knights, and old Wiggles from behind also lunged with a thrust that could eliminate both with a single blow. "No, this is your fault," Jack murmured to himself. Then, he also stabbed the sword directly into this pyramid, causing the name Chai Slowwash to scream desperately and kneel on the ground, not Chai Slowwash. The dirty and despicable heretic spoke contemptuously and then brandished the sword to attack. He cut off an arm, making the bald man scream as if his house was on fire. In front, the other knight, seeing this, also worried and shouted, "Your Eminence, Cardinal." He barely finished speaking when he also realized that his careless action in front of the Carl Widman knights had already put him in a dangerous situation. As a result, those knights immediately took the opportunity and dealt several stabs, sending this man and his companions to the other world. Meanwhile, Wiggles also declared his judgment against Chai Slowwash, Cardinal of Vali. Before the verdict just expressed by the god Kaneda, the old man also began to brandish the sword to finish him off. However, before his sword could touch him, suddenly, the ground beneath his feet exploded, raising a thick and dense cloud of dust. Behind, the saint seeing that quickly ran to ask, "Your Eminence, are you okay?" "I'm fine," he replied calmly. When the dust cleared, Chai Slowwash had already disappeared. Chai Slowwash escaped. He had created a barrier at the last moment, he said regretfully, while the young Luana only sighed, "Oh, God. If we had all cooperated to control the temple, we wouldn't have come to this." Her eyes widened when Jack also disappeared. "Wait, where is Jack?" Luana asked, confused, and looked again at Chai Slowwash, who was already outside the cave. "Luckily, no one knew this secret path. I didn't expect this branch to be defeated so easily. I even lost the vengeful spirit of the pyramid. It's all that damn one's fault." Chai Slowwash gritted his teeth thinking of Jack's face. Unable to contain his anger, he began hitting the wall to release some frustration. "I will kill him. I will make him taste pain. Living will be worse than dying," he silently swore to himself. Just before his eyes widened like a bull's, Jack's voice sounded not far away. "Why are you late? I missed you so much, Your Eminence, Cardinal." Following the direction of the sound, Chai Slowwash discovered that Jack was already waiting for him up high. "When? How? How did you know where I was?" he asked, amazed, unable to believe Jack appeared there. "Come on, don't be so surprised," Jack said, laughing, and jumped right in front of him. "I know a secret path inside the temple that even you don't know," Jack joked. "When enemies meet, not many words are needed." Immediately, Chai Slowwash gathered his magical power in the palm of his left hand and launched an attack on Jack. "Like a rabid dog, die," he shouted loudly. But since he was very weakened, our protagonist only had to raise his hand gently to stop the attack. Then, with the other hand, he pushed the bald man's arm aside and struck him in the abdomen, causing him to vomit blood in pain. Seeing this, Jack covered his nose and looked at him with contempt. How disgusting. Ignoring his words, Chai Slowwash, knowing he could not escape, spoke words of honor. "Even if I die here, I will die as a proud follower of Vali, and drag everyone to hell with me," he said through gritted teeth. However, what Jack said next really surprised Chai Slowwash. "I don't plan to kill you. My goal is to make you suffer. You won't feel pain if you die. That would be demonic mercy. Instead, I want to play a game where you have to dodge everything. I have no intention of killing you. My goal is to make you suffer. You won't feel pain if you die. That would be demonic mercy. Instead, I want to play a game where you have to avoid everything." The trap was set to reach the valley entrance before all the sand in the hourglass runs out. "After that, I'll let you go. What do you think? Simple, right?" Jack laughed while Slowwash didn't trust his words so easily. "Is that bastard now underestimating me and mocking me?" the bald man shouted, but Jack didn't want to say more. So he immediately flipped the hourglass and said, "Now, get ready." Seeing Jack act with such determination, Slowwash could only grit his teeth and turn to run, because this was his last chance to survive, and no matter what, he had to seize it. Thus, very soon, Slowwash reached the first door. The first trap 1-star difficulty, simple feature. It was a spike trap, Slowwash said while running with difficulty. He didn't forget to curse Jack in his heart. That bastard, I will take revenge. While thinking that, he kept running without realizing if he had eyes in the back of his head, because he didn't see the spikes scattered on the ground. So he stepped directly on the spikes, which pierced the sole of his foot, which made him scream in pain with a tearing sound. Gritting his teeth, he tried to drag his battered body forward. After falling into the first trap, he became more cautious. This time I won't be fooled, he murmured. At least that's what he thought. But reality was very different from his expectations. Although he tried to carefully watch the ground, he accidentally broke a branch. That triggered the second trap, 3-star difficulty, which could be avoided if you just watched where you were going. In short, the falling stone trap hit him in the face, causing so much pain that tears came out. This trash, said Slowwash, gritting his teeth and kept moving forward. After falling into 2 traps, he was already completely nervous and exhausted. I wonder how much time I have left. This time they won't fool me, he vowed while looking left and right. Although he hadn't stepped on any trap yet, suddenly a bucket of water was poured over his head. That enraged him. Damn it, what is this? Meanwhile, Jack wouldn't let him escape so easily. He jumped behind Slowwash and extended his leg. He swept him, causing him to fall backward to the ground. You won't get wet, you're bald, Jack said calmly. At that moment, Slowwash, though foolish, knew Jack had played a dirty trick on him. This was the last trap, 5-star difficulty, and Jack was the trap itself. Time continued to pass slowly. Finally, Slowwash reached the exit. However, he didn't let his guard down easily. Finally, I've reached the exit, but what about the hourglass? While saying that, he looked at the hourglass in Jack's hand, which still had some sand left. Seeing it, he smiled and said, "Ha ha, I've won." Hearing this, Jack threw the hourglass backward and admitted, "You've won, so let's finish this." While saying this, he quickly threw his sword through Slowwash's chest, who immediately fell to his knees on the ground. "Who told you to trust me?" "I'm a master of lying," Jack said with a smile and closed eyes. Then, Jack kicked Slowwash to the ground and took out the Holy Knight of Honor badge of Cauldron Man that the old Pope had awarded him. "Now, shall we proceed to the next step? Do you know?" Saying this, Jack also lifted his foot and knocked the man Slowwash to the ground, and then he also took the badge intended for the honorary Holy Knight of Cauldron Man, which had been awarded to him by the old Pope. "Now, shall we proceed with the next step? Redeem the unfortunate soul so he can meet God. I will bless the path you will follow, in the name of Kana, whom you hate the most." While speaking, Jack also brought the badge close to the man's face, making the guy named Choi Slowwash tremble with fear. "Take him away, he will not fulfill this request." Jack continued preaching, "I hope you arrive before the poor child. His family and the villagers will have a bright path that leads them to Kana. Child, do not fear. Kana will protect you under her radiance, and that bright path will lead you to her. All worry and fear, under their sin, and evil, will free you, and your loyalty and faith will accompany you along the path to Kana." Choi Slowwash's eyes showed increasing madness, and he shouted loudly, until suddenly he realized he was in a completely white space with some silhouettes of whales and manta rays flying in the sky. "Am I dead? Where am I?" Choi Slowwash wondered before suddenly a shadow appeared a short distance from where he was. Seeing that presence, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Valley has come to get me. The great Valley has arrived to take me. My choice was not wrong," he thought to himself. But looking more closely at the strange creature in front of him, Choi Slowwash's eyes were stunned. Then, the creature's neck stretched until its face was very close to Jack's and said, "It's all your fault outside." At that moment, Choi Slowwash officially died. Seeing him lying on the ground, Jack also looked at the jar that contained what was left of the child's family and said, "Can you see it? I put a lot of effort into this revenge, so go to a good place, child." Time passed quickly until the next day. At that moment, after they completely cleared out all of Valley's disciples, they also blew up the temple. Seeing the shrine burning fiercely in front of them, Jack thought silently while Cowardman had destroyed Valley's northern church. After seeing Choi Slowwash's body, Waj wanted to show it before Cowardman's church. However, upon hearing the plan that the corpse would not receive Valley's funeral rites, the ceremony was cancelled. Thus, after cleaning everything, the group set off back, and while moving, Han asked Jack, "Lord Jack, if you keep going with Cowardman like this, won't there be a problem?" "Why not? Anyway, we're going the same way, and they are well prepared for camping and food," Jack replied, shrugging. Then, the young man's face turned serious. "To be able to destroy Valley's northern branch, I had to resort to Cauldron's power. I must find out who is behind all this," Jack thought to himself when suddenly a voice in front of him startled him. "Lord Wige, welcome." At that moment, a group of soldiers appeared before them as reinforcements in that place. Wige recognized the person in front of him as AI and greeted him. "Oh, welcome, sir. I brought troops to support you, by order of the Holy City. It seems I arrived just in time. I heard you destroyed Valley's northern church," he said with a smile, while Jack yawned, until he saw a familiar figure ahead and recalled memories of his past life at the Demon King's gate. "May you be a good person in your next life," Jack Zenat thought, frowning thoughtfully, until he saw a familiar figure ahead and remembered his memories from his past life in the Demon King's gate. "May you be a good person in your next life," Jack Zenat thought, frowning thoughtfully. Time passed quickly until night. The group camped to rest, and they had a small party. "Ha, I didn't expect the Lord to handle the volley so well. We also received a blessing from Clergyman. It was very nice," said Uncle Thwaian cheerfully. Then he looked again at Jenna and Jack. Then he looked again at the two, Jenna and Jack. "Going with two trustworthy honorable knights here. What could be luckier, right, Sir Wiggles?" "That's right." Wiggles smiled in response. Only Jack here is feeling down. After all, few people can be happy when they see the one who dealt with them in their past life. "Unexpectedly, we meet like this," he sighed inwardly. On the opposite side, Zenat slightly bowed and said, "Nice to meet you. I am Green Zenat." Hearing this, Jack was silent for 3 seconds before speaking. "My name is Jack. Sorry for being rude, but may I ask you something?" "Of course." Zenat nodded in agreement. "Become a good person in the next life. What do you think about that saying?" Jack frowned and asked, at the same time silently observing every expression of Zenat in front. "Let's see. I'm not sure what you mean. Can I ask why you were asking that?" he asked back. However, Jack did not answer but stared at him with an intensely scrutinizing gaze that made this guy a bit intimidated. And not only him, even the others sitting at the banquet table seemed to feel the strange atmosphere, and all turned to look, and after a moment of observation, Jack burst out laughing. "Ha, it's nothing. That's a line from a hero in a novel, and it reminded me of that hero." Hearing him say that, Uncle Thoen then put his arm around Zenat and laughed. "Ha, is that so?" "Indeed, seeing you, Sir Zenat, everyone thinks you are a hero." Responding to this, Zenat could only force a smile. "You flatter me too much. There are many honorable knights much better than me." At that moment, the voice of Saintess Luvina also rang out. "Exactly, Sir Jack here is the same. Although Sir Zenat's achievements in Cowboy's Man are irreplaceable, I think Jack is also a great hero." As she spoke, she glanced at Jack, making the general's face look puzzled. "Of course, he is not as he appears." She smiled and spoke, and Jack glanced back. "Did you forget the trouble of judging others by appearances? Did you forget my advice? Do you need to remember it?" She complained, and while the two were happily chatting, Zenat's face on this side darkened a bit and said, "Sorry to interrupt, but as someone who became a saintess, shouldn't the young lady be more careful with her words? After all, the young lady represents Cartermen," he gently reminded, making Luvina a bit startled. "Ah, sorry. Don't worry. It's okay. No one forbids the saintess from joking with friends." Thoen smiled faintly. An old man Wiggles nearby also turned to agree. "That's right. These changes in young lady Luvina show strength. Opinions around the young lady will only improve." Hearing the two speak like that, Zenat could only scratch his head. "I made mistakes because of my arrogance. I apologize." No, I couldn't have changed like this if it were only me. It's all thanks to Jack guiding me. What happened at FRTI was the turning point." She explained. "I also have a reason for changing. And that's why I can help young lady Luvina," Jack added, making Zenat in front a bit curious. Then he asked, "Can you tell me what that reason is? I'm a bit curious." Hearing him say that, Jack stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and replied, "Let's see. In the past, someone told me to become a good person. Because of that saying, I did my first good deed." "Who was that?" Zenat wondered. "A person covered by justice. Actually, personally, I found it annoying and didn't like that kind of thing. But if I could meet him again, I would say this. I have lived by your advice, and surprisingly, living like this is also good. What do you think?" "Has that answer been given, Lord Granzenot?" Jack said with a smile. Time passed quickly. After the party ended, Jack was exhausted and lay down on the bed, then thought about Granzenot. Above all, it seems he is not a regressor. I don't think he would understand the meaning of these words. Jack thought this in his heart while, then it is possible that Zenat is also a regressive person, although maybe he is the key to challenging fate from the beginning. It has nothing to do with my regression, as I thought before. Or maybe he pretends that I am not a regressive person, to hide something, but that is no longer a concern for me. Whether he has traveled back in time or not, I have no intention of getting involved with him anymore. I just want to tell him that I am fine and I am following his advice. I think it is really helpful. Living like this is also fine. So, the relationship with Zenat in this life ends here. Jack thought silently in his heart meanwhile. Like Jack, that Zenat, after returning to his shop, was also thoughtful, reflecting on the same problem. Exactly who is he? He looks identical to the Jack I remember, but his behavior and personality are completely different. Zenat spoke with a guess. but then shook his head. No, it's not that feeling either. He doesn't resemble him at all. So there is only one possibility left, that he is a variable. Thinking about this, the guy began to grab his head and grit his teeth, wondering why. Why now? This guy hadn't changed at all until now. If he acted his way, he wouldn't be too dangerous. I have lived 1,000 years, so I know that although Jack's appearance changes according to the situation, his overwhelming destructive power remains the same. Even Jack has become stronger, enough to be a threat to me. Should I deal with him now? Zenat bit his lip and thought. After a while, he decided to give up. No, first, I need to know why he changed. I also want to know why an innocent person like her changed. Before, she said Jack was the reason she changed. Damn idiot. How dare he do that? Thinking this, Zenat showed a very crazy expression, but after a few seconds, he calmed down to keep thinking. There are too many variables in this regression. I must stay calm and plan. I will send that AI to observe Jack's actions and then present a counter-strategy, he said while lying back on the bed. But just as he closed his eyes, Jack's words echoed in his ears. He hopes that in the next life he becomes a good person. Do you understand the meaning of those words? Why did he say that to me? Zenat wondered internally. Time passed quickly, and a few days later, Jack's group was preparing to leave the Cauldron Church to say goodbye to Miss Luvina. Be careful, Jack, she said, nodding, while Han and Snitch also bowed in farewell. Jack is like a wind, blowing softly and then leaving, free to fly as he wishes, she commented. And old Wager felt the same. Yes, it would be better if he rested a bit. I don't know if we will see him again. Take care, Jack, she whispered. Back with our protagonist, he looked at the two pigeons in front of him and asked to be sure. Do we have everything we need? Of course, Han said confidently. And then, the young man wiped that expression and asked, where are we going this time? Hearing this, Jack hesitated a little and thought, it seems we need to go find the symbolic sword of the Demon King. After thinking, Jack said the next destination. We will go to Vialong City, a tourist city. The scene changes to Vialong City, a beautiful city, full of tourists from everywhere coming to visit. There, the white-haired mage who attacked Jack before was looking at a food stall with eyes full of longing, but upon checking her bag, she sighed resignedly at having no money. Just at that moment, a hand reached out and grabbed her hood, pulling it down. Seeing that, the girl also turned around and discovered that the person was none other than Jack Shin. Hello. It's been a long time since we last saw each other, right? He smiled and spoke, taking them back a few minutes earlier. At that moment, Jack, along with two people, Han and Snitch, had already arrived in this city. There, he decided to give his two subordinates a day off. V or Luan is a small tourist city, but famous. It is known for many places to visit. From now on, the two will be free all day. From now until tomorrow, you can go out and have fun freely, said Jack calmly, and the two. Upon hearing this, they became so happy they almost went crazy. Oh, freedom. Excited, they said that and immediately went out to explore the city. Meanwhile, Jack's stomach also began to growl, forcing him to look for something to fill it. Should I look for something to eat? Jack murmured. Before that, he noticed a figure, a person with a cloak who was attentively watching a food stall not far away, until the person's hood was lifted by the wind, revealing a beautiful and familiar face. Seeing that, Jack approached and greeted, Hey, it's been a long time since we last saw each other, right? Then, Jack took the opportunity to buy some meat skewers and offered one to her. But the mage in front did not accept the skewer. She looked at Jack with suspicious eyes, and asked, What are you doing? Doing what? Jack asked while eating, which made her point directly and say, Have you forgotten what happened between us? Upon hearing that, Jack began to recall a little. Let's see. What happened between us was that we were madly in love, he said with a smile. That enraged her, and she immediately turned to leave. Wait. I was just joking, she quickly said. If you're going to do something, just say it, said the mage in an annoyed tone, and Jack responded with a smile. I told you. Let's go on a date, he said. She squinted and said, Do you think I'm going to believe you? That's not your real intention. Come on, I'm curious about you too. I don't want to talk to you, she said, frowning. But Jack did not give up. That's why I suggested going on a date, he said, so I can be close to you and get to know you better. Do you think you'll accept? She replied, I don't know, but I understand how you feel now. After saying that, he offered her 3 skewers and began to tempt her. Right now, you want to eat these grilled meat skewers, he said. And indeed, as he said, she couldn't resist the aroma. She started eating as if she were a hurricane, which left Jack surprised sitting beside her. She eats a lot, she must be very hungry. If it weren't for meat skewers, with another dish I would have been ruined. Jack thought while looking at the pile of skewers. Thinking about that, Jack asked, What is your name? After saying that, he thought it was too soon to ask. Layla answered the question. The mage stopped eating and turned to say, Layla is my name. Thus, the two began to walk together through the city, trying different drinks, until Jack took her to a clothing store. He made her try on several outfits, and for some unknown reason, after trying on a long white dress, she suddenly blushed a little. "Come on, smile," he said. "That's why I told you to take advantage of buying clothes when you have the chance. After all, it's a date, a simple cloak isn't enough, right?" Jack advised. However, Layla's face remained frowning. "Is that why you play at dressing me like this?" she asked, annoyed. "Everything looks good on you. I just want you to try different styles." She reproached herself for being so beautiful while he stroked his chin. At that moment, the waiter brought a glass of beer, and Jack offered it to Layla, saying, "Drink this. You'll feel better," Jack said. Layla also took the glass of beer directly and drank it in one gulp, then exhaled with relief. And right after she finished drinking, Jack's expression suddenly changed and he began to speak. "Have you already drunk it? What do we do now? I've already put poison in it." In response to his words, her face did not show the slightest fear. "Oh, how clever," she said. "The beer must have a little poison to taste better." After saying that, both began to challenge each other with their gaze, and finally, Jack was the one who gave in and stopped that silly game to start talking about the main topic. "All right, then, what exactly are you?" Turning to Layla and listening to her, his gaze became serious, and he asked back, "And you? Are you really Jack? I think you never changed your name, right? Have you ever changed your last name?" "What last name? Don't tell me you're the one who mentioned Moore, right? Brave is your last name. If you change your last name, I think Steelwin would suit you better, Jack." "Steelwin," he murmured. But before he could say anything else, suddenly noises were heard nearby, which caught both their attention, and they turned to watch how the hero was being hit. "You fulfill your dream of being a great hero, so hit him," said a provocative voice. "This is a fight between the two of us. Why are you interfering, AI?" Someone replied from the other side. Hearing a familiar voice, Jack stood up and approached, discovering Han and Snitch, who were arguing with some men inside the inn. "What are you doing here?" he said as he made his way through the crowd to move forward. Meanwhile, the men in front, seeing Jack, began to mock. "What's this? The companion of the great hero? Come on, hit him. Are you scared?" They provoked, and Snitch also turned to explain. "Those two were listening to us and started causing trouble. We didn't want to get involved, so we ignored them. But they kept attacking, and we had to intervene. That was wrong." Jack shook his head, and at the same time, the thug in front of him, noticing Layla's beautiful face behind Jack, began to show his lecherous attitude. "Hey, the girl behind you is pretty," he said as he approached, pushing Jack aside to flirt with her. "Do you want to go out with us?" Snitch, seeing the thug's attitude, gently reminded Jack, "Mr. Jack, isn't that the woman from before? Maybe we should stop this." "Stay still," Jack said, signaling and pushing Snitch aside so he wouldn't block the young man's view. Meanwhile, the lecherous thug kept flirting. He even put a dirty, greasy hand on her shoulder and showed an extremely disgusting expression. "What's up, pretty girl? We'll make you have a good time," he said without thinking he had activated her combat mode. She just raised her hand and slapped the thug's hand away. But this firm act only made the lecherous thug feel even more excited. "So you think you're too fine for me? But easy girls are not interesting at all," he said, laughing. Layla knew that if she didn't teach those thugs a lesson, they wouldn't stop, so her body began to radiate lightning, and she launched an electric shock at the thug in front of her. He screamed and fell to the ground. They really were idiots. Jack smiled silently to the side. Then, a hound, seeing his companion on the ground, ran toward her and began to throw punches and kicks, not forgetting to threaten. "Do you know who we are, right?" Seeing this, Layla's gaze began to emit lightning. However, just as she was about to turn them into skewers, Jack stood in front of her and caught the attacker's fist, and did not forget to threaten, "Do you know who we are?" Seeing that, Layla's eyes across the way also began to emit flashes of lightning. However, before she could prepare to turn this guy into grilled fish, Jack stood blocking in front and directly caught his fist. Then, while this guy hadn't reacted yet, he punched him in the jaw, causing his whole body to fly backward, falling right in front of the other two hunting dogs. And now, those two were already wielding their weapons directly. They lunged to attack Jack, shouting, "Don't dream of leaving here alive." They shouted, but unfortunately, their strength did not match their words. As a result, Jack only threw a few punches and left those two lying on the ground like dead dogs, weakly begging for their lives. "Please forgive me, let me go." After leaving the restaurant, Jack also asked, "Tell me, how did you cook that guy before? Was he undercooked or well done?" He turned to Layla, and after a moment of thought, she suddenly stopped and asked, "Why not kill them?" Upon hearing that, Jack looked at her with eyes full of doubt. "How can you say something so terrible to someone who is trying to be good? Shouldn't we avoid using violence if we're trying to live with integrity?" She asked again, and Jack also had his argument. "If it's self-defense, it's not risking your life." "I think I understand you," she nodded, then pondered a bit. "So, are we done? I'm leaving." Saying that, Layla prepared to leave, but Jack reached out to stop her. "Wait, I'm busy tomorrow, so it can't be then. How about we meet in 10 days at the place where we first met? It would be a shame to part like this. Besides, you're curious about me, right? Jack noticed her inquisitive look and proposed, and the mage, Layla, responded cheerfully, "All right, but don't let me down." Watching her beautiful silhouette walk away, Jack thought to himself, "Wow, I didn't expect us to get this close in such a short time. But why exactly?" First, a high-level mage, but so poor? That's suspicious. She seemed uncomfortable and clumsy with many things, but when she ordered food or talked about fashion, she didn't seem ignorant. In short, she seemed knowledgeable, though lacking experience. Also, she called me Mo, so she probably comes from the future. Jack rubbed his chin thinking, while his friend Han also asked him, "Mr. Jack, do we have any special plans for tomorrow? If not, I think I'll visit some tourist spots." "All right, I'll go with you. I know an amazing tourist spot," Jack said with a smile. Time passed quickly until the next morning. We changed scenes to the violent archaeological site. At that moment, Jack's group was present at the site for tourism. Observing the archaeological complex, Snorch's expression turned amazed. Who could have built a place like this, and why? It seems it was built a long time ago. Han spoke with a guess, while Jack didn't pay much attention because he was still thinking about where his old weapon team, Tonium, might be. Where could Tonium be? It used to destroy everything, so I'm not sure now. I'll just follow the path I remember, Jack thought to himself, and he quickly moved forward until they saw a warning sign. "Do not enter." Han's steps suddenly stopped. "Mr. Jack, is it okay to go this deep here?" Just after he finished speaking, suddenly the space around them began to shake indefinitely. And about 2 seconds after the shaking stopped, Jack asked the two, "Did someone touch something? What was that noise?" Responding to that, Snitch pointed forward and said, "The sound came from there." In front of them was a wall with a lighter part, while the rest was blocked. Could there be something behind this wall? Snitch speculated. Meanwhile, Jack also had his own thought. A place connected to Tonium's might have a secret passage like this. But did this door exist back then? While thinking about this, could there be something behind this wall? Jack Snitch speculated aloud. Meanwhile, Jack also had some private thoughts. The place connected to Tonium also has a secret passage like this. But did this door exist back then? Just as he thought, he just raised his hand and touched the wall, and right after, suddenly, this wall split in two to reveal inside a secret passage, which left Han completely surprised. "Wait, does this door only react to you, Mr. Jack? Before, when we touched it, it didn't open. Yes, it didn't move at all." Snorch nodded and said, "Even our protagonist doesn't understand what's happening. Why does it only react to him? It's very different from before, and this energy is altering my senses. What is causing this?" He frowned thoughtfully, and then the three quickly entered, feeling something familiar. Although it was not from Tonium, Jack made a guess before Han discovered something and quickly exclaimed, "Mr. Jack, over there." Upon hearing the call, he turned forward and saw a sword, deeply embedded in the stone floor, and seeing its shape, Jack immediately recognized it as the sacred sword of the hero, Zenat, the Estelat sword. Why is it here? Jack wondered internally. If the symbol of the Demon King Jackmore's power is the demonic sword Tonium, then the sword symbolizing the sun hero Zenat must be the sacred Estelat sword. Of course, one is trapped here. This powerful sword caused Zenat to deliver a fatal blow with it, but why is it here? Zenat's sword is different from the demonic sword Tonium and how it chooses its wielder. The unworthy cannot lift it. Nearby, Han looked at the sword curiously and asked, "Mr. Jack, do you know what this is? Is it a sword?" Jack calmly replied, which surprised both, and they exclaimed, "What? A sword?" Then Han, a bit confused, asked, "If I manage to pull out this sword, can I become a hero?" "Exactly," Jack said, nodding, which made both start having different thoughts and look at each other. Then Snitch raised his hand and asked Mr. Jack's opinion, "Can I try too?" Jack calmly answered, "It depends on you, but surely you won't be able to, because you already signed a contract with Now M. The conditions for choosing its wielder are very strict." "I understand," Snitch said sadly. However, Jack seemed a bit curious and encouraged. "But try it." Hearing this from his boss, the young man felt a bit of determination, stepped forward, and extended both hands to firmly grasp the sacred sword. With Now M's encouraging gaze, Snitch began to use all his strength to pull the sword, but after several attempts, it did not move an inch, so he gave up and stepped back. Just as expected, he couldn't pull it out. Seeing that, Now M on his shoulder comforted him, making Snitch feel a little better. "Yes, I don't need the sword. As long as I have Now M, I'll be fine." Ignoring his master and companions, Han began to speak to Jack. "Jack, why don't you try?" But Jack shook his head. He knew that was not the right sword for him. Thinking that, Jack asked Han, "Do you want to try?" Han just scratched his head. "I don't think I can pull it out, but at least I have to try once." Jack frowned, and just then, Not far away, hurried footsteps began to be heard, catching the attention of the three. Han even tightened his weapon, preparing for any situation. There's another passage over there, Jack thought as he looked toward that nearby place, wondering who they might be. Did they come to look for the sacred sword? From the sound of the footsteps, they seemed to be well-trained fighters. It can't be. Could they be from Zenat? Thus, they began to keep silent, waiting for the opponent to approach, and after leaving the hallway, the person who ran out was none other than the young Layla. "What are you doing there?" Jack asked, surprised. But before Layla could answer, from inside the hallway, numerous men in black cloaks came out and began to trap them. "They're trapped," someone in the group shouted. Seeing that the opponent had no good intentions, Jack also brandished his sword, launching a short wave of cutting energy at them while shouting, "Duck!" Young Layla quickly ducked to avoid being cut, and the energy wave, flying forward, caused a huge explosion in that place. Jack extended his hand to help her up and asked, "Are they your new friends?" "They are not my friends. They are the ones chasing me," Layla explained. "Why are they chasing you?" Jack asked. But at this question, Layla became a bit thoughtful, as if she didn't want to answer. Seeing this, Jack understood and did not insist further. "You're quite famous." "Huh," he murmured, looking ahead. Meanwhile, the men in black cloaks, after the attack, barely showed any wounds and were quite numerous. Jack pointed his sword at them and asked, "Are they accomplices of those who harm others? They dress the same, so I suppose yes." On the other side, the group leader, seeing Jack, frowned and said, "We will change the plan. Keep that guy in the core alive. Eliminate the rest." Upon hearing the order, the men in black cloaks drew their weapons and attacked simultaneously. On the other hand, Han's friend was also struggling, raising his sacred sword to defend against attacks from two men in black cloaks, but their blows were strong enough to make his body shake violently. Meanwhile, Snorch, from behind, used his power to control numerous sharp stone pillars that emerged from the ground, launching directly at the two cloaked men. He surprised them with no chance to react and sent them flying to the side. Those two were doing a good job, but they would soon notice the difference in skills. They are all masters. This place is too small for Layla to use large-scale magic. Jack thought silently while Layla used a spell called Electric Ray, shooting lightning at the cloaked men, making them writhe like dead fish. Returning to Jack, he also paid attention to the group leader, especially that man, who was at a demonic level. His skills surpassed Jack's at that moment. Without the demon's sword, I can't compare to him, he thought. Suddenly, the leader displayed impressive speed, circled behind Jack, and slashed him. Then, he belittled him with contemptuous words. "Your skills are disappointing." Immediately after, he delivered a strong blow that knocked Jack toward the sacred sword. Near Escalade, someone worriedly said, "Are you okay, Captain?" However, the captain's face showed no concern. "Don't worry, someone like him can't pull out the sword. Let's finish this here. Kill those two and keep the core alive. Then, take care of Whitecard and Estelle," he ordered coldly, just as a strong magical power emerged behind the leader. This made his steps stop. "What is this energy? It can't be," he thought as he quickly turned to look. But all they saw was a blinding yellow glow accompanied by a huge explosion. After the explosion, the three remaining people looked at Jack in amazement. Did he really pull it out? Layla thought to herself. Looking at the sword in Jack's hands, the narrator spoke about our protagonist. He already pulled it out? Layla thought silently. Looking at the sword in Jack's hand, let's talk about our main character. Jack, to be honest, couldn't even believe it himself, that he had managed to pull out the sacred sword, Estelle. Damn it, after hearing the story he told, that he couldn't pull out that sacred sword, he actually wanted to stab him because of that. So he tried to pull out the sword and, to his surprise, he really could pull it out. He couldn't believe that in this life he could achieve something so wonderful. Jack thought this inside. Meanwhile, the mage, Layla, puzzled, approached and asked him how he had managed to pull out the sword. Hearing her ask, Jack rested the sword on the ground and turned to answer. "Don't you see? If I hadn't pulled it out, probably both of us would be dead." "How come? How could you pull out that sword?" Layla quickly explained, but she didn't need to say much. Jack had already understood. It was the sacred sword, Estelle. Only the worthy could lift it. Jack calmly explained, and at that moment, the mage, after 3 seconds of reflection, looked at Jack with eyes full of doubt and asked again, "Are you worthy?" "I don't know," Jack replied, shrugging. Then, he stuck the sword back in its place, which left Layla very surprised. "Why do you stick it back and upside down?" she asked. "I don't want to use it. It doesn't suit me," Jack explained. "You know what this sword symbolizes, right?" she reminded him. Of course, Jack knew that very well, but he already had plans with his previous sword, the Tonium. "I don't care. I plan to use another sword," he said. Hearing this, she began to suspect something and asked, "Don't tell me you plan to use the Tonium, right?" "You also know about that sword?" Jack asked, surprised. Then he cheerfully greeted the two boys ahead. "Oh, you're still alive. Let's finish here and move on." He smiled, but at that moment, Layla reached out, pulled him, and led him toward the sacred sword. At the same time, she ordered, "Pull it out. I told you to pull it out. Use this sword instead of the tonium," Layla said with a serious voice. But Jack coldly refused. "I can't. This sword has already been reserved for someone else. I will only use the tonium." Hearing this, Layla's expression turned a bit angry, and she asked, "Didn't you say you wanted to live a decent life this time? Then you should use a stellate, not the titanium." She feared that if he used the titanium, he would become corrupted. Jack thought and replied, "To live a decent life, I don't necessarily have to use a stellate or tonium. It's true that the sword is cursed, but that doesn't mean its bearer is always doomed." Hearing Jack's explanation, Layla became thoughtful. Then she took Jack's arm with her hands and in a pleading voice said, "Please, use a stellate." Layla looked at Jack again. Without waiting for an answer, suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. "What's wrong? Why does my finger hurt so much?" At that moment, an image that looked like a root appeared on the middle finger's nail. At the same time, the sacred sword Estella beside him unleashed a powerful energy that formed a storm of power. This made Jack feel even more confused. What is this now? Outside, the pressure created by that storm prevented Han and Snarl from approaching, so they could only watch worriedly. "Mr. Jack," they called. Inside, Jack held the storm with his hands and asked, "What is this? It's not magic, right?" "It may be that this sword is trying to transport us to another dimension," Layla said, expressing her thought, which made Jack just sigh. "Damn it, it seems there is no other choice. It is possible that this sword is trying to transport us to another dimension." Layla expressed her thought, making Jack just sigh. "Damn it, it seems there is no other choice." Thinking that, he also turned around and shouted loudly to the other two people, "Han, Snitch, stay there and wait for me for a moment, okay? If I take too long to return, go ahead without me, all right? Wait for me at the inn, understood?" Han said worriedly, and Jack was also clever and remembered the passage Layla went through. He told them there was still another way when Layla entered, but that passage was already blocked by. Layla added, "Let's see, this is getting difficult," Jack murmured, and at that moment it was known that, while Jack was worried about his two subordinates, she was also using some kind of magic to open a hole in the storm. From that hole, she threw a ring outward, and at the same time told them, "This might help you. Look, it seems she can do anything." Jack nodded and praised her. "Lord Jack, please be careful." Han shouted, "Don't worry, I'll take care of myself first." Jack responded, and immediately the bodies of Jack and Layla disappeared before Han. Seeing this, Snitch could not hide the concern on his face. He said, "He'll be fine, right?" "Surely yes. He will be safe," Han assured to calm him down. "But what should we do while waiting for his return?" he asked. "I don't know," he replied, while looking at those lying on the ground with cloaks on. Then he said excitedly, "Let's collect the loot." They seemed to have a lot of money. After searching for a while, they really found a small mountain of gold coins, along with many potions and medicines of unknown effects. "Lord Jack would be very happy if he saw all this," Snitch said, smiling. "That's right," he affirmed. "We have collected many coins and potions, but should we take all of that too?" "Of course. Put everything in the magic bag," Han said, nodding. Then he looked at the sacred sword in front of him and thought for a moment. "Sacred sword, Estella, can I pull it out? I have nothing to lose by trying." Thinking that, the young man couldn't contain his curiosity and began to approach the sword. "Are you going to try to pull it out too, young man?" Snorch asked, surprised, which made the young man feel a little shy. "I want to try to see what happens," he said, while holding the sword's hilt with both hands, preparing to pull it out. However, just at that moment, suddenly a group of people in black cloaks burst into the room. "We found them," they shouted, causing both to become very alarmed. "We fight. There is no other option." "Support me," Han said, and went on the attack to take the initiative. "Prepare for what?" Snorch asked. "To run. What else?" Han replied loudly, and both began to run quickly, facing a rain of daggers thrown by the hooded group, but very soon they were surrounded by them from all four sides. "These bastards killed the captain? It seems there is no mercy. We have to kill them," they said while arguing. Meanwhile, Snorch whispered to Han, "What do we do now, sir? They think we were the ones who killed their comrades." Han replied with a serious expression. "So what do we do?" Snorch asked. "Just fight. What else? Support me from behind." After saying that, Han also actively rushed forward to attack first to gain the advantage. Then he swung the sword strongly in his hand, knocking a hooded man backward. But immediately he had to raise the sword to block an attack from another hooded man. With just one clash, Han understood that these enemies were not ordinary. As for Snorlax, he used his power to control some stones, throwing them at the hooded man in front. If he could immobilize one of them, Snorlax thought. However, that hooded man used his sword to successfully block the stone while Han was fighting. However, this black-cloaked man also used his sword and successfully blocked the stone that Han was fighting with. He had already witnessed this scene and gritted his teeth thinking, "Damn it, the space is too small for Snorlax to fight comfortably." If it continues like this, both of us will be. Just as they thought this, they arrived here. Because he was focused on watching Snorlax, Han was caught by his enemy who took the opportunity to slash his arm. Then, he also lifted his leg and kicked directly into the young blonde man's abdomen. That made him hurt to the point of vomiting blood. Damn it, I lost my guard, Senpai Snitch said worriedly upon seeing Jack get kicked. Meanwhile, the guy in the black cloak also continued attacking again, making Han not even have a chance to catch his breath. While both fought hand to hand, he asked, "You're not the one who killed the captain, right?" Without paying attention to the question, Han gritted his teeth and endured the pressure of his opponent's power. "I can't anymore. The power difference is too great." While thinking this, he was pushed backward, until the young man began to notice the sacred sword nearby and came up with an idea. "If I can pull it out, will I be as strong as Lord Jack?" He thought and acted, because he had nothing to lose. Therefore, Han concentrated all his strength and threw the cloaked guy backward. Then, he extended his hand to firmly grasp the hilt. "I can save both Estelle and myself," Han thought. Meanwhile, the evil guys, seeing his intention to pull out the sword, stopped without attacking. "Sure, someone like you doesn't deserve Estelle." The others in black cloaks heard and laughed loudly. Ignoring the mockery, Han now used both hands to firmly grasp the hilt and began to pull. "I didn't think I could do it, but I must try until the end. Giving up is only for the dead." No matter the situation, he used all means to resist until his last breath, even if hope was weak. The words Jack said before began to echo in his mind and seemed to give him strength to pull out the sword. At that moment, the sword was slowly pulled out of the ground by Han. With astonished eyes, the group couldn't believe it. Did Estelle choose that guy? Everyone said while opening their mouths wide enough to fit an egg inside. At that moment, according to their looks, Han's body was wrapped in a radiant glow. He felt the power of Astralis flowing inside his body. In front, the black cloaks understood it was no time to joke and attacked together. "He's not used to the sword, let's kill him now." Behind, Snort shouted, "Senpai, attack with the sword." He didn't need to say more. Han immediately took the stance to wield the sword. "I'm going to wield the sword," he thought while concentrating all his strength, and forcefully swung the sword forward. Speaking of the two, Jack and Layla, after appearing again, found themselves in a place quite similar to the previous area. "What is this? Isn't this the same place, or not?" Jack asked. Meanwhile, the sorceress's body beside him began to radiate a source of magic. Then she shook her head and said, "We can't teleport." "Looks like we'll have to wander again," Jack complained, and while moving, Jack finally had the chance to ask, "Why are you inside these ruins, and are the people chasing you AI?" Hearing the question, General Layla decided to remain silent, which frustrated Jack. "Silent again? You're so difficult." "Anyway, I was the one who saved you," Layla finally said. "I'm not sure what you mean. That's your memory, right?" "Yes, my memory. Exactly my memory." However, she felt uneasy and couldn't say anything. But right at that moment, the pain he had felt before returned again, causing Jack's face to wince. Suddenly, he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Layla turned to ask him, "Does it hurt a lot?" Jack responded, which left her a bit confused. "But if you're not injured, where does it hurt?" "In the finger. It feels like it's burning here." Layla took Jack's hand to examine it a little and said, "If there's nothing on the outside, maybe it's an internal injury. Maybe something is stuck inside." Saying this, she suddenly also discovered something and opened her eyes wide. "Wait a moment. It looks like there's something here." Hearing her, Jack quickly brought his hand closer to her view to observe and exclaimed, "This is the Seven of Fortune key.